further discussion on the committee print. Mr. Hernandez from Puerto Rico, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this committee has the power and the responsibility to protect our planet. I was inspired when in 2022, this committee, under the leadership of Mr. Grijalva, secured $1 billion to bring solar panels to vulnerable communities in Puerto Rico. About $365 million of that is still pending disbursement. But today I am deeply disappointed. As one of the youngest members of this committee and of Congress, I'm disappointed to witness an unprecedented assault on our natural resources, on climate action, and on the future that my generation will inherit. And I am disappointed that the government of Puerto Rico, whose governor is a former member of this committee, is walking away from up to $1.3 billion in funding to appease this administration and to please fossil fuel special interests. Now, I want to say that again in Spanish for the benefit of my constituents. Nuestro gobierno está dejando sobre la mesa 1.3 billones de dólares que se pueden utilizar para atender nuestra crisis energética. Yes, the government of a bankrupt island with a collapsing energy grid has chosen to drop a $1 billion lawsuit against oil companies and to give up the fight for the $365 million that this committee allocated for clean, reliable solar power. Now, I have said publicly that I am willing to support any measure that brings stability to Puerto Rico's energy grid, even if this change is not brought on through renewable energy. However, we should not close the door on the opportunities we have to bring stability through environmentally friendly resources. Now, that lawsuit that the government is dropping was meant to compensate our people for the harm that they've endured. Those funds for solar panels were meant to lift up the most vulnerable with energy independence and dignity. And now, irresponsibly, those funds have been abandoned. And now, unfortunately, this committee has abandoned that sort of initiative that benefited people in Puerto Rico and across the United States. Politics is about choices. Some choose to protect polluters. I choose to protect their victims. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the committee print? The chair now recognizes Ms. Elfeth. Thank you.
Close, Madam Chair. Elfreth, thank you very much for that recognition. Colleagues, like so many of you, I came to Congress, and I'm sure this is true of both sides of the aisle, I came to Congress to protect, restore, and make available to the public, the broader public, to enjoy more of our natural resources. I came here to have honest conversations, and obviously we're going to have policy differences about the best approaches to balance the needs of our constituents. We're going to talk about that a lot today, but also our deep and sincere obligation to steward our natural resources, not just for our time here in Congress or even our time on this planet, but frankly for generations to come. I am not here to engage in hyperbole, so I'm just going to dive right into the facts of this bill and why I share so many of my colleagues' concerns over where it will take this nation and our natural resources. So let's just get into the facts. It's a fact that the United States produces more oil and gas than any country in the history of the world. This has been true since 2009 through administrations of both parties and remains true today. The U.S. Energy Administration's data from 2023 indicates that U.S. total petroleum production averaged about 21.691 million barrels per day. In that same year, the U.S. exported 10.15 million barrels per day of petroleum to 173 countries and 3 U.S. territories, resulting in net petroleum imports that were 1.6 million barrels per day, which means that the United States was a net petroleum exporter of 1.6 million per day. So we are here. Why are we here when we're talking about exporting and importing so much oil if the goal is energy independence? And again, I share many of my colleagues' sincere wish to make sure that our constituents can afford the energy that they use. But this bill is not going to result in that because the problem is in the chemistry. The crude oil that is extracted in the U.S. is lighter than the oil we import from other countries, meaning it needs to be processed differently. It cannot be processed in the same refineries as process the heavier crude, and refineries in the U.S. are simply not built to process the light oil extracted from the U.S. So while I share, again, the chairman and the committee's policy goal of lowering energy costs for our constituents, I hear about it every single day, we simply don't have a supply problem, we have an infrastructure problem. So if the goal is actually to make sure that we are truly energy independent, we should be having that conversation. The infrastructure problem aside, it is the fact that oil companies don't need new leases. They have millions of acres leased already that they aren't using. In 2023, the Bureau of Land Management managed over 34,000 federal onshore oil and gas leases covering 23.7 million acres. Nearly half of the acreage is producing from about 90,000 wells, and over 11 million acres are non-producing or leased, but these leasers have not chosen to develop them. That's 47% of all leases that are not currently being used even before we get to this reconciliation bill. Offshore is just the same. Just in the Gulf of Mexico alone, only a fifth of the 2,200 active leases in the Gulf are producing oil, according to the Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management. So now we have this sincere conundrum. We're producing more oil and gas than any other country has ever produced, but we can't refine it ourselves, and so our constituents aren't benefiting from it, and this bill doesn't get us any closer to that sincere policy goal. In fact, it takes us further away from the stewardship of those natural resources and puts our precious natural resources further at risk. All of this, as has been said, and I sincerely agree, is a fire sale on our federal lands and waters. It's a reduction in corporate fees. It eliminates environmental and judicial safeguards that our constituents deserve, and all for what? There's no guarantee that any of these resources, again, will benefit Americans or lower the cost of energy for our taxpayers. We're still exporting oil just like before. We're still importing oil to our refineries can process. We're putting at real risk the natural resources and national security assets that I'll address with my amendments later this afternoon. And taxpayers will once again be footing the bill for large corporations from all over the world who score a lease or pillage our land with no recourse. I believe that our taxpayers simply deserve better. And with that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the committee print? Ms. Ansari.
Thank you. This legislation is completely out of touch. I truly cannot believe that right now, in the midst of the president's defiance of the United States Supreme Court, with our economy teetering on the brink from self-inflicted wounds, including a reckless tariff policy, and as lifelines like Medicaid and Head Start are on the chopping block, we are sitting here talking about giveaways to big oil to pay for tax cuts to billionaires. Honestly, this bill will do nothing for everyday Americans. It is a bill chock full of giveaways to big oil and polluting industries who absolutely do not need them. From unfettered offshore drilling, even more subsidies to big oil, to auctioning off precious public lands, pay-to-play NEPA reviews, and even clawing back money that's going to hiring national park rangers and coastal resilience in Republican districts just to pay for more tax cuts, this bill is extremely out of touch. And one point that I believe continues to be glossed right over, even by the staunchest Republican budget hawks, is that this House bill will increase the deficit by as much as $3 trillion over the next 10 years. Gimmicks like oil and gas development in the sensitive and fragile Arctic will not balance the budget. Giving away the entire Gulf of Mexico to BP, Exxon, and Chevron will not balance the budget, especially not if you're sending the revenues to billionaires as a tax handout. It will not even lower your energy costs. We are already the #1 exporter of gas and #1 producer of oil and gas in the world. And are you paying any less at the pump? No. And that doesn't even get to another way that this bill is ripping off taxpayers. We have record production levels. I'm going to say it again because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle often seem to forget about this. The oil and gas industry is making record profits on oil and gas, and they're lining their pockets with profits they are making off of our public lands. But American taxpayers aren't seeing any benefit from this. we are not seeing energy prices come down. And thanks to this bill, these companies would pay even less to the US Treasury for royalties and rents. This is all while their leadership pats themselves on the back and gives themselves raises and bonuses. In 2024, Chevron CEO Michael Wirth saw total compensation increase by 23.4% to $32.7 million. ExxonMobil CEO Darren Woods' pay package for 2024 rose 19.3% to $44.1 million. ConocoPhillips paid its CEO, RM Lance, over $21 million. ExxonMobil, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, EOG Resources, and Schlumberger have seen record profits in recent years, including more than $250 billion in profits between 2021 and 2023. Now, in the last hour, I have also discovered that members of this committee, including the chairman of this committee, will also be benefiting thanks to the handouts that we are giving to oil and gas companies. For the public's awareness, members of Congress have to fill out periodic transaction reports if we are to buy or trade stocks. And it turns out that the chairman of this committee, for the first time since he has been in Congress, just recently filed a report and has traded stocks including BP, including ConocoPhillips, the one I just mentioned, ExxonMobil, and of course, Shell. So the corruption that is occurring is astounding. Not only will these billionaires and the CEOs of these companies be profiting, but the chairman of the committee responsible for overseeing this jurisdiction will also be profiting from these giveaways. Meanwhile, Americans will continue to struggle and the rich will get richer. The only thing that these budget gimmicks will do is drive up big oil profits, CEO pay, shareholder dividends at the expense of our public lands and the American taxpayer. Our constituents who are already facing a climate crisis with heat wave after heat wave, getting sick from pollution released by coal-fired power plants and petrochemical facilities next door, all while not improving our energy costs, this bill is an absolute disaster. I strongly oppose it, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the committee print?
Madam Chair.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Ezell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I applaud you for putting this together. As promised, we are finally addressing the United States national debt, and I'm glad to say that I'm here representing the people of Mississippi's 4th District and doing what they asked me to do. One way of addressing the debt is mandatory oil and gas lease sales. These sales have been needed for far too long, and mandating just 2 leases per year will produce millions of dollars in revenue, federal revenue, while increasing domestic oil production and generating jobs across the Gulf Coast. Under the Biden administration, the Department of Interior would grant land leases for migrant encampments, but not for domestic oil and gas opportunities, and that's a shame. The previous administration held 32 oil and gas lease sales, bringing in $345 million in revenue. Compare that to an American First Trump agenda that held 104 lease sales in the first term, bringing in $1.7 billion in revenue. Mandating these leases is beneficial to all Americans as it produces revenue for the taxpayer and the federal government. This has been one of my top priorities for this Congress. In addition to the primary focus of being a huge revenue raiser, these provisions will also allow our energy industry to have their certainty they need to provide reliable and dependent energy to all Americans. A second way to generate federal revenue is through long-term leasing on federal land for timber harvesting. Millions of acres of federal land are at risk for wildfire at any given time, which some is in my district, the DeSoto National Forest in my home. The worst part is that you do not know you are at risk of these wildfires until it's too late. Fuel for these fires sits untouched without any way to harvest them. Proper forest management is needed throughout the country. Within this package, we address proper forest management while generating revenue. This is vital for the federal economy. Thank you again for your leadership, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the results of this package we'll deliver for my constituents. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the committee print? The chair now recognizes Ms. Randall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm here today in the service of the hardworking people of Washington's 6th District who want to see Olympic National Park, the Olympic National Forest, and our coastal marine sanctuary and the 100 miles of coastline on the Pacific protected for generations to come. I was elected to this body by those people who don't always have a seat at the table. And I joined this committee to find solutions to protect our public lands and natural resources and fight to keep them accessible for our children and grandchildren. These are places where we hunt, where we fish, where we hike, where we camp, where we enjoy air like nowhere else in the world. But my colleagues, Republicans on this committee, are actively seeking to sell off our public lands and finance giveaways to big oil to pollute our air and water. And remember, this bill is just one piece of broader legislation that will seek to gut Medicaid and destabilize rural hospital systems like mine, strip away the fresh food benefits that allow not only folks to eat healthy food, but support our local farmers. This proposal seeks to make our air dirtier, our water filthy, to dismantle our healthcare system so that when you inevitably have health complications from all the increased pollution, as my colleague, Dr. Dexter, so clearly pointed out, you won't even be able to afford treatment. So that Republicans on this committee can finance $4.5 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthy and well-connected and those seeking to get wealthier. Let me be clear. Selling off public lands for drilling, repealing critical environmental protections, defunding coastal restoration and habitat resilience work, and gutting the National Park Service does nothing for the average American, does nothing for folks who are already struggling to afford health care and housing and childcare, and whose closest doctor's office or hospital is already an hour away. This bill lines the pockets of the ultra-rich at the expense of our hardworking constituents, and that's why I'll be voting no. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the committee print? Ms. Dingle, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am deeply concerned about the legislation this committee is considering today. Instead of advancing a budget that helps address the challenges Americans are confronting, House Republicans are combining the most extreme attack on our nation's natural resources and also have enormous cuts to Medicaid, Social Security, and other critical programs working families depend on every single day. This bill doesn't put America first. It gives massive handouts to pad polluters' pockets with no regard to the environment, which will harm communities, increase pollution, and weaken our nation's core conservation laws. I come from an area that has a great deal of pollution and has been trying hard to clean it up. We need to move forward, not go backwards. The reality is many parts of this legislation are unpopular policy items that Republicans on this committee have tried and failed to enact over the last 2 years. I have many concerns with this package, especially its attempts to weaken NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, known as Magna Carta around the world, the Endangered Species for Environmentalists and Conservation, the Endangered Species Act. It tramples over Americans' judicial rights, exploits our invaluable public lands, and dismantles key federal agencies responsible for the welfare and smart management of our natural resources. Not to mention, this bill would have catastrophic consequences on the health, protection, and future of the Great Lakes, which is 20% of the world's fresh water and surrounding communities. I want to make it clear that we should be focusing on expanding public access to federal lands, not auctioning them off. And we should be investing in our national park systems and national wildlife refuges, not making it harder for Americans to visit these special places. The legislation we're considering today scares me. It threatens our public lands, waters, and wildlife for the sake of billionaire tax cuts. It doesn't address the real challenges we face. And I hope my colleagues will vote against it the way it is now. We can and must do better. It's our responsibility to protect these priceless spaces for generations of Americans to come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the committee print? Mr. Soto, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. It's time for some inconvenient truths. Climate change is real. Oil production has actually dropped under President Trump, and the reconciliation package will add $4.5 trillion to the national debt. First, oil production. It fell by 305,000 barrels in Q1, and now oil is under $60 per gallon. That's Texas crude at $58 today. So energy companies are actually, right now while we speak, capping wells because they don't make money right now. It turns out Trump's wrecking the economy lowers oil demand. It's kind of ironic, right? Trump's incompetence has lowered fossil fuel demand, something that we tried to work on for the last 4 years. Then you have EVs and hybrids. Those vehicles make up 20% of the new purchases. The demand is shrinking even more because of that. And so why would we have a plan that's stuck in time, a time warp to 2022, when it's 2025, and these are the kind of realities we're dealing with? So what are you doing here? Meanwhile, Florida gets pounded by hurricanes that get worse each year. We face extreme heat and rising seas, and the president has proposed a $1.5 billion cut to NOAA, $646 million cut to FEMA, and $1.2 billion in cuts to our national parks. You know, I feel like this could be done a better way if we join together. An organized, long-term clean energy transition. There's going to be a lot of jobs that will be needed for this. Mining, manufacturing, power plants, transmission lines that go across states, solar, wind, nuclear, even natural gas as a bridge fuel. And as fossil fuel demand continues to lower, energy-producing states are going to be under increased pressure to evolve your economies. This is why this would be a great time to do that. There's literally no need to pass away giveaways to major oil companies that are capping wells right now as oil demand sharply drops, especially when it would require the destruction of some of America's most precious wild spaces like the Gulf of Mexico, which is so important for tourism, for environment, for our way of life in Florida. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the committee print? Ms. Brownlee, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So here we finally are to discuss the natural resources portion of President Trump's big, beautiful bill to pay for $4.5 trillion in billionaire tax cuts at the expense of everyday Americans' health care, grocery bills, and energy prices. And let me say, I am, like my Democratic colleagues, appalled by the priorities House Republicans are offering up today. My Democratic colleagues on this committee have long called out the GOP agenda, polluters over people, and this agenda has never been on more display. This is perhaps one of the worst attacks on our public lands and waters that has ever come through this committee. So I want to break down just some of the impacts this proposal will have on the American public. Everyday Americans will be extorted for exercising their First Amendment rights to make their voices heard and challenge corporate polluters in the courtroom. National parks, wildlife refuge, and sacred landscapes will be turned into drilling and mining zones. Oil and gas CEOs will get discounted price handouts, while renewable energy development will be expected to pay more to operate on federal lands. Endangered species protections will be entirely sidestepped so that oil and gas operations can race to pollute our environment the fastest. Investments made in our National Park Service and coastal habitats will be clawed back, damaging our recreation economy along with our natural spaces. And in the end, more oil and gas leasing on public lands will lead to more pollution, more carbon emissions, more health risks for all of our communities. The public lands and waters that Republicans want to sell off to corporate polluters belong to the American people. The proposal before us would auction off these natural resources to line the pockets of billionaires and big oil, giving away our wild and open places to polluters for pennies on the dollar. House Republicans don't care that this is so unpopular by the American people. They don't care that it will force Americans to lose the wildlife, outdoor recreation, and clean air and water that they all rely on. It seems all they care about is bowing down to the reckless and chaotic whims of President Trump and boasting the profits of billionaires and corporate polluters while they're at it. Our constituents deserve to have their elected officials fight for their future and their right to live in healthy, resilient communities. My Democratic colleagues and I are committed to this fight, and I hope the Republicans will change their mind and join us. And with that, I thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the committee print? Ms. Rivas, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill that we are debating today is a direct attack on the mission of this committee and on every American who depends on our public lands and resources for clean air, clean water, and a clean environment. This bill sells off our public lands in order to pay for $4.5 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires. Even as big oil posts record profits and production, Republicans want to give big oil another handout, courtesy of the American people. As we speak, millions of Americans are wondering how they can buy groceries, afford rent, pay for gas, and go to the doctor's office for a routine checkup in Trump's economy. This bill is not the answer to their questions. In fact, it makes them more fearful, and it's easy to understand why. Millions of Americans are in fear that Republicans will cut Medicaid, including the over 370,000 people in my district who rely on Medicaid for primary care. Republicans are doing nothing to lower the cost of living or protect Medicaid, nor are they doing anything to protect the air we breathe and the water that we drink. The bill Republicans are forcing through this committee saddles Americans' families with trillions more in debt and leaves current and future generations with a more polluted and expensive world, all while polluters can continue to operate unchecked. I have a series of amendments that will rein in polluters and champion environmental justice in communities like mine by protecting access to clean air, clean water, and a clean environment. My amendments will also protect access to affordable health care by forcing polluters to pay instead of collecting the giveaways Republicans want to give them. When we are finished voting at the end of this markup, the record will show that Democrats fought to protect communities across the country from Republicans' sale of our public lands and giveaways to big oil. We will continue to stand with the people and against this tax scam for polluters. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the committee print? Hearing none, it is now in order to consider amendments to the committee print, and I recognize myself for the purpose of offering my amendment in the nature of a substitute designated Westerman 012 ANS. Without objection, the amendment is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I urge my colleagues to support this ANS, which makes a few minor technical changes to the committee print. The ANS ensures that we bring forward the solutions in the committee print that will generate as much as $18.5 billion in savings and new revenues. These savings come through spurring great energy production, rescinding wasteful Biden-era spending programs, and increasing productive access to our public lands. I thank my colleagues for their tireless work on this legislation, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's an old saying, show me your budget, I'll show you your values. And I guess when your budget coincides pretty closely with your recent stock trades, it also tells you a lot about your values. But certainly a budget is an elegant statement of values. And for years, we have heard our colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk a big game about protecting communities from wildfires. They say they care about protecting coastal communities from the ravages of rising sea levels, extreme storm surges, from flooding. Some of them claim to care about wildlife. The tagline on their committee website says putting conservatives back in conservation. But when Democrats propose bill after bill to advance these values, we hear the same thing. We agree with you on the goal, we just can't afford it. Our Republican rules won't let us spend that money. We are too fiscally responsible. Which makes today's hearing that much more remarkable, not only because of the breathtaking policy betrayals in the Environmental Liquidation for Billionaires Act, but for the way it spends billions on new giveaways to Republicans' favorite special interests. Now, I know most of my Republican colleagues are declining to participate in the debate today, which is really unlike them. These are outspoken gadflies in most circumstances across the aisle. But it's especially curious that the fiscal hawks, those champions of deficit reduction in the Freedom Caucus, are falling silent and falling in line right now. Because this bill that Trump says they have to support isn't just an environmental wrecking ball. It's part of the largest, most corrupt, most profligate national debt increase we have ever seen. The latest Republican tax scam would explode the debt, costing more than $7 trillion over the next decade. That's trillions in handouts to billionaires and big corporations, paid for by ripping away health care and food assistance from millions of Americans. It is a reckless fiscal boondoggle on ketamine. Now, if you're going to run up the national debt this much, you might ask, are Republicans at least putting some money into those things they always say that they care about, like wildfire protection and all those unfunded authorizations in the Fix Our Forest Act, increasing public access for recreation on public lands, coastal resilience, improving fisheries science, or funding tribal schools and infrastructure? And the short answer is that none of that is in there. Again, show me your budget, I'll show you your values. This bill is the biggest sellout of our American environment in history, to net a small portion of the cost of the billionaire tax cut. A much bigger portion comes from deep cuts to services that struggling families depend on for their basic needs, like Medicaid, Head Start, and food assistance, and the rest of the cost is just put on the national credit card. This fiscal recklessness is paid for in part by environmental recklessness. In the long history of this committee, we've never seen a bill this environmentally destructive, and all of this is to offset a tiny portion of their massive giveaways to the world's wealthiest corporations and billionaires. You know, Billy Graham once said, "Give me 5 minutes with a person's checkbook and I'll tell you where their heart is." Well, Republicans' checkbook shows you where their heart is. We see a lot of tithing to the Church of Big Oil, to the cathedral of foreign-owned mining conglomerates, to the temple of billionaire oligarchs. But for ordinary Americans, for our kids and grandkids, there is nothing but debt and environmental destruction. This bill shows Republican fiscal conservatism is dead, along with any semblance of Republican conservationism. But there will be an opportunity to prove me wrong, to show that there are still some Teddy Roosevelt conservationists and fiscal conservatives, to show that Republicans will actually put money where their mouth is. During this markup, we will consider numerous amendments that would, for example, prevent new royalty discounts and subsidies from going to mining companies owned by China and other foreign adversaries. We'll have amendments to ensure tribal consultation, to direct revenues to wildfire prevention, offset Medicaid cuts instead of funding billionaire tax cuts, and much, much more. They won't fix everything in this bill, but they will make it a lot more reasonable and responsible. The best time to get off the MAGA crazy train was yesterday, but we'll give you a bunch more chances today. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the ANS? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, it is now in order to consider amendments to the ANS to the committee print. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 20. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment involves the Arctic Wildlife Refuge. This refuge remains one of the last truly wild places left in America, indeed the world. The coastal plain, known to the Gwich'in people as the sacred place where life begins, is the calving ground for the porcupine caribou herd and the foundation of the Gwich'in way of life. For decades, this fragile landscape has been targeted for oil and gas drilling, despite unproven reserves and a certainty that it would damage this area irreversibly. And that's why I'm offering this amendment that strikes Arctic refuge leasing provisions from this bill. It strikes the provisions of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017 that opened up the refuge for drilling. And in its place, it inserts my bipartisan Arctic Refuge Protection Act. My bill would prevent this reckless oil and gas push and restore critical protections to the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge by designating the coastal plain ecosystem as wilderness under the National Wilderness Preservation System. Now, back in 2017, during the first Trump administration, the Republican Congress opened the refuge for oil and gas development in their tax bill to pay for tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations. They had to do it in budget reconciliation because there was bipartisan opposition to despoiling the Arctic refuge in this way. And at that time, the American people were lied to. They were told that lease sales would generate nearly $2 billion in revenue over 10 years. And now, almost a decade and two lease sales later, the reality speaks for itself. Oil and gas leasing has brought in just a few $1 million, nowhere close to those inflated numbers. In fact, the most recent lease sale in January generated no interest from any bidders. And the leases that were sold, well, they're all held by a state-backed development corporation with no experience in oil and gas development and no real plan to move forward. It's a sham. Yet here we are again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool America twice. Congressional Republicans are proposing new oil and gas leasing with fairy dust financial estimates to fund even more billionaire tax cuts. This time, they're proposing to do it with no permitting and no judicial review. The Arctic refuge should never be auctioned off to be despoiled by fossil fuel corporations. It's not a commodity. It's America's last wild place. It's the source of the Gwich'in people's way of life for generations. It's home to rare and threatened wildlife. Auctioning off the wildest place left in America is not only morally corrupt, but fiscally irresponsible. If we want to drill in the Arctic, let's at least be honest about the consequences. Deepening the climate crisis, locking in decades of carbon emissions in a region already warming 4 times faster than the global average. The Trump administration's reckless and thoughtless push to sell off the refuge isn't about lowering energy costs. It's about sacrificing your public lands for his billionaire buddies. And that's why I urge support for this amendment. We should be voting to permanently protect this special place rather than auctioning it off to the highest bidder. I yield back.
Make an announcement for the committee. Soon we'll have lunch in the back. We're not going to recess for lunch, but if you want to go have lunch, you can go in the back room and have lunch. We will continue working through up until votes, which are expected at 1:30. At that point, we will recess, and then we will come back after votes because we've got, I believe we're up to 121 amendments that we plan to address in this markup. With that being said, is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Brownlee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to put a word in that I support this amendment and proud to be a co-sponsor of the originating bill. As Ranking Member Huffman stated, this provision would permanently protect the coastal plain of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge under the highest level of conservation and conservation status under federal law. The Arctic Refuge is too important of an ecological and cultural resource to open up for oil and gas development. It's one of the last intact ecosystems, home to the largest national wildlife refuge, and critically important to the cultural stewardship of the indigenous Gwich'in Nation, who refers to this land as the sacred place where life begins. We should not allow Republicans to again move forward with this flag-waving exercise and open up our most sacred lands to polluters. I urge support for this amendment and yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just take a moment to engage the sponsor of the amendment, because what I find really peculiar about the inclusion of drilling in ANWR in the reconciliation bill is that, first, I think it's always important to give a little bit of historical context. So it has been the dream of oil and gas companies in Alaska for decades to try to drill in the coastal plain. And for those of you that were around during the second Bush administration, it was like this thing that they held up. We're going to drill in ANWR. We fought it. And in the 2017 reconciliation package, there was a dirty deal cut in the dark of night. And a little provision was included in that reconciliation package that would open ANWR to drilling. And so they did. It passed in 2017. And then the lease sale was held. And to our sponsor, Ranking Member Huffman, can you tell us here today how many oil and gas companies bid on that lease sale?
The most recent one, none.
Zero. So, first of all, let's talk about, this bill is purporting, as we heard our friends across the aisle today say, to try to generate income for the federal government, right? They want to generate offsets, and they're claiming billions of dollars of offsets. And we have the CBO score here, and I'd say it's pretty inconclusive on a lot of these provisions, because a lot of these provisions don't even make sense. Like the mandatory drilling lease sales, and there's just a whole list of states. I mean, first of all, there are states where even if they do mandatory lease sales every year, you're not going to get any bids on them. And that's because what drives oil and gas, just like any private company on global markets, is the cost of the commodity and whether or not it makes sense to invest the billions of dollars of infrastructure it takes to do the extraction, to export it, to refine it, and then get it to markets. And the problem with this proposal, I don't have that beautiful picture, I just have some pictures of polar bears here, but they live in that space, is that this particular place is not near any infrastructure. If you go up to the Arctic plain in Alaska, there's no infrastructure there. It's one of the farthest away places that you can go. And so the economics of drilling and transporting crude oil out of ANWR literally don't make sense. That's why there was no lease sales. The oil and gas companies don't even want them anymore. This is just prospecting on the idea that maybe one day it might be economically possible to drill up there if climate change totally melts the permafrost and we open international shipping into the seas up there. But we actually have laws on the books that prevent prospecting. I mean, that because we don't want to open up these really sensitive places. So even if you ignore all the other reasons to not drill in this place because it's sacred to the tribal communities that live and have a subsistence lifestyle on this landscape, even if you ignore the reality that caribou travel literally over 1,000 miles to come and have their babies in this landscape, even if you ignore that this is a place that is so sensitive and precious that for countless generations, members on both sides of the aisle have tried to protect these lands. Even if you ignore all of those things, the economics of it don't make sense, and it generates zero income for the United States government.
Will the gentlelady yield for another really cool
Yes.
feature of this bill? This bill allows for situations where there's just not enough interest in an auction and gives the secretary the ability to do non-competitive auction, to just pick a winner. And then even though they're slashing royalties for fossil fuel companies under this bill, the secretary has discretion if he thinks there's just too much hardship for those poor fossil fuel companies to take them down further all the way to zero. So it's a pretty sweetheart deal.
So basically, if I was an oil and gas company and I wanted to just sit on a lease sale, say for 20 years, and the idea that maybe one day it might be profitable, I could do that?
It's a blue light special in this bill.
Yeah, well, we oppose it. Thank you very much.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 20. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman number 20 will be postponed. I do have an update. There are sandwiches and salads in the back for anybody who needs nourishment. And I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 21. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next amendment is simple. No more fake oil companies bidding on leases that they will never develop. If you don't have experience getting oil out of the ground, you shouldn't be allowed to speculate, especially in one of the world's most sensitive landscapes, in the Arctic. Now, the most recent Arctic refuge lease sale didn't just flop, it flatlined. In January, the Biden administration held its latest lease sale as required by that 2017 law, and not a single company bid, not one. That's how uneconomic the drilling scheme in the Arctic refuge actually is. Even the state entity that used to posture about development in the refuge didn't bother showing up. Now, the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge is not a playground for political stunts or just another oil field. It's one of the last truly wild places on Earth, home to the porcupine caribou herd, polar bears, sacred lands of the Gwich'in people. And we should treat it with some respect, with the seriousness that it deserves. And though we shouldn't be discussing oil and gas development at all in this sacred place, if we are going to do it, we should at least agree that only real companies with a demonstrated track record of successful oil and gas development should be allowed to bid. And so this amendment protects the process. It's helping you to be more credible to my friends across the aisle. Protects the process from becoming a joke once again. So this is a very basic guardrail. If you have zero experience actually producing oil and gas, you shouldn't be bidding on some of the most ecologically sensitive and culturally significant land in the world. Lease sales should be about real development decisions, not staking claims for PR purposes. The Interior Department shouldn't have to waste time processing leases that are never going to be developed. This amendment keeps unserious actors out of a very serious process. Now, we're not rewriting the leasing program. We're just saying if you want to access the Arctic refuge, prove you're capable of responsible development somewhere else first. The Arctic refuge is sacred. It is very remote. It is a uniquely challenging environment to work in, and it's uniquely fragile, and that demands a high bar. This amendment sets that bar, one that respects the land, the people who depend on it, and the public trust we're meant to uphold. I urge support for this amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I support this amendment. Looking at that photograph, you are struck by the absolute beauty of the Arctic Wildlife Refuge. Last June, I had the benefit of being able to camp out there on the tundra, to be able to hike to the tallest peaks around us. It was like we were in Yosemite, but nobody was there, right? And that's precisely the point that was made earlier. Nobody was there, but thousands of caribou that we watched migrate. And that when the caribou's migration patterns are interfered with, their population declines. And the reality is we do need and we do utilize oil and gas. But a molecule of oil and gas is the same wherever you drill it. So let's take care as to where we drill for oil and gas. I represent part of the Permian Basin. It's a great place to drill for oil and gas. We have a boom going on now. We're the second largest producers of oil in the country. We have a place called Chaco Canyon, which we are trying to protect. Because if you drilled in Chaco Canyon, you could destroy sacred sites that can never, ever be replaced. And I think that's the key to remember. The other side is always telling us, you don't want, you're opposed. No, 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 we're not opposed. We are for responsible development, development that honors the land upon which we will be producing oil and gas and natural resources. There is a way to do it right, and there is a way to do it that destroys that which is most precious to our citizens, the tribal members, and indeed the entire country. I saw birds there that had migrated from Africa in order to spend that Arctic summer where there is plenty of beauty and insects. So I think that this is the point. It is where do you do it and how do you do it? And how can you be most respectful of the land, the air, the water, the people, and the criaturas de Dios, the creatures of God, that also depend on those places. I support your amendment, Ranking Member.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 21. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman number 21 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 22. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require the Secretary of Interior to certify that coal is at least cost competitive with renewables before any additional federal handouts can be given to this industry. You know, coal, of course, was the energy of the 19th century. Despite its inefficiency and incredible pollution and health impacts, it did power the Industrial Revolution of the late 1800s. And just as Donald Trump seems to want to take the United States back to the 1890s on trade policy, foreign policy, civil rights, and social policy, he's trying to take us back to the 1890s on energy policy too. But I got to give him a little credit. At least he is not trying to bring back whale oil. But he is trying to make coal great again. And coal has been steadily declining over the past 3 decades. Roughly 80% of U.S. coal plants have closed or are scheduled to close as coal power has become more expensive and far less efficient than abundant renewables. But Trump and Republicans in this administration are throwing everything at the wall in an attempt to reverse this trend. And in this bill, they are overturning thoughtfully balanced resource management plans in the Powder River Basin, directly authorizing the expansion of a coal mine that is mired in legal problems, including being on probation with the Justice Department. And they're opening up 4 million acres across the West for coal leasing. That's an area the size of Connecticut. Secretary Burgum and House Republicans are attempting to give a lifeline to this dying industry to line the pockets of some of their rich pals and to peddle false hope to what's left of coal country, even as clean energy offers a much cheaper, safer, and more sustainable option. You know, their plan is not about balancing a budget or reducing costs for Americans. It is about bailing out a failing industry, ignoring economic reality, trying to live in a distant past and make coal and black lung and acid rain great again. As the rest of the world pursues a transition to cheaper, cleaner, more abundant renewables, policies like this make the United States a laughingstock. They surrender the future to the rest of the world, even to our adversaries. 99% of the existing U.S. coal fleet is more expensive to run than it would be to just replace it with wind and solar. So literally, you could save money on 99% of existing coal projects by doing away with them and replacing them with renewables. I thought our Republican friends wanted to save money. Not only is coal more expensive, it is dangerous to our health and to our environment. Investments in the Inflation Reduction Act catalyzed a national transition to clean, affordable energy and provided well-paying jobs to communities that previously relied on coal. That's the promise. More jobs, healthier and safer jobs, a more diversified, cleaner economy, lower electricity bills. Wind and solar have coal beat in every single category: health outcomes, environmental impact, consumer cost, and abundance. But hey, if the Secretary of Interior can certify that coal is at least cost competitive, then be my guest. That's all this amendment does. Just show us that coal is not a total financial boondoggle. I urge support for this amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Dexter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank our ranking member for putting this forward, especially as somebody who actually gave my grand rounds on coal miners' lung and black lung. The impacts are enormous on health, and so you are exactly right. I only wish that it would also take into account the healthcare costs when making that decision about whether coal is cost competitive. If we really are fiduciaries here, this is a no-brainer. We should be looking at cost competition and making sure it's a good investment and that we get return on that investment before we move towards coal. So I will be in support and appreciate it being proposed. Thank you.
The young lady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 22. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on amendment designated Huffman number 22 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 34. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As currently written, this bill would nullify Public Land Order 7917, which was a long and hard-fought withdrawal of the land surrounding the Boundary Waters Wilderness Area. And it would automatically reinstate the Twin Metals mineral leases in the Superior National Forest with essentially no permitting, no public review, and no judicial review. Except, of course, if Twin Metals had a problem. If they had a complaint about any of this, they would still get judicial review. That's how stacked it is. Let me be clear. This is a ripoff for the American people. The Boundary Waters in northeastern Minnesota is a pristine wilderness. It is a treasure beloved by the most visited wilderness area in the country. Crystal clear waters, breathtaking landscapes, abundant wildlife. These things draw people from around the world to the Boundary Waters. And it's no accident of nature. These are the results of more than a century of active protection of this special place. Through treaties with Canada in 1909 and later the Wilderness Act of 1964, our country has long recognized the importance of preserving the Boundary Waters. And for countless generations before that, and to this day, the Chippewa or Ojibwa people have stewarded this land and waters, and they continue to gather, to hunt, fish, and harvest in and around the area. The Boundary Waters supports a thriving outdoor recreation economy with hundreds of thousands of annual visitors and thousands of jobs across northeastern Minnesota. Twin Metals Minnesota, a wholly owned subsidiary of a Chilean mining company called Antofagasta, has been pushing to build a sulfide ore copper mine in the Boundary Waters watershed for over a decade. Now, in 2016, after an extensive environmental review process, including public input and scientific analysis, the Forest Service concluded that sulfur ore copper mining, which is significantly different than taconite mining that the region is used to, that this new type of mining would result in, and I quote, extreme and serious and irreparable harm in the watershed of this wilderness. Water in the Boundary Waters watershed flows north, meaning it goes right past the mine and into the protected wilderness. The Forest Service found that any spikes, leaks, or pollution would be all but impossible to contain, putting the entire ecosystem at risk. Now, that should have been the end of the story, the end of the debate, but of course it was not, because Donald Trump came into office in 2017, and the administration, his first administration, ignored all the science and input from the community and reinstated that twin metals lease. President Biden reversed that decision. But of course, this polluting industry sees Trump 2.0 as their chance to bypass the public and scientific consensus. Let's be clear, this is not about the federal budget deficit. The CBO estimates that the Twin Metals mine might produce a few tens of millions of dollars over the next 10 years, but that's pennies on the trillions of dollars Republicans are giving away to billionaires with their tax cuts, and this pollution will be forever. This isn't about the local economy, for sure. The outdoor recreation industry contributes $13.5 billion annually to Minnesota's economy. Compare that to $1.2 billion from the existing extractive industry. And this also is not about public opinion, because the public hates this. 70% of Minnesotans statewide oppose copper mining near the Boundary Waters. This is MAGA extremism in its purest form, ignoring science, public opinion, and economics in order to pursue a special interest giveaway. And in this case, we're talking about one of our nation's most special places, also that the mining industry can make a little more money. Some places are just too special to mine. This is one of them. I urge support for this bill, or this amendment rather, opposition to the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman 34. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 34 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman 35. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another amendment about the Boundary Waters. This is a uniquely pristine freshwater ecosystem. And sulfide ore copper mining, like the Twin Metals mine, which this title would automatically approve with no judicial review, I might add, it's just uniquely dangerous in this type of aquatic system. The Forest Service, when refusing to renew the expired Twin Metals leases in 2016, found that sulfide ore mining posed a, quote, unacceptable risk and could cause, quote, extreme and serious and irreplaceable harm to the wilderness. Recent research shows that even taconite mining for iron, long thought to be safe in the Boundary Waters watershed, is causing pollution in this wilderness area. Birch Lake, which flows into the Boundary Waters, is already listed as impaired for sulfate by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and the EPA. The sulfate pollution comes from 2 taconite mines located at the top of the watershed. There is publicly available data showing that this same pollution is traveling even further downstream, 35 miles, and directly impacting water quality in the Boundary Waters Canoe Wilderness area. Twin Metals mine would be a lot closer to the Boundary Waters. It would involve a type of mining that is far, far more destructive and toxic. Twin Metals would be approximately 15 miles upstream from the Boundary Waters, meaning any pollution from that proposed development would have much less distance to travel and would constitute an even greater threat to one of our nation's crown jewels. Now, this is not a question of if this mine will pollute, it's about when. The 2016 Forest Service decision I referenced earlier found that 100% of operating copper sulfide ore mines in the United States had accidental releases of pollution, 100%. You're turning America's most popular wilderness area into an industrial sacrifice zone. And once it's polluted, there's no cleaning up the boundary waters. The large and deeply interconnected water bodies and low alkaline levels, things that make this lake special, are sensitive to changes in water chemistry. It means that once pollutants are released into this system, it is almost impossible to limit their spread and the damage. We all have a responsibility to keep the boundary waters pristine. My amendment states that Section 80131, which would automatically reinstate the Twin Metals leases, shall not take effect until the Secretary of Interior, the EPA, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the state of Minnesota certify that mining in this watershed will not lead to the degradation or impairment of water quality in the Boundary Water Canoe Wilderness Area or Voyageurs National Park. I urge support for clean water and wilderness, and please support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman 35. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request to record.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 35 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman 36. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, today with this bill, we see Team Extreme at its finest, coming in hot with a reconciliation bill that looks really familiar to some of us. Remember Project 2025? During campaign season, my Republican colleagues pretended not to know what it even was. So why do Republicans keep feigning ignorance while pushing legislation that is pulled straight from its pages? I'll tell you why. Because Project 2025 came to be deeply unpopular with the American people. They saw it for what it is, a dystopian proposal that poses an existential threat to our democracy. That's why Donald Trump lied about it. Lied by saying he knows nothing about it, that it wasn't really his plan. It's why a lot of Republicans tried to distance themselves from this dystopic plan that the American people resoundingly rejected. But if you read their bill, you'll see some striking similarities between its proposals and the Project 2025 goals. So my amendment would simply hold Republicans to their word. It would strike all the provisions in this bill that are parallel to Project 2025, and here's just a few of them. Project 2025 at page 522 has a section called Concerning the Coal Moratorium. And you will find a direct parallel of that in today's bill, Section 80142. On page 523 of Project 2025, we see provisions on offshore oil and gas that neatly match Section 80172 of today's bill. On page 523 of Project 2025, there's a section on reducing royalty rates, a nice match with Section 80105 in today's bill. There's stuff in Project 2025 on the Arctic Refuge and the NPRA in Alaska. That's at page 540 of the document, and it lines up very nicely with Sections 80121 and 80122 of the bill before us today. There's the coal leasing program, which you'll find at page 523 of Project 2025. It's in Section 80141, 80302, and 80303 in today's bill. And the Twin Metals mine, of course, on page 523 of Project 2025. Here in this bill, it's Section 80131. Oh, there's also fake NEPA reforms in Project 2025 at page 533. In today's bill, we have that at Section 801 4.51. Look, the American people made it pretty clear. They want nothing to do with this cartoonishly extreme agenda. They deserve to know that Republicans were not telling the truth about Project 2025. Neither was Donald Trump. They knew what it was, and they knew it was their agenda all along. So here's an amendment that holds them to their word. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the ranking member bringing this amendment forward. And I know, ranking member, you have been really the tip of the spear in helping to reveal the ways in which Project 2025, not only in the jurisdictions of this committee, so Department of Interior, U.S. Department of Agriculture's Forestry Department, NOAA, is implicated all over Project 2025, but the entire federal government. And as you were presenting your amendment this morning, I was remembering, do you remember last summer during the height of the election, the now president did a debate with Vice President Harris, and he totally disavowed Project 2025. And do you remember in this very hearing room, we were in this hearing room and we tried to enter Project 2025 into the record, and multiple members of the committee objected to putting a document that was online at the time into the record because they at the time were trying to claim, oh, Donald Trump has nothing to do with this. We have nothing to do with this. This is not what our policy plans are. And now here we are, and literally the bill in front of us is Project 2025. And the thing that I find particularly wild about all of it is like the authors of Project 2025 are now in the administration. The director of OMB, the director of SCC, like the dudes who wrote the document that you guys objected to putting in the record, except for now you're trying to pass a bill to do it, literally are there. And now you're executing and abdicating your constitutional authority by trying to pass a bill that does that bidding. So, ranking member, I really, really appreciate what you're doing here. And, you know, the other thing that I appreciate about your description of your amendment is the ways in which Project 2025, if you haven't read the chapters on Department of Interior, EPA, Forest Service, highly, highly, highly recommend everyone out there who's watching this do that. Because not only is it nefarious in its sort of broader implications for opening public lands to the lowest bidder, this isn't even highest bidder, it's to the lowest bidder, it actually proposes opening lands that have been protected for generations. And amongst the lands that are included are the boundary waters included in this bill today. And I just keep going back to the idea that, you know, the GOP keeps trying to claim that this reconciliation bill is just about the budget. It's just about balancing the budget. Well, then what the hell does opening the boundary waters to international mining have to do with the budget? It doesn't have anything to do with the budget, my friends. This is Project 2025. Mr. Ranking Member, I'm happy to yield more time to you if you want to talk more about it, but I just think it's extraordinary.
It is, but you know, they did assure us that it wasn't their agenda. Donald Trump promised that he knew nothing about it, wasn't his agenda. So I would think Republicans would be quick to support an amendment that just holds them to their word, right?
Yeah, they didn't even want it in the record when we tried to put it in the record, but now their bill, maybe Mr. Chairman, would you like to disavow Project 2025?
Chairman?
Doesn't look like it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the questions on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 36. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote is requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 36 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman 39. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very simple. It would pause the 30-day offshore oil and gas lease mandates in this bill until we address the devastatingly high cancer rates in Cancer Alley, Louisiana. until we at least bring those down to match the national average. It is time to stop turning disadvantaged communities into cancer sacrifice zones. Residents of Cancer Alley, a stretch of Louisiana lined with more than 150 chemical plants and refineries, face a 47% greater chance of developing cancer than other Americans. Let me repeat that for you. Simply by living in this part of Louisiana, residents bear a lifetime cancer risk 47% higher than the rest of the country. That is absolutely unacceptable and unjust, or at least that's how we should feel about it. This is a fact that our colleagues across the aisle seem to want to deny or to ignore, but the health consequences are undeniable, and they're getting worse. And now Republicans want to pile on even more new cancer-causing pollution by mandating new offshore drilling in this region, which will undeniably make the problem worse. That is outrageous. The communities that live here are already severely overburdened by environmental hazards, but instead of offering any relief, any help, instead of even acknowledging it, this bill mandates more industrial pollution, more health risks, and worse. We should be directing federal agencies to weigh the cumulative harm from toxic air, contaminated water, cancer clusters, and climate disasters before they mandate new pollution sources in this overburdened area. This bill does the opposite. It forces leases while turning a blind eye to the human toll. And there's more. The Gulf Coast, of course, is one of the most hurricane-prone regions in the world. Storm surges, flooding, hurricane-force winds have damaged oil rigs, ruptured pipelines, and triggered disastrous spills, including more than 10 million gallons that was spilled into Louisiana waterways during Hurricane Katrina alone. But of course, Republicans aren't interested in protecting communities from pollution or climate risks. Just this March, the Trump administration halted an EPA enforcement lawsuit against a Louisiana chemical company that posed an imminent danger to residents in this area. That's whose side they're on. This amendment is simple. No new offshore leases in this area until Cancer Alley's rates fall to the national average. That's the bare minimum we should owe this community. If you care about public health, if you care about justice, support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Dexter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again, Ranking Member Huffman, for putting forward public health-focused policies. Cancer Alley has been not just harmed disproportionately, but the Black and brown community in that area continues to have a lack of choices. People who don't have access to high-paying jobs and have no ability to move can't get out of Cancer Alley. So I very much appreciate your putting this forward. There are multiple environmental research. I'm just looking over a couple here. EPA itself has said that this is a stain upon the collective conscience of humanity in a UN, sorry, that was in a UN report, and that we continue to invest in this, and not just continue to invest, but mandate investing in making the public health in this area worse is astounding to me. So as somebody who cares deeply about public health, I just assert that we all should be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Leger-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Ranking Member Huffman, for bringing this amendment, because it underscores the fact that when you look at environmental protection, that there is a cost. And the question that we must ask ourselves, and I hope answer, is who is going to bear that cost? Shall we place the responsibility for making sure that our development and our production is done in a way that protects human health? Or will we pass that cost on to the innocent bystanders, the innocent workforce that has had nothing to do and should not be condemned to a life of cancer and of death because of the manner in which development has occurred. There are 50 toxic chemicals that pollute the air in Cancer Alley, 50 toxic chemicals. And as noted, the cancer risk in Cancer Alley is more than 7 times the national average. Now, when you combine what they are doing in this bill with what Trump is doing to the Health and Human Services, cutting research into cancer care, cutting the researchers, doctors, scientists at the National Institutes of Health, it is going to be devastating. In fact, it is estimated that there will be 200,000 premature deaths from the Trump administration's environmental protection rollbacks by 2050. 200,000 people are going to die because of this agenda. 200,000 people will die. I think we should choose life, and we should make sure that the cost of this kind of development is borne by the corporations and not the innocents. With that, I yield back, and thank you very much, Mr.
Lady yields
Ranking
back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. I thank the chairman, and I want to thank the ranking member for introducing what I think is a very thoughtful, practical, common sense amendment. I guess I might ask my Republican colleagues, I suspect they oppose this amendment. I wonder if any of them might be willing to explain the rationale as to why. And I'm happy to yield to the chairman or to any of my colleagues, all of whom seem to be studying the paperwork that they've brought to the committee today. No one? No takers? Okay, here's why I ask. This oddity of a strategy that House Republicans have adopted for the reconciliation process is baffling, nonsensical, and I think inconsistent with the values that we all hold as members of this institution. And you might just imagine a split screen. Yesterday in the Rules Committee, I served with my distinguished colleague from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez. She can attest to this. We spent a great deal of time debating a measure that this committee marked up, renaming the Gulf of Mexico. Member after member on the Republican side, eager to talk about the benefits of this renaming bill. Right now on the floor, there's a debate unfolding about the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico, which House Republicans have apparently decided is a top priority for the country. Meanwhile, when we have a substantive amendment that actually pertains to activities in the Gulf of Mexico, not renaming, but in this case, banning offshore leasing, oil and gas development in the Gulf, Republicans are silent. Mr. McDowell, please don't leave yet. I was going to ask you a question. No, because I know you're passionate about renaming bills, renaming institutions. I think you've introduced a bill to rename Dulles Airport after President Trump, if I'm not mistaken. And so I was going to, if you'll indulge me, well, it sounds like my colleague is leaving. Look, I wish I could find a Republican member to engage in thoughtful debate about these policies. And what I would just suggest for the members who are here, this is not normal. Many of you are new members, you've served in state legislatures. I'm not familiar with this type of gag order being, and I don't know if it was issued by the Speaker, I don't know if it was issued by Chairman Westerman. I find the latter of which hard to believe because I've worked with Chairman Westerman for a long time, and I just can't, he's someone who has relished debate, so it's difficult for me to comprehend him issuing that kind of order. I get it. You want this reconciliation markup to go quickly, and it would probably go quicker if you were willing to engage in some debate and back and forth, which is healthy and, in my view, necessary on behalf of our constituents. So I support this amendment on the merits, and I support debating the amendment because I think that's what our constituents elected us to do.
They asked us to come here to Washington. They put their trust and confidence in us to debate the issues, not to sit silently for hours on end and be unwilling to defend our ideas. And with that, I'd yield, unless the ranking member would like my remaining minute and 32 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. I mean, you're pointing out something that certainly is distressing me too. Our Republican colleagues have found the time to go down to the floor and debate the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico today. That's what they're doing right now. But a cat's got their tongue here in the Natural Resources Committee on their own bill, which is the most cartoonishly extreme environmental destruction bill this country has ever seen, and they won't even talk to us about it. We're proposing amendments to save lives from toxic fossil fuel pollution. They won't even answer basic questions. They get up, and I guess they're heading down to the floor to talk about the Gulf of America. We're talking about a bill that is a raging conflict of interest that will enrich their pals in the fossil fuel industry and actually enrich some of them with stock they have recently purchased, and they won't engage in debate. These are not shy, wallflowers across the aisle. We know these colleagues of ours. They are not shrinking violets. They usually relish public debate. You can't keep them out of public debate. But today, they're in the Federal Witness Protection Program. So, Mr. Neguse, thank you for drawing out the hypocrisy of what's happening here in this committee today, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. I certainly couldn't agree more. I have respect for many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and so I would just suggest to you, you don't have to stay silent for the entire duration of this hearing. You're not going to get in trouble with the speaker or with the chairman if you engage in a little bit of debate on some of these matters and some of these bills, and I appreciate the chairman for his indulgence.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Randall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What feels to me like, I don't know, a whole year ago, but it is in fact not much longer than 100 days ago, President Trump came to the House floor to talk about some of his priorities. And, one of the guests he pointed out in the balcony was a boy who some of you may remember he acknowledged as a cancer survivor. Someone whose life had been saved by scientific research and medical care, whose story should be one that we all celebrate, right? Children surviving life-threatening illnesses is worth celebrating. But it was really hard for me to listen to in that moment because he has also been, he had at the time and continues to, proposing significant cuts to medical research, especially if the research says we have to use a diversity of samples. Ooh, scary. To medical care, Medicaid, that is saving the lives of so many children and people across the country. And now, when our ranking member proposes a amendment that is in line with supporting healthcare access and life-saving care for individuals who are at a much higher risk of death by cancer, the colleagues who have been over these last 100 and some days purporting to stand in service of this president's priority, set aside that that's not our constitutional duty, but they are silent. We're silent on fighting cancer for folks who are at a much higher risk, 7 times the risk of dying of cancer, of contracting cancer, than the rest of the United States. And we know that toxic chemicals, that oil and gas drilling, that the pollution that we are, that we are seeing prioritized over public health, over Medicaid, over food assistance, over anything that serves the people, that pollution puts folks at higher risk. So we're taking away healthcare and opening up, a fire sale on the opportunity to unleash fossil fuel pollution and toxic chemicals on people. And it is so hypocritical to me that we point out, folks stand and applaud a child who has survived cancer, but are unwilling to even speak to efforts to call out, to protect, to ensure that more individuals in this country do not die from environmentally caused cancer. Happy to yield my time back to the ranking member.
I thank the gentlelady. Your passion for this issue is so welcoming. It's something that every one of us ought to feel when you think about these communities. They don't have a say in the dozens and dozens of polluting petrochemical plants that keep getting added to this region. They're just trying to live there, and they've got to breathe the air around them. They've got to drink the water around them. And you would think all of us would be able to find some empathy and concern for them and at least offer them something in this legislation. And instead, we have a bill that only offers them a mandate for 30 more offshore drilling operations in this region. It's really quite shameful. So I thank the gentlelady for pointing out the amorality and the hypocrisy that we see here. I yield back.
The gentlelady yield back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman 39. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment, designated Huffman 39, will be postponed.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn.
The motion to adjourn is a privileged motion that is not debatable and cannot be tabled. The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the
the
chair,
ayes have it.
the noes have it, and the motion to adjourn is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Members will record their vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will set up the voting system.
Mr. Chair, are we having trouble with the system? It seems like the vote should be open. Certainly, the Democrats are all here, ready to vote. We've been engaging in the debate. I'm so proud of the way our side of the aisle has engaged in what is probably the most consequential environmental legislation this committee has seen in decades. It stands in sharp contrast to the silence we've heard across the aisle, but let's at least open the vote so we can find out if Republicans want to proceed with this hearing.
Mr. Huffman, we buy you lunch and we give people a chance to go out and have lunch. And I think we need to let people get in from the rooms
I'm
here.
not a cheap date, Mr. Chairman.
Not as cheap as that. Not as cheap as the non-competitive leases they want to give out? Is that the issue?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I do want to say those sandwiches were quite delicious, and we do appreciate your hospitality, and your member services are always excellent, even when we disagree with your policies.
I'm glad you got a sandwich.
Yes, thank
Mr.
you.
Huffman and I are living on water today.
Fasting.
If we voted, then I could go.
Is the system ready to go, clerk? Okay, the clerk will open the vote.
I can only do one at a time, unfortunately.
Ben is not listed. Congressman Ben is not listed.
Wow.
Oh,
That's not
that's
nice.
for the clerk.
Can we,
Yeah,
some of our members are not listed.
yep.
We need all the Democrats listed. Oh, maybe it's, maybe the font is just like pushing it off the screen. I don't know. Is it on your computer? So we just can't see it on the big board.
Between M and
Dave
N.
Min, there's several of our, there we
N is
go.
there between M and N.
Problem solved. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, how long are we going to leave the roll open? Because I would, okay. Tie go to us, tie go to us? No. All right.
Are there Republican members on the Bill Maher show now? Is that what's going on?
Why Bill Maher?
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 19.
The motion to adjourn is not agreed to. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated to Huffman 102. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Mr. Chairman, could we? All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, now that we've got your attention, we hope you'll hang around and actually participate in the debate. We've got questions, we've got important things to discuss, and we want you to be part of the conversation. That's the way the deliberative process here in a deliberative body is supposed to work. So please hang around. Some members of this committee are not participating in debate, perhaps to avoid defending parts of this bill that are quite indefensible. This amendment is about something that should be pretty basic. If a country is breaking the rules of global fisheries or violating human rights, they should not be rewarded with U.S. tax dollars. And this is now talking about seafood. The United States is one of the largest seafood importers in the world. More than 86% of our seafood is imported, and that gives us enormous power and responsibility to lead in cracking down on illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. American fishers play by the rules. They operate under some of the world's strictest, most science-based regulations. They work hard to protect their own livelihoods and ensure compliance and maintain transparent supply chains. But they're being undercut by foreign fleets that flout international law, often backed by authoritarian governments or linked to organized crime, and they sometimes use forced labor in the process. This is not hypothetical. The National Marine Fisheries Service's 2023 report names multiple countries for violating illegal fishing, shark finning, killing protected marine life. Countries like China and Taiwan are among those identified for these abuses, and yet nothing currently stops the U.S. government from buying seafood from these same countries. So my amendment would end that. It blocks federal procurement of seafood from countries identified in the report. It protects American industries, ocean ecosystems, and basic human rights. It gives consumers the confidence that they are eating seafood that's not caught with slave labor. But instead of helping us lead with integrity, Republicans seem too busy handing out tax cuts and subsidies to their billionaire buddies in this bill. In doing so, they're letting our competitors eat our lunch, sometimes literally. They're weakening U.S. leadership, making it easier for bad actors to take advantage of our markets, our workers, and our values. Looming over all of this is Trump's second-term chaos machine, mass firings, illegal deportations, Elon Musk's war on the federal workforce, a flurry of imperial edicts dressed up as executive orders. This administration is flooding the zone with dysfunction. And the courts have noticed. Judges keep striking down these unconstitutional power grabs, even the judges that Trump himself has appointed. The Republican majority doesn't want to talk about any of those things, and so they're not debating with us today. But here we are, and this amendment at least gives us a chance to stand up for U.S. fishers and the rule of law, for a fairer global marketplace, and an honest seafood supply chain. I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is further, Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Well, I thank the chairman. I certainly support the amendment on the merits, but I just want to, and perhaps don't want to belabor this, but touch on the latter point that the ranking member articulated around the lack of debate or any willingness of our colleagues to engage thoughtfully on these amendments that we have proposed. I know Mr. McDowell is back. We welcome you back to the committee. I know we missed you a moment ago, and I just wanted to give you another opportunity, if you might, now to be able to explain to us the rationale behind that renaming bill of Dulles International Airport, honoring President Trump with that name, and if you might be willing to just expound a bit upon your rationale for the bill and why you think it's an important expenditure for the Congress to make. I mean, look, I think folks at the White House may be watching this, and they may be wondering whether or not there's anyone who's willing to defend that particular bill, or I suppose this larger reconciliation bill that this committee is considering. My colleague from Colorado might have a word, if I heard. No? Is that not? No one. Mr. McClintock, a formidable debater, someone whom I've enjoyed verbal jousting with on the Judiciary Committee, not a word?
Not a word.
Well, what a shame. What a shame.
It has nothing to do with the subject at hand.
Well, no, I'm not asking you about the Dulles Airport.
This is dilatory in the extreme.
I would love...
You're welcome to waste your time. You're not going to waste my time.
Well, I would say, Mr. McClintock, I would love to debate this particular amendment with you. My reference to Mr. McDowell's bill regarding the renaming of Dulles International Airport to be Donald J. Trump Airport was a reference to the fact that many of your colleagues are on the floor right now debating the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, debating renaming the Gulf of Mexico. Verbose debate on the floor, and then come back to this committee and say not a word about any one of these amendments that we're proposing. And the larger point that I'm making, and I suspect Mr. McClintock would agree with me on this, maybe he'd disagree, is that the gag order that the Speaker has issued for all of the jurisdictional committees considering the reconciliation markup, in my view, does not meet the standards of this august body or this institution. And there are many members on the other side of the aisle whom I have heard debate at great length and have engaged in that debate with Mr. Gosar, Mr. McClintock, and others. And I think it's disappointing that my colleagues are unwilling to engage with us on substance. But that's the choice that they have made, and that's a choice that they'll have to defend. I'm happy to yield to the ranking member.
You know, I'm just wondering, to my colleague from Colorado, if our Republican colleagues have somehow been kidnapped and converted into a mime troupe, I wonder if they'll at least do the cool thing where they try to get out of the glass box or the rope deal. I mean, it's unspeakable, for sure, what they are trying to do with this legislation.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's quite rich to be lectured about a waste of time. Why are you here? Why attend this hearing? Just to sit here for 10 hours and say nothing? This is what your constituents pay you for? I mean, why not defend your values? Defend the provisions in this reconciliation bill. Clearly, you feel passionate. And by the way, I'm not impugning your motives. I recognize Mr. Gosar and I have very different worldviews about energy policy in the United States. I'm just simply saying, take the opportunity, let's debate it. Let's debate why on the merits you believe this is the right approach, and I'll offer in good faith my rebuttal to that, as we do every day in the the Federal Lands Subcommittee with Mr. Tiffany, and in Judiciary with Mr. McClintock. That is what has me and I think many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle particularly outraged at.
Would the gentleman answer a question? Do you think that this silence from across the aisle is emblematic of the broader silence we're hearing on the entire Article 1 power of this Congress in the face of a wannabe dictator that appears to not even have read Article 1 of the Constitution?
I think it is symptomatic of the Republican majority's decision to abdicate the vast majority of our powers under Article 1 to the executive. And I also think it is a reflection of the fact that these policies that they're pursuing are deeply unpopular with the American people. If they weren't unpopular with the American people, I suspect that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, whom I respect, would be willing to defend those ideas here. And it sounds like my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Craig, may be geared up to do. I'm happy to yield to the gentleman. No, okay, that was a false start. Well, I thought that was the case. In any event, I digress. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Magaziner, you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm starting to think that the R's across the table from us are not Republicans, but robots. No speaking, no debating, no independent thinking that I can see or that I can glean. So here we are. I've heard of a do-nothing Congress, but I'm literally seeing it in real time. Not a single effort to debate us on any substantive issue. We are going to be voting on amendments soon. And you know what? You may disagree with a lot of these amendments, but there's some pretty good ones in here, some pretty common sense softball amendments in here. Let's see if any of our robot Republican colleagues have the courage to cross the line and vote yes on any common sense amendment. Because I know that when they go home to their districts, our Republican colleagues are telling their constituents, of course I'll be bipartisan, of course I'll be work with both sides, I'll work with Democrats when it's the right thing to do. Let's see it. But again, we are not looking at the Republican caucus, we are looking at the robot caucus, who have been instructed not to speak, not to vote independently, not to really do anything except fill a seat, apparently, and it's disappointing. It's disappointing because this amendment that we are debating is a good amendment. I represent a fishing state. I have one of the largest fishing ports in the Northeast in my district. Thousands of people make their livelihood from the fishing industry in my district in Rhode Island. And this amendment that Ranking Member Huffman has introduced helps the American fishing industry by saying that we are not going to support other countries who are breaking the rules by employing slave labor, by ignoring environmental standards. We are not going to support other countries' efforts to undercut our American fishing industry. People's jobs are at stake here. People's livelihoods are at stake. Cracking down on bad actors like China, who engage in illegal fishing, will raise wages for fishermen in my district and all across the country, red states and blue states. So again, can anyone on the Republican side tell me why this is a bad idea? Or why it's a good idea? Anyone? Bueller? Like, it's getting to be ridiculous. So I hope that people back home are watching, because I'm sure if they are wondering why half the Congress refuses to speak, refuses to venture any sort of an independent thought, and instead have given away their voice and their constituents' voice to a Republican leadership who has so little respect for their own members that they have told their own members, don't say a word for an entire markup. I mean, what does your own leadership think of you if they don't trust you to speak? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman 102. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 102 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 105. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, how about international wildlife conservation? That's something our friends across the aisle often support. At least historically they have. Will you at least talk about that with us? I'm going to give you an amendment to give you a chance to make this bill a little better on that. Now, while we sit here and debate this bill, we know that Donald Trump is pursuing actively the greatest retreat from global leadership of any president in the history of the United States, from allowing Putin to run roughshod over Ukraine to abandoning our strongest allies in Europe, starting a mindless protectionist trade war with nearly every country on earth. Trump's ability to make America weaker, less safe, and less prosperous seems to know no bounds. We are in enough trouble on the hard power side, but when Trump has appointed a Secretary of Defense who apparently thinks it's cool to text classified war plans to friends, family, and random journalists, complete with emojis, we are in real trouble, folks. But it's the soft power side where the lack of strategic thinking really shines. You see, for generations, the United States has complemented a strong military with strong diplomacy and support for countries around the world that could harm Americans or American interests if they destabilized. or became satellite states of our adversaries. Now, though, Trump has dismantled most of our soft power infrastructure. He's illegally dissolved the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the U.S. Institute of Peace, Voice of America. He's completely paused and then only partially reinstated the historically bipartisan, wildly successful President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, and he's generally just alienated all of our friends in the world, who for decades have helped defend a world order that benefits the United States far more than anyone else. Because of this short-sighted, self-destructive approach, we are essentially competing with China with one arm tied behind our back. The Chinese government is everywhere, helping earthquake victims in Myanmar, building infrastructure in Africa, forging partnerships in Central and South America, and we are withdrawing. Trump has not spared the diplomatic efforts in this committee's jurisdiction either. The Fish and Wildlife Service's international grant programs are frozen, and their work to collaborate with other countries on global fish and wildlife conservation has ground to a halt. This is a huge problem because in addition to helping address the worldwide biodiversity crisis, the Fish and Wildlife Service is a key player in disrupting wildlife trafficking rings by organized criminal syndicates, some of which have links to terrorist groups, many of which steal wildlife from other countries and export it to China. So my amendment gives Republicans on this committee the chance to improve our national security by redirecting funding from oil and gas giveaways back to international wildlife conservation, something they have always said they care about. We cannot simply stand by and watch President Trump torch our global leadership and hand the mantle of leadership over to President Xi. I urge support for this amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? There's no further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman 105. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 105 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman 106. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, now we're going to go to conflicts of interest, ethics. I mean, surely we're going to get some support across the aisle, or at least a debate, at least some conversation on this. So look, Elon Musk is no ordinary government official. We know that. He's the richest man in the world. He's the CEO of multiple companies that do billions of dollars in business with the federal government, and now he leads the very office that's slashing agency budgets, eliminating staff, and reviewing operations across departments that oversee and contract with his businesses. Under Musk's leadership, DOGE has reportedly laid off at least 1,300 employees at NOAA, an agency that provides critical climate and atmospheric data. At the same time, SpaceX, one of his companies, is expanding its footprint in Earth observation and weather satellite services. We've learned that DOGE officials have unrestricted access to NASA's personnel and contracting files, which could include the confidential and proprietary information of his competitors. If Musk's companies, like SpaceX, are able to use this access to gain an advantage over their competitors, it would not just be unethical, it would be illegal. Musk's companies have already received at least $20 billion in taxpayer-funded contracts and subsidies. SpaceX alone is NASA's largest private contractor. They've secured approximately $15 billion in awards. The Department of Defense and NOAA also rely heavily on SpaceX for critical satellite launches. And at the same time, Musk is working to dismantle the very oversight and accountability mechanisms designed to ensure that federal contracts serve the public interest instead of his interest. In fact, we've seen internal federal investigations into his companies simply go away. We've lost enforcement personnel. He's replaced career experts with individuals linked to his own companies. This stinks. I have to hand it to Elon Musk. He is an innovator. He's found entirely new ways to enrich himself off the back of working families, giving Donald Trump a run for his money. We cannot ignore reports that Elon Musk has been in communication with foreign leaders too, including Vladimir Putin. He's also doing business with and has received financing from China. That's two authoritarian governments with which the United States has adversarial relationships. When someone in charge of sensitive government functions like this, with unprecedented access to sensitive federal information, is simultaneously conducting business with a foreign adversary of the U.S., you'd think that would cause some concern. So my amendment would pause the goodies for big oil in this bill until the Department of Interior's Inspector General delivers a report on Elon Musk's conflict of interest. The amendment simply says, let's take a moment to do our due diligence. Let's make sure the richest man in the world isn't using our government to make himself even richer through corruption. That's not partisanship, that's basic oversight and good government. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, stand up for transparency, integrity, and the public interest, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, Mr. Neguse, I'm going to recognize myself for discussion on the amendment.
What?
And I want to make the point that we're, I think, on Amendment 10 of 121 amendments that are primarily designed to undermine the reconciliation process. This amendment is an example that's focused on policy, not on budget, and therefore we really have nothing to add to that. I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Randall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And respectfully, I would disagree that this is entirely policy and not budget. You know, Mr. Musk has purported over these last few months to be rooting out budget efficiencies and waste, fraud, and abuse, saving taxpayer dollars. We have in fact seen the opposite in many cases, with the firings, indiscriminate firings of federal employees at Pacific Northwest National Labs, for example, who were then brought back at much cost to taxpayers to do jobs that are important to our country, to our energy system, to the ability of Americans to continue to innovate and to safely store nuclear waste. We had to pay for that mistake. I would like us to ensure that we are not paying for other mistakes or meddling, conflicts of interest, self-enrichment efforts that Elon Musk is undertaking so that we can actually save taxpayer dollars and ensure that we are not wasting money for fraudulent or self-serving efforts on behalf of Elon Musk. We deserve to know whether or not any of the proposals in this reconciliation package will serve to enrich Elon Musk at taxpayers' expense. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Well, first, let me say I support the amendment by the ranking member. I also want to thank the chairman for engaging in at least a modicum of debate. I don't know what the right word would be to describe that brief 40-second exchange, scintilla. But it's more than we've been getting the last couple hours, so I appreciate it. And I wonder, oh, of course, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Well, I appreciate that. I wonder if I might make a request of you, which is if you could give permission to some of your members here to engage in a similar debate, because I actually thought that was really helpful. I thought your statement, while I disagree, but I understand now your rationale for opposing this amendment with respect to the distinction you made around budgetary authority versus policies for an authorizing committee like ours. So I just wonder if will you give them permission so that they can address in a bit of a healthy exchange?
Mr. Neguse, you know they don't need my permission to speak.
Well, they're acting like they do. I don't know. Mr. Tiffany, do you need Mr. Westerman's permission to speak, or Mr. John? Who is it that we go to so that you and Mr. Stauber can engage in this debate?
The gentleman yield for a question.
Well, I might Mr. Tiffany might be willing to respond. You're allowed to respond. Nobody is stopping you, I guess is my point. This is not, I don't think you're going to get in any trouble with the Speaker or the Majority Leader if this markup goes an extra 20 minutes because you've decided to engage in a little bit of healthy debate. So is it permission of the chairman that you're looking for? Or who do we, Mr. Stauber, my friend from Minnesota? Do you need the chairman's permission? Mr. Gosar, yes.
I was looking for a mother, so I can ask mother me.
What? I don't know that I quite understood that, but yeah, but I hear you. I guess, Mr. Chairman, what I would say is you may not believe that you need to give them permission, but they clearly believe that they need permission from someone to speak in this hearing, which I think is a shame. Another thing I will just say, because I know there are a lot of fans of Doge on the other side of the aisle. Someone just sent this to me. This is on X, and this was in response to a question posed to Doge AI, which I think, Chairman, are you familiar with that? You can just nod your head if you're familiar with that. Do you know what I'm talking about? I guess there's an account called Doge AI, which will provide an AI answer on X for a particular question. And in regards to the vote that we just took on the motion to adjourn, I'm quoting, "The GOP's failure to maintain quorum in this reconciliation hearing is a textbook example of bureaucratic incompetence. With a razor-thin majority, every absence is a self-inflicted wound. The Committee on Natural Resources had 9 Republicans missing during critical vote. That's not just laziness, it's dereliction of duty. This isn't about Democrats outmaneuvering anyone." I disagree with that, but in any event, it's about Republicans not showing up to do the job taxpayers fund them to do. The reconciliation process requires discipline, something clearly lacking here. When committees can't even keep members in their seats for key markups, it's no wonder the 2025 reconciliation package faces delays. It goes on. Again, this is the Doge AI account, which I suspect many of you have used on X, and this was in response not to a Democrat. I guess this is a Republican or MAGA influencer online who posed this question because they were disappointed in the motion to adjourn vote. In any event, again, I will just simply say that while I appreciated the chairman's brief foray into debate, I would encourage him, perhaps when we break for votes, to spend some time with his members, perhaps on the floor, encouraging them so that when we come back, we can have a more rigorous debate about some of these amendments. I think that it would be healthy for this body. It's not going to hurt anybody. And I think your constituents will appreciate the fact that you didn't sit in a hearing silent for 10 hours, that you decided to speak on behalf of the great people of Colorado that my good friend and I represent, or the people of Utah, who we work closely with, down the line. I should say 2 Coloradans here. I forgot, Mr. Hurd. So in any event, Seth, yes, I'm happy to. No, I'll yield to you. Okay, in that case, well, I'll yield to the ranking member. What do you like?
Yeah, I would simply say that the silent treatment we're getting from our colleagues kind of reminds me of the absence and the silence that their constituents must feel because they won't have town halls either. And Mr. Neguse, have you been having town halls? People are fired up to participate?
I mean, this is a great question. Yes, so I've had 10 town halls in my district across northern Colorado and western Colorado. We represent a really large district, larger than 8 states. And you're right. I mean, the question, right, begs the larger question. Where do constituents go if they want to hear their Republican congressperson's position on an issue? They can't go to a town hall. They can't watch this committee markup or committee hearings because their colleagues will be silent. And they very, very well may get gavelled down as I am now. So in any event, I'll yield.
Gentlemen,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
time has expired. Is there any further discussion on the
Mr.
amendment?
Chairman.
Did you just go?
No.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
You're recognized.
I know we're talking a lot on this.
No, I have a question, and for my Democratic colleagues, actually. So I'm in my 3rd year here. Never once has our Democratic leadership, in the time that I've been here, instructed us to stay quiet and not use our voice. Now, I'm only in my 3rd year, so I'm curious, for those who've been around longer, perhaps when we were in the majority, was there ever a time when the Democratic leadership instructed our members not to speak?
Year 13 here, never. So nothing even remotely close to that has happened on the Democratic side.
So in all the years, Speaker Pelosi, who famously, ruled with an iron fist, I've heard, and passed all of this big legislation, including with a slim 5-vote margin in the House. Never once did Speaker Pelosi come into the caucus room and say, hey, everyone, don't use your voice, don't speak, don't debate. Did she ever say anything like that?
Of course not. She thinks that we're actually smart and capable enough to engage and participate in the deliberative process.
That just baffles
Mr.
me. Again.
Magaziner,
Oh, yes, go ahead.
if you yield, you know, this came up last night in rules, because not only do we have silent from the Republicans, I did a town hall in a town that Ken Calvert has in his district on Saturday. And people showed up saying, we want to have answers, we want to have conversation, where is our congressman? But the other piece is that Republicans seem terrified of criticizing their own president. I mean, you have to give it to us. Democrats, like we, you know, when Biden was in office, we were like, no, we want you to do this. No, we want you to do this. We constantly asked him for accountability. What is lacking from Republicans is any kind of two things, accountability or courage. I am not seeing them having the courage to stand up to Trump on the tariffs, as an example.
That's a good point. No courage to say anything about the tariffs, which are the largest tax increase on the middle class in a generation. Even more basic, putting war plans into unclassified signal chats with reporters. The defense secretary who did this, not once but multiple times, is still in office. Have any of our Republican colleagues found the courage to say, maybe we could do better in a defense secretary? The list goes on and on. The silence is deafening. And it's not just a lack of willingness to use their own voices and speak up, but I will venture to predict that we're not going to have any Republican yes votes on any of these amendments, even the non-controversial, nonpartisan ones. I would also venture to guess you may get a few Democratic members who vote no on a couple of these. I certainly intend to vote yes on almost all of them, if not all of them. I think there's a lot of good amendments here. I think we'll have mostly yes votes on our side. But I wouldn't be shocked if a couple of our members feel that the right thing for their beliefs in their district is to vote no on a couple of them. But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens with the robot Republican Congress if anyone has the guts to show any independence at all. We'll see. And I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman 106. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 106 will be postponed. That bill was votes, so we're going to recess and convene as soon as possible after votes. The committee will come to order. The chair notes the presence of a quorum. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman 162. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we're going to see if we can get our Republican colleagues engaged in a debate and maybe even a few votes on an attempt to prevent their mining royalty giveaways from going to our foreign adversaries. That seems pretty non-controversial, right? We know this bill is full of giveaways to polluters, including slashing fossil fuel royalties to subsidize big oil and coal with billions of tax dollars that should go to states, but that doesn't even get close to the sweetheart deal that the mining industry has gotten for over 150 years. Unlike oil, gas, or coal, hard rock miners have never had to pay a royalty at all for the publicly owned minerals that they extract. And they take minerals that belong to the American people, they take them for free, they sell them on the global market, and too often they try to pass the cost of cleaning up after themselves right back to the American taxpayers. By some estimate, the mining industry has extracted $300 billion worth of publicly owned minerals that belong to us, since the mining law of 1872 was passed way back in the Grant administration. The American people haven't seen a single cent of that. But local, state, and federal governments have had to fund the cleanup of toxic messes the industry leaves behind. These are around 500,000 abandoned mines in the West, and the EPA estimates it would take up to $54 billion to clean them all up, much more than the entire annual federal Superfund budget. So this is a massive subsidy for the mining industry by any analysis. And as I said, we're not even getting guaranteed minerals for the United States, for our manufacturing, our technology, our national defense, even though we're certainly paying for this. Most unprocessed minerals are shipped straight to China, which dominates global mineral refining. So in essence, all of us, all of you, the American people, are paying the mining industry to mine your lands and ship your minerals straight to China and leave you with nothing but the pollution and the destruction and the bill. Let's not forget that Chinese government-backed companies and other multinational companies owned or controlled by our enemies abroad are allowed to mine on our public lands. And I want to be clear here, I'm not talking about companies that happen to be based in China or other adversarial nations. I'm talking about companies that are state-owned, literally owned by the People's Republic of China or other adverse nations. This is a sweet deal for our rivals, but it does nothing for America's critical mineral security. And that's why I'm offering this amendment to require a royalty on foreign entities of concern who mine on our public lands. Who could be against that? How could you possibly be against that? If this administration allows Chinese government-owned companies like Rio Tinto to destroy a sacred place like Oak Flat at incalculable cultural and spiritual costs to the Apache tribes who've worshiped there since time immemorial, then at the very least, these adversary-owned companies should pay us for the copper that they are taking, instead of us giving them our natural resources for free and getting stuck with the cost. This shouldn't be controversial, folks. Even the National Mining Association has supported a hard rock mining royalty, and hopefully we can all get behind making it harder for our enemies to profit off of our lands and resources. I urge your support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 162. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 162 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman 197. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about yet another provision in this bill that would sacrifice a truly special place just to appease corporate development interests. The Ambler Road is a proposed 211-mile industrial road along the Arctic National Park and Preserve in northern Alaska. And I'm hoping that Mr. Begich, among others, is very familiar with this and will want to participate in this critically important conversation. For years, Alaska Native communities have strongly opposed the Ambler Road. 90 tribes and First Nations have passed or signed on to resolutions voicing their opposition. That's because constructing this road would decimate the fragile Arctic ecology and wildlife that many communities depend on for their subsistence way of life. Caribou, fish, water resources, wetlands, and vegetation would all face severe harm from this proposed industrial development, and in turn, the cultural practices of local Athabascan and Inupiat peoples would suffer. Who would benefit from this? Well, the Ambler Road is supposed to support a proposed copper mining project in the Ambler Mining District led by the Alaska Industrial Development and Export Authority, or ADA. ADA has proposed this development on behalf of primarily foreign-owned mining companies. Here we go again, with the idea that these companies will reimburse the state for costs to build the road. And yet, there are no actual contracts in place, no mining plans for these operations, limited proof that these deposits are economically viable to develop. They're going to build the road anyway. While we do need critical minerals, we also need to be strategic about where and how we develop. We have to consider that special places like the gates of the Arctic, which this road would cut right through, and a pristine region that many tribal communities depend on, where there aren't even proven reserves to develop on the other side, maybe this place is not appropriate to develop. In 2024, the Bureau of Land Management rejected Ambler Road because of the impacts to Alaska Native communities and the subsistence food resources, including Arctic caribou, sheefish, and salmon in Northwest Alaska. And those findings are based on science. They're based on traditional knowledge and a robust consultation process that involved directly impacted communities. If this road is built, it would cross nearly 3,000 streams, over 1,700 acres of wetlands, 11 major rivers, would impact more than 20 million acres of national park lands. I want to enter into the record a letter from Alaska tribes and tribal organizations representing 90 tribes, First Nations, and communities which stand united against legislative mandates of Ambler Road.
Without objection, so ordered.
This legislative mandate is cowardly. My amendment requires the Secretary of Interior to engage in a real, thorough, meaningful tribal consultation before this section can be enacted. That seems like the least we can do. I urge support for this amendment. I hope my colleagues across the aisle, especially the gentleman from Alaska, will at least have the courtesy to tell us where they stand, what they think about this critically important issue to so many Alaska Natives. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman 197. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Any opinion of the chair? The noes have it.
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 197 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 220. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we're going to give our Republican colleagues a chance to do something that they say they care a lot about to support the Bureau of Reclamation, which is so critical for water supply reliability in the West, and yet it's been devastated by cuts and fork-in-the-road memos and DOGE and its chainsaw. I find it amazing that my Republican colleagues are proposing cutting health care, selling out our public lands, all of those things to pay for their tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy polluters. All of that's bad enough, but even the Bureau of Reclamation, it is especially irresponsible that they're going on this billionaire spending spree while ignoring all of this chaos and in some cases illegally dismantling vital services our constituents depend on and their constituents depend on, including basic safety. So this amendment would prevent the sections of this bill regarding water storage and conveyance from taking effect until the Bureau of Reclamation is made whole, until they rehire key dam safety and technical staff who've been casualties of Elon Musk and his Doge chainsaw. This isn't government waste that they're going after. These are engineers, scientists, inspectors who are essential to making sure water infrastructure projects are safe, sound, and legal. Many of them are paid for by water contractors, and so cutting them loose doesn't even save the Treasury any money. They're the ones who do the modeling, the safety reviews, the environmental compliance work, and without them, the Bureau of Reclamation doesn't have the capacity to manage big, complex, and risky projects. And yet, in the span of just a few months, these experts have been pushed out or they've left. Some were told their positions no longer aligned with this new efficiency effort by Doge. Meanwhile, the bill in front of us would greenlight billions for one project to expand surface storage without requiring that the agency even have the team to do its current job responsibly, let alone add this massive new project to its workload. So we may not be naming specific projects in this section, but we all know where the money's supposed to go. It's to Shasta Dam in Mr. LaMalfa's district. This is something that my Republican colleagues have long fought for, despite several scientific, legal, and logistical points saying it is a bad idea and it is illegal under state law. If we are considering moving forward on something like a $2 billion dam raise that would violate state law, flood a protected river, destroy tribal sacred sites, then at the very least, can we make sure that the Bureau of Reclamation just has the technical and dam safety expertise that are required for it to do its job and to properly evaluate and oversee this new project? Simple amendment. It just says, put your staff back in place first, ensure the Bureau has the minimum expertise and institutional capacity to do its work safely and legally. I urge support and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman 220. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 120 will be postponed. Excuse me, Huffman 220. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 221. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a strange day in this committee when my colleague, Mr. LaMalfa, won't talk about his favorite pet project, the Shasta Dam raise, when Mr. Begich from Alaska won't talk about a wildly controversial project opposed by dozens and dozens of Native communities in Alaska. When so many of my colleagues just seem to have, I guess, received orders. Someone from on high, I don't know if it was Donald Trump or the chairman or someone else in leadership, I guess does not trust them to speak. And they have been muzzled today on the one public hearing that we get before this bill goes to the floor of the House on the most consequential piece of environmental legislation this committee has seen in decades. It is just remarkable. But let's try this one. Let's see if we can coax them into a little bit of engagement in the deliberative process. This amendment would clarify that nothing in the bill authorizes the Bureau of Reclamation to violate state law, particularly laws that protect salmon or other native fish species. You know, the Bureau of Reclamation has been under statute and policy complying with state laws since 1902. This is a long-standing principle and precedent. And so it's a pretty simple concept. If a proposed federal project would break state law, it shouldn't proceed. We shouldn't set a new precedent, violate the precedent that's been around for more than a century. This amendment makes that clear. There's no preemption here, no special carve-outs, just respect for state authority, state water rights, state environmental protections that have been on the books for decades. Now, this is very important when it comes to California's salmon runs. These species are hanging by a thread. Entire communities, including tribal nations and fishing-dependent economies, rely on healthy salmon, and projects that damage critical spawning habitat or further degrade our river systems don't just violate state law, they jeopardize cultural survival, food security, and entire ways of life. Now, I know we're not naming specific projects in this bill's water sections, but everyone knows what this section I'm talking about does. It is a thinly veiled earmark. There are ongoing efforts to move forward with a project that would flood the McCloud River, a river specifically protected under California's Wild and Scenic Rivers Act. And it would cut off key salmon habitat. The kind of project that they are pushing is illegal under California law. It's why the state of California has opposed this project for many years. And without this amendment, the language in this section could be interpreted as allowing it anyway. So if my colleagues across the aisle respect state water law, there should be no objection to this amendment, especially from those who are always preaching about states' rights, unless, of course, that only applies when states agree with you. Otherwise, you're just confirming our suspicions if you vote no on this amendment. Now, let's remember why the McCloud River is protected in the first place. It's one of the most pristine rivers in the state, home to some of the last remaining stretches of cold water habitat critical for salmon and steelhead recovery. It's culturally sacred to the Winnemem-Wintu tribe. It holds deep ecological value as a unique undammed system, and that's why California's Wild and Scenic Rivers Act specifically safeguards it, to prevent it from being flooded out and destroyed. If you believe in salmon recovery, if you believe in the rule of law, if you believe states and tribes should have a say in how their natural resources are managed, you have to support this amendment. It doesn't ban anything that complies with the law. It just makes sure that any project funded under this bill is legal. I urge support for this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 221. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request to record.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman number 221 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 247. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. MAGA Republicans have really jumped the shark with this unprecedented polluter pay-to-play permitting scheme in this bill. We're going to give you a chance with this amendment to clean that up, to not be associated with something that frankly should be embarrassing to anyone who supports this bill. So I'm offering this amendment to strike this indefensible section of the bill, a provision that lets corporate polluters pay for rushed environmental reviews and then shield themselves totally from any legal consequences. Under this scheme, companies with enough money can pay to have their environmental reviews completed on an arbitrarily short timeline, and once the payment is made, they're shielded from any lawsuits, even if the environmental review is flawed, even if the public never had a meaningful chance to weigh in, even if serious health or environmental concerns are overlooked and undisclosed, even if there was zero tribal consultation. So this guts NEPA, the law that ensures the public is informed about the consequences of federally approved projects. It's how communities learn if a proposed facility will worsen their air pollution. That's what NEPA does. Tells them if a project is going to threaten ecosystems or put public health at risk. NEPA requires transparency, scientific review, and accountability before damage is done, not after. This provision in the bill eliminates all of that. It lets polluters sidestep the rules, avoid any legal accountability just by writing a check. It shouldn't even be called a permitting provision. Let's call this what it is, a protection racket, a pay-to-play scheme that says if you have enough money, the law doesn't apply to you. If you can cut a big enough check, you can cut out the check of the courts. My amendment strikes this shameful section in full. If you believe communities deserve to have a voice when their environment is on the line, then you should vote yes on this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question, oh, I'm sorry. Representative Stansberry, you're recognized.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. You know, I really appreciate the ranking members bringing this particular amendment to our attention, because I think one of the pieces of this bill that I found particularly shocking when I read it, when it dropped, was that it strips out all of the protections for the public, for our tribes, for the affected parties, for the environment. You know, it's one thing, I've been in this business a long time. I've worked on natural resources issues. I've been a water resources manager for over 20 years. And I think both Mr. Huffman and I and Assistant Leader Nagoose have a lot of battle wounds from working in the natural resources world. But I have never seen a bill that has mandatory requirements for lease sales in states where they may not exist, that has mandatory logging requirements, that has mandatory mining requirements, and then has a pay-to-play scheme where the companies that would be given carte blanche to our public lands could buy their way out of the public review process for permitting, for planning, and strip away their judicial review rights to go to the courts if something bad happened. I mean, when we say this bill is bad, like, let's just talk about basic fairness, just fairness in general. So, you know, taking an example, you know, I have had some of my colleagues across the aisle the last several days say, oh, this bill doesn't really affect any communities or any tribes. Well, first of all, that's just blatantly untrue, because there's specific provisions in here that actually target tribal resources, including the ANWR and Boundary Waters provisions. But taking that extension just a little bit further, we all know that there are lands that are sacred, that have cultural and religious resources on them, that have wildlife resources, that are protected for any number of different reasons. And the provisions in this bill could essentially allow a Trump administration to do a lease sale, let's say, in a place like Chaco Canyon or Bears Ears, or a place that it doesn't believe that should be protected, that a previous administration protected using the Antiquities Act or some sort of protection of administrative law, while we're trying to get it permanently protected under the law. So that's one thing, right? Like, I kind of already expected the worst, but what I did not expect, which makes this bill particularly evil, is that they take away the public's rights to contest any of that. So there would be no standing for the public or a tribal member or a tribal nation or an entity to say, hey, that's our sacred lands. We do not consent to drilling on that lease sale. We do not consent to logging of that mountain. And that is what is so particularly insidious and evil about this bill. Is sure, it generates a little bit of revenue for the federal government, but again, we got to call BS on this, because the revenue provisions, like if this was really about generating revenue, they actually decrease royalty rates, not increase them. Let's be clear about that. It actually cuts royalty rates, which are a major source of revenue for the federal government and for states, because they want to give kickbacks to their oil and gas donors. But the particularly egregious part of all this is exactly what Ranking Member Huffman is pointing out, is that it strips away our democratic rights as a free nation to engage with the federal government in these efforts to give away the public lands, tribal lands, and sacred places of our people. And that's why we're so opposed to this bill. And I thank the ranking member for your amendment. I yield to the ranking member.
I thank the gentlelady. You're spot on. And, you know, you really see with provisions like this who you're for and who you're against. You know, for big corporate interests who are wealthy enough to cut the check, thank you for shopping. Enjoy your absolute immunity from any legal challenge. But elsewhere in this bill, if you're just a member of the public, I guess they must hate the public, because you now, for the first time ever, have to pay a fee. There's a penalty for participating in the public comment process. And I can't imagine anything that more starkly illustrates who you're with and who you're against. It is corporate polluters, blue light special throughout this bill. The public either gets nothing or they get charged simply to have a voice in what happens in their own community. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 247. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 247 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 248. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is an amendment that would actually protect funding that has dramatically sped up the permitting process, something that our colleagues across the aisle have long talked about, but it took Democrats a couple Congresses ago to actually do something about it. I'm offering this amendment to prevent a harmful provision in this reconciliation bill that repeals funding from the Inflation Reduction Act that has helped agencies complete environmental reviews far more efficiently and effectively. And again, Republicans talk about speeding up permitting all the time. But this bill would rescind that funding specifically provided to help agencies do what Republicans say they want, to provide staffing and science and technology upgrades so that environmental reviews go faster, so that they're more accurate, so that there's greater public confidence. And these provisions have given agencies the tools they need to beat deadlines without skipping science or shutting out communities. It shows what a false choice we sometimes hear on this conversation about permitting reform. And that's why the Biden administration what the Biden administration was able to accomplish with this IRA funding is worth fighting for. It's worth protecting. For final EISs issued in 2024, the median time from notice of intent to final EIS was 2.2 years. And despite that, this reconciliation bill pulls the rug out from under people doing permitting work, rescinds investments that will only result in slower, worse reviews, and then, I suspect, Republicans will blame the whole process for the delay and try to blow it up further. We can avoid that outcome. We have seen what happens when permitting staff are gutted. Elon Musk and Doge indiscriminately fired permitting staff recently, and then they had to put them back when the consequences became clear. So I want to recognize that Chair Westerman does not propose rescinding this funding for agencies under our committee's jurisdiction, and I do appreciate that, but unfortunately it seems other committees didn't get the message. They are including cuts that would kneecap agencies across the government, that would actually slow down permitting. And so my amendment simply says that this bill can't take effect unless the Comptroller General certifies that it doesn't rescind these IRA investments that have streamlined the process, that have helped agencies conduct timely, effective environmental reviews. That's what we should do if we're serious about permitting, not eliminate these tools that resource agencies need. Urge support and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 248. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman 248 will be postponed. As a status update, that was number 16 of 121. All of the amendments Mr. Huffman has filed to date. And we're going to move on to Representative Neguse. And I recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Neguse number 11. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Well, I thank the chairman. I have about 10 or 11 amendments, but I'll make a good faith offer that if the chairman will just debate me a bit on some of these amendments, I'd be willing to consider not pursuing all of the amendments. So I'm not asking for much, maybe just 40 seconds, 50 seconds of debate on a few of these, and we can move forward. think about it while I present this particular amendment, maybe give it some thought, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to offer this amendment. This amendment is very simple. It would ensure that the Republicans' reconciliation bill will not strip funding or staff from NOAA programs that protect communities and local economies from extreme weather and natural disasters. This should not be controversial. Communities, farmers, businesses across our country in each of our districts rely on life-saving data and services provided by NOAA, including the NOAA facility in my district in Colorado. Our constituents rely on this information to navigate floods, fires, hurricanes, and other natural disasters. From weather forecasts to storm alerts, NOAA data plays a vital role in protecting lives and supporting livelihoods across the United States and informs industry operations for agriculture, energy, tourism, and more. Bottom line, NOAA keeps our communities safe through their life-saving efforts and environmental monitoring. But, tragically, we know the Trump administration is laying the groundwork to break up NOAA and potentially privatize its operations, stripping away funding, firing hundreds of staff. It would have a devastating economic impact for the state of Colorado. And they are doing all they can, as we speak, to devastate agency operations. The skinny budget that has been submitted for fiscal year 26 further crystallizes those plans, a $1.3 billion, 28% cut to the bulk of NOAA, which aligns with the leaked OMB passback, which eliminates the Office of Ocean and Atmospheric Research entirely. All in all, we're talking about a 50% cut to the National Ocean Service, a 29% cut to the National Marine Fisheries Service, and a 74% cut to the Office of Ocean and Atmospheric Research Programs, eliminating the OAR line office. And these plans also include de-obligating, taking money back from a variety of different IRA grants and canceling advance appropriations from the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Bottom line, I just cannot overstate how harmful these plans are for an agency that every American, whether they may know it or not, relies on every single day. This amendment would protect NOAA, protect those core operations, and in my view would inure to the benefit of each and every American, which is why I'm so hopeful that my colleagues will support it. And just to be clear, to give you all a sense of why this matters beyond Colorado, I'm going to read an article. This is just 4 weeks ago from the Alaska Beacon. The headline, Internal Memo Outlines Stark Impacts of Federal Downsizing an Alaska Regional Fishery Agency. And this article goes through in great detail the potential implications for the state of Alaska. I'll quote here, these chronic staffing shortages at NOAA Fisheries Alaska region have been greatly exacerbated by the Trump administration's efforts to cut the federal workforce. The article goes on to detail the implications of the particular memo in question. I'm happy to yield to my colleague from Alaska or to any of my colleagues here to explain to me why they might support this amendment, or more likely than not, and I get it, why they oppose the amendment. But I do think their constituents, I think your constituents, deserve that explanation, deserve to hear from their representative about why they might believe that this amendment, which I think is a prudent one, and would ultimately, as I said, inure to the benefit of the people in Alaska and the people in Colorado and every corner of the country, but they deserve to understand your rationale. And so I would urge my colleagues to support the amendment, but even more than that, I guess, I would beg my colleagues to debate this amendment so that we can have an honest discussion about the policies embedded in your reconciliation bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the gentleman's amendment. This is incredibly important, but I want to go to the point that several of us have made, just this curious silence, this refusal to be part of the deliberative process we see across the aisle. And Mr. Neguse, if I'm not wrong, you're a lawyer, right?
I am.
And like me, you've tried a few cases?
I have.
So you're familiar then with the federal rules of evidence and how in some situations silence can allow a jury to infer things. Silence can be deemed acquiescence in a situation where a witness would normally be expected to say something. If they don't, that can be inferred as acquiescence or agreement. I mean, you've used that probably in some trials to impeach a witness, right? So what do you think the jury of the American people should be inferring from this really strange and unprecedented silence that we're seeing across the aisle?
Well, I would say my colleague from Rhode Island captured this so perfectly earlier when he talked about the leadership in the Republican caucus essentially co-opting the voice of their members. I just can't imagine a scenario in which a member of Congress would refuse to defend their values, defend their position on a bill or an amendment for 5 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, because what? The Speaker of the House asked them to? The chairman of their committee? It's a baffling enterprise. And no matter how much, Mr. Fulcher, any opportunity to respond? We sat next to each other on the plane here to Washington, from Colorado to Washington, D.C. We had a great conversation.
He wasn't silent on the
plane? He
plane?
was not silent on the plane, but, refuses to say anything here, nothing.
I mean, what are some of the inferences that the public would start to draw from this weird silence? I mean, is it that they don't care, that they are hostile to these amendments that we're offering, they don't want to fund NOAA, they want to support toxic pollution causing cancer, all of these different amendments? Silence.
Yeah, I think it's, the conclusion I draw is that it is a mockery of the way in which this body is supposed to function. And I think my view is that maybe not all members on the other side of the aisle, but I think some members are going to come to regret engaging in this exercise of just taking the position that we're not going to respond or we're not going to comment, we're not going to opine, we're not going to engage in any debate whatsoever. I just think it's silly, and I think your constituents, I suspect, are going to feel the same way, but you'll have to defend your positions on that.
I could not agree more, and I will just say that the people are watching, your constituents are watching, and just like a jury in a federal trial under the federal rules of evidence, they will draw inferences from your silence, and those inferences will not be favorable. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized. And I would remind members that House rules prohibit impugning another member. I'm not saying we're doing that, but I think we're getting a little bit close to the line. Just a reminder. Stansberry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, speaking of criminal enterprises, I want to talk for a moment about Elon Musk and Doge as it relates to the Weather Service and NOAA, because I think one of the more shocking revelations that we've had over the last several months is that not only is Elon Musk and Doge not up to making the government more efficient, rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, but that there's been a tremendous amount of pavement laid for self-dealing. And one of the areas that we see this in is a huge conflict of interest between Musk, Doge, and these other folks who are serving in these special government roles inside the federal government who have conflicts of interest with our space agencies. And what a lot of people may not realize, they may know that Elon Musk owns a major space company that manufactures and puts satellites into space. And they may have heard that Mr. Musk is seeking to potentially take over billions of dollars in federal contracts for DOD. But do you know who else is a space agency? The Weather Service. Because that's actually how a tremendous amount of the data that underpins how we do weather forecasting and produce the science that's needed for actually telling Americans what's happening with the weather comes about. And because of these concerns, a number of public entities have actually made requests to the administration requesting information about Musk and Doge's interactions with NOAA and the Weather Service. And in fact, in March of this year, so just 2 months ago, or last month, sorry, there was a FOIA request that went in from Peer to NOAA about communications that Musk and Doge had with the branches of NOAA that are involved in doing space and weather and all of that. And they received a reply to their attorneys that said there were over 216,000 documents that were responsive. 216,000 direct communications between Elon Musk and the Weather Service that were responsive to this FOIA request. And because of the sheer volume of them, the administration refused to produce those documents. Guys, something really shady is going on here. And I think, the discussion that was just had about what does silence say about your, unwillingness to implicate what is actually going on. I think as the assistant leader is indicating, your silence isn't just about allowing this big giveaway to happen to oil and gas companies, mining companies, and logging companies. It's the larger criminal enterprise that's happening inside the White House right now, in which billions of dollars in federal contracts are being either penned or prepared to be penned. It's the meme coin stuff that's going on between Trump and his family members and the extortion that's happening there. It's the more than 220 pieces of federal litigation and over 140 restraining orders against the Trump administration. I mean, in its totality, all of these things are implicated everywhere in this bill. And the refusal to even engage in a debate to defend what you're trying to do here as you're trying to put into law the things that will enable all of these nefarious bad actors to do what they're doing is not okay. And the American people are not okay with it either. In fact, the polling shows that 2/3 of Americans are completely opposed to what Doge and Musk and what Trump is trying to do, even in this very bill. So I do think that many of you will regret your decisions to support this bill, and I'd like to thank the Assistant Leader for bringing forward this really important amendment to protect the Weather Service, guys. We should protect the Weather Service. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Randall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and gratitude also to the Assistant Leader for this good amendment. I talked earlier about the hypocrisy and, real dangerous danger of both passing policy and investing in programs or decisions that will cause worse health outcomes while we are also cutting healthcare. And I think this amendment is another example of our efforts to save the American people from a similarly bad decision. So my district is on the coast, Pacific Coast. We have communities, many tribal nations, who have villages that are being moved away from seawalls that are crumbling. And tsunami that are getting worse and worse. Dangerous weather that is costing people's homes and potentially lives. And, there are some opportunities to get some warning when these storms are brewing off the coast. Opportunities that are aided by NOAA's buoys in the Pacific that help us to anticipate dangerous weather, more extreme weather. So not only are we eliminating our ability to be prepared for increasingly dangerous storms, but we are also seeing this administration and this budget reconciliation plan strip funding from FEMA so that when a dangerous tsunami does hit our coastal communities, they have the opportunity to rebuild. We're seeing FEMA and not just BRIC grants, but other grant programs like the Tsunami Tower that would allow many people in these coastal communities to find a safe place to weather this storm. That funding mechanism is being paused, being pulled from the communities that need it the most. And the Army Corps, which repairs these seawalls, ensuring that these communities have a line of defense, is no longer doing preventative maintenance for some of these coastal communities. They're only coming in once the wall is breached. And these are budgetary decisions that could cost people their lives. And all this amendment does is ask that we preserve some of the early warning system, some of the information gathering that will allow our communities to know when they need to seek higher ground, which seems to be the bare minimum. But instead, we're just seeing our colleagues on the majority side of this committee silently sit back and sacrifice our communities in order to support this president's agenda. I yield back.
The lady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, last summer, as many of my colleagues have similarly done, I had to head down to a community that had been ravished by floods. Roswell, New Mexico, and Chavez County experienced flooding to a degree they had never witnessed before. In their beautiful museum, the flood waters had risen 6 feet, almost destroying a Georgia O'Keeffe. But more than that Georgia O'Keeffe, there were businesses destroyed, and home after home after home was reduced to a shell filled with muck. And for those of you who have gone to your communities that have experienced flooding, you know what it's like to walk in those homes where the muck grabs you and doesn't want to let go, and where everything inside of that home has now been taken to the front of the house to be picked up and thrown into a landfill. And these communities, like Roswell and Chavez, and especially in rural areas, depend on NOAA, depend on having accurate forecasts about what is coming. And so it especially grieves me to know that my colleagues who have rural communities will not stand up for their people, will not stand up for their voters. Our rural communities depend especially on NOAA so that they can know when to expect the rain, the floods, the winds, the snow. How much water are we going to be expecting in our reservoirs so we know whether we should plant anticipating big crops, or whether we should pull back, whether the drought will impact us. So if you have rural communities, you should be voting in favor of this amendment. And the fact that Republicans are abandoning their rural communities should have those communities up in arms. How dare you take away and undermine our weather service so that you can then give it to private corporations? I'm sorry, the weather is something that we need the government to be involved in. Yes, there are things that we could do better in government all the time and make it better. But the last thing you want to do is privatize it so that farmers and ranchers can no longer afford to buy the basic information that will keep them safe and that will help them grow the crops and raise the livestock that we need to put on our tables. But yeah, go to Roswell. Go to the other communities that have suffered from floods and from hurricanes and from tornadoes and say it's all right to gut these communities. It's not all right. And Republicans should not be standing for this. And with that, I thank you, Assistant Leader, for this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Neguse, designated Neguse number 11. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Neguse number 68. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
I thank the chairman. This is amendment number 2 for me. As I said, I think I have 9 amendments. My offer still stands. If the chairman would just indulge me in a little bit of debate, I'm happy to consider dropping 1 or 2 of those amendments. Just to make the case to you on why, from a time management perspective, it's in your interest. The debate on that last amendment was about 25 minutes. So, I dropped 2 of these amendments. You're saving an hour on your markup. All I'm asking is just for a little bit of back and forth. I just want to understand your position on some of these amendments. So give it some thought, if you might, Mr. Chairman, and I'll proceed with this particular amendment. But
Mr. Neguse, I would say we wouldn't want to deny you the opportunity to discuss all of your amendments. There's your little bit of debate. You can do with it as you like.
Well, I was hoping for a little bit more than 10 seconds. So in my view, that would not meet the standard that I was offering. But I digress. To me, it seems pretty clear to anybody who's watching, given your reluctance to take that deal, that this has nothing to do with saving time. It's because you all don't really want to engage in a debate on these issues because, as I said, the positions you're taking are deeply unpopular with the American public. If you felt otherwise, I think you'd take me up on the offer, which I thought was a generous one. But in any event, with respect to this particular amendment, we know that the so-called Department of Government Efficiency has reportedly been engaged in plans to close federal offices across the country that provide essential services to our constituents. Not only are these efforts senseless, in my view, and short-sighted, but they will cause irreparable harm to local communities across the country. The president does not have the authority to eliminate congressionally authorized agencies or give billionaires unfettered access to sensitive information within the federal government, but that has not stopped the Trump administration from doing so. In communities across America, federal offices or rather staff within those federal offices and agencies, in particular land management agencies, doing incredibly important work on behalf of the citizens of our country. Just to give you an example, nearly 20 facilities in Colorado have been put on the list for prospective cancellation. That list includes Bureau of Reclamation facilities in Durango, U.S. Fish and Wildlife facilities in Grand Junction, National Park Service facilities in Fort Collins, and more. The list also includes a U.S. Forest Service facility in Fort Collins that I have frequented repeatedly over the course of my service in the U.S. Congress. This facility is the headquarters for the Arapahoe and Roosevelt National Forests, and in addition, it serves and has served as an emergency operations center during active wildfires. I know because I have been there. Given the severity of wildfires in recent years in our state and across our country, it makes no sense for the Trump administration to cancel the lease for this facility and for the other facilities that I have referenced. It is clear that this administration's intent is to attack the dedicated public servants and the core services that are performed on our behalf, that protect our natural resources, our treasured public lands, and our way of life in the Rocky Mountain West, which is why this particular amendment is so important and why I'd encourage my colleagues to support it. Again, this is not an amendment that would solely benefit Colorado. Far from it. It would benefit virtually every district that is represented by a Republican member in this committee, in particular, those who represent the Western United States. I hope my colleagues will consider supporting it, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Leger-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, we held a hearing last week in this committee room where the BIA informed us that they had not had any consultation with any tribe before there was an announcement of the cancellation of almost half of the BIA offices. Almost half of the BIA offices proposed for closure without any consultation, which tells you that these lease closures and everything else, they aren't being done with any kind of thoughtful consideration of the needs of the people, the tribes that they serve. It is simply a numbers game. Let's close half. Let's get rid of 10% of the VA. Let's get rid of half of that. Let's close. It has no meaningful reference. And indeed, many of those offices, those BIA offices, those leases that are going to be canceled and not renewed, are in the members of this body's districts. And I don't know, I think that's actually unpatriotic when any member of Congress fails to fulfill their oath by refusing to engage in legitimate debate on important legislation that affects your own communities and affects this nation. So let's be patriotic. Let's be patriotic and let's engage in debate. That's why you were sent here. Let's get the job done by having the debate. I don't know what you're so afraid of. Like you're afraid of standing up to Trump. You're afraid of standing up for anything, it seems, if you're not willing to tell us why you support this or why you oppose it. You were sent here to debate and to represent your constituents and to let them know where you stand and why. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another great amendment. I want to thank the Assistant Leader for it, but I want to go back to the conversation that we were having and we'll probably continue to have to just try to get our heads around this weird silence, this refusal of Republicans to participate in any kind of debate against any of this. I mean, some of the most controversial provisions we've seen in decades in this committee, and they just won't talk about it. And I'm trying to understand why that might be, Mr. Neguse, and I know that we've talked about the fact that, you know, it could be, one inference is that their leadership just doesn't trust them and has therefore given them this gag order. That certainly has been reported in the press and it could be part of it. The other, we've talked about the deep unpopularity about many of the provisions in this bill. I mean, the Arctic Refuge, Ambler Road, the boundary waters, I mean, so many of these things, the grotesque giveaways to coal and mining interests. I mean, the public absolutely doesn't like that, and it could be that they just want to kind of keep this in a very low profile, but there may be another reason, and you know, we're here on a bill that's going to try to go through budget reconciliation. This is the only way they can pass some of this stuff because it's so deeply unpopular. In order to be successful in the Senate, they've got to clear the Senate parliamentarian. And the truth is, there's a lot of policy change lurking in this thing that's dressed up as a budget bill. I mean, look what they're doing to NEPA with their pay-to-play permitting provision. That's a complete gutting of NEPA for all kinds of projects. They are upending decades, in some cases a century of protection for places like the boundary waters. Talk about that agenda that may be one of the reasons this silence is playing out.
It's a sage observation, ranking member, one that I think my Republican colleagues are probably did not want us to discuss in greater detail in this particular markup. Because, of course, all of the factors that you described are true. I think Republican leadership clearly does not want to have their members engaged in debate. They believe that if they were to do so, that both it would expose an agenda that's deeply unpopular, but also that they may make mistakes during the course of that debate, and that's obviously a shame. But to your point, I do believe there is a fear on the part of my Republican colleagues that much of their bill would become quote-unquote unbirdable. That is to say, would not meet the propriety of a parliamentarian's ruling as to whether or not it satisfies the requirements of budget reconciliation. And as a result, the word has come from down high to Republican members that they should not utter a single word explaining or defending these policies, because then it would reveal the plot that these are in fact policy changes, not budgetary ones.
And specific funding giveaways. I mean, the
Correct.
$2 billion for Shasta Dam in Mr. LaMalfa's district, the many millions for the Franklin Canal upgrade. We all know that that would be a big problem for the Senate parliamentarians, so they don't want to talk about it.
Precisely.
There's no question that's what they're doing here.
That's precisely right. Although, of course, notwithstanding your silence, the parliamentarian is not just going to ignore this language. They're going to review the language. They're going to reach their own determinations, and I suspect that they're going to concur with Ranking Member Huffman's conclusions. So, in some respects, you might as well debate these measures here now, because who's to say how many of them are going to ultimately land in the final bill in the Senate, given the likelihood that they won't meet parliamentarians' muster.
And the other reason, of course, that it's silent on the other side of the aisle is that a lot of their budget number assumptions, they're trying to pretend that this thing comes close to balancing out. It's fairy dust. Right. If they had to defend the assumptions for their Arctic refuge lease sales in the face of what we know, if they had to defend so many other aspects of this fairy dust that they're going to try to get through the CBO and the Senate parliamentarian, it doesn't pass the straight face test.
I will say in their defense, because I saw my good friend Mr. Tiffany's eyes lit up when you described the budgetary numbers as fairy dust, not once but twice. Mr. Tiffany, did you contest that?
Can we do a wellness check?
I'm mistaken.
We got to do a wellness check on Mr. Tiffany. I mean, he spent part of his career, I believe, as a radio personality. This guy can talk.
Mr. Tiffany?
There's something wrong here.
It is a shame. I am...
I yield back.
Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think this is such an important part of the conversation, and I always think it's helpful for the folks back home who are watching who might not understand some of these terms to kind of explicate it a little bit more. So, kind of zooming way out to help put this in context, it's really important for everyone back home to understand what's going on here. So the normal budget process, every year the president submits a budget to Congress. The normal process is Congress is supposed to review the budget. We make our own decisions because we represent the people. There's a constitutional separation of powers. And then Congress holds the strings, we pass the budget. And the job of the executive is just to execute on that budget. That's their job. And so that's Congress's purview. But Donald Trump this year, to try to get his executive agenda through Congress, has asked the GOP for one big, beautiful bill. Our friends across the aisle referred to that in their opening statement. And it's not just a tax bill, though the tax provisions are really the feature for them here. So if you guys remember, there was a big tax package passed in 2017. A lot of those provisions are expiring this year. The ones they care about the most are these tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires and mega corporations. And as we said here at the beginning, that's going to cost the American people $7 trillion. They're trying to generate some way of offsetting some of the funding here. But here's the thing. From a process standpoint, the only way you can get big changes like this through when you have a Senate that is not going to consent to this is by doing a budget gimmick. And that's what reconciliation is really about. So that's what this whole enterprise is all about. Because they don't have 60 members of the Senate that would vote for any of this. There just aren't. They don't have the votes. And so what they're trying to do is use a budget process that was meant to streamline getting Congress's budgetary authority through Congress by trying to pass Trump's bill using reconciliation. But here's the thing. The parliamentarian of the Senate, she will not allow policy to move through the Senate through reconciliation because the Senate requires a 60-vote threshold to change any policy. So it has been widely reported that the reason why the Republicans are completely silent in here today, we're not seeing the normal fireworks that you see, is because they are deeply afraid that if anyone in this room utters a sentence that calls into question the 96 pages inside this bill as being non-budgetary and policy in nature, the parliamentarian in the Senate will say, you can't move this through reconciliation. So as was explained by Assistant Leader Neguse, the silence reveals the plot. Now, if any of you are actually wondering if this is in fact an appropriations bill, crack it open. If any of you have ever read an appropriations bill, the way an appropriations bill is drafted is it says X number of dollars are appropriated for X dates for the following purposes. Well, I'm flipping through this bill right now, and here's what I see inside of it. It wants to do mandatory leasing of oil and gas. It lists all of the states we're going to do it in. It has land use plans in it. It's revoking land use plans, non-competitive leasing. It's got requirements in here around logging. It's got some permit kickbacks. It's got permitting fees. It reduces royalty rates for oil and gas companies, geothermal leasing. Oh, it also covers rights away for, oh, wait, here we go. Opens up the MPRA, ANWR. Oh, judicial proceedings? That doesn't have anything to do with the budget, Mr. Chairman. This takes away the rights of the American people to use the courts. I would squarely say the parliamentarian is not going to rule that as being budgetary. Mining, specific mining. What else have we got in here? Oh, BLM, coal. Oh, guess what? We're going to start mining coal again in places where it's not economical. It guts NEPA, acreage requirements, outer continental shelf, geological surveys, renewable energy. Oh, look, here's some new water funding for dams in California. None of this is budgetary. And that, my friends, is why they're not opening their mouths today. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I remind members to address their remarks to the chair, and please refrain from engaging in individual personalities. Is there further discussion on the amendment? That wasn't
We need more
specifically
personality
addressed to
over
you,
here.
Ms.
We're trying to get
Senator.
some
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Neguse, designated Neguse number 68. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Neguse number 87. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
I thank the chairman. This amendment is very simple. I represent the headwaters of the Colorado River and have seen just how necessary this river is to our communities and our state. This bill would support drought resilience investments for the Colorado River and the lower basin and upper basin states. And there are a myriad of reasons why I believe that this amendment, which would redirect subsidies within this bill from fossil fuel companies to these critically important projects on drought resiliency for the Colorado River, myriad of reasons why I think this amendment makes a lot of sense and why I would hope my colleagues would support it. Perhaps I'll try something a little different this time, because I have made repeated offers to the chairman to try to engage him in debate. I've made good faith efforts to convince my colleagues that they should rise to the occasion and on behalf of their constituents be willing to defend their values, defend the positions that they have taken. But that has fallen, unfortunately, on deaf ears and sort of just blanket refusal on the part of my Republican colleagues to engage in any kind of debate. So what I will just do, I will give my Republican colleagues an opportunity to explain to their constituents, to their colleagues, and to the American people why they believe this amendment should not be approved by the committee. Well, I see I have 3 minutes left. Long 3 minutes. Any of my colleagues to just explain why. I know you're all going to vote against the amendment. Just explain to the American people why.
Gentlemen wish to yield this
No.
time?
Oh, well, I'm happy to yield to you if you'd like to explain to me why you're against this amendment. That's all I'm asking. Oh. Well, maybe we'll do this for every amendment. I see we have some visitors who've arrived, and, I think they ought to understand what the Congress has devolved to, where you essentially cannot have your colleagues debate you in any meaningful way. Forget meaningful, debate you, period. Where they will just outright refuse. So just so the folks who have arrived understand, we're debating a really important amendment, in my view, to protect water rights in Colorado. And I'm just asking my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to debate me and perhaps explain why they agree with it or disagree with it. And the silence you hear is that they refuse to explain it. So we're just going to let the time on that clock behind you, you'll see there, 55 seconds left. We're just going to let it draw down unless any of my colleagues wish to intervene and explain why they disagree with my idea. For the students that have joined us, this is not normally how it works. Unprecedented. Not the way the Congress is supposed to function. Well, I see my time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair reminds members to address their remarks to the chair and not the audience. Does any member wish to claim time to speak on the amendment? Ms. Anasari, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Assistant Leader Nagus, for this incredibly important amendment. My district relies heavily on water that is supplied by the Colorado River, which is experiencing a prolonged drought exacerbated by the climate crisis, which of course we know that the climate crisis is a result of our own actions, our investment for decades in oil and gas, and our refusal to move beyond the oil and gas industry. And of course, this bill that we're discussing today and the changes that are being proposed here by my Republican colleagues are simply a giveaway to the oil and gas industry. We know that President Trump, during his campaign, asked directly to the oil and gas sector, said to them, give me $1 billion, help me win this election, and I'll make sure you get everything that you want. And that's exactly what's happening here. And you would think that when there are so many members on this committee from both sides of the aisle who represent districts and states who are experiencing drought, who, typically water has been, water security and securing our water future has been a bipartisan issue. But yeah, it's baffling to me that Republicans are unwilling to support an amendment that simply redirects funds to Colorado River drought resiliency. It's also important to mention that the pausing of funds through the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, also have taken away funds from our water resiliency efforts. So thank you, Assistant Leader Nagus, for this amendment. I really wish that my colleagues would be willing to debate this or support this very simple amendment. You know, again, in Arizona, it is difficult to even talk about our future beyond a couple of decades, let alone longer than that, because of the drought that we're facing and the ongoing challenges with the Colorado River. So I look forward to supporting this amendment, and I hope my other colleagues will as well. Thank you. I yield back to you.
Would the gentleman?
Yes, yield to Assistant Leader.
Well, I thank the gentlewoman from Arizona for her remarks, for her support of this amendment, and she articulated so well the rationale behind protecting the Colorado River, Upper Basin, Lower Basin states in these drought contingency projects. I just, wanted to, well, I guess it won't be a colloquy because I don't think the chairman will engage me in that. But nonetheless, into the chairman's admonition, which I appreciated about addressing the audience, and so perhaps I could just convey to the chairman what I was attempting to convey to the audience, which I will not do here, which was to simply say, Mr. Chairman, as you know, that this is not the normal way in which legislative debate typically materializes here in the House of Representatives, and that ultimately what I was attempting to convey for the benefit of you, Mr. Chairman, and for all of those who might be observing these proceedings is that in a normal legislative debate, there is a give and take. There's a debate, an amendment is introduced, the amendment that I've introduced on the Colorado River drought resiliency, and I state the reasons for the amendment, and then my colleagues who might disagree with me, as you know, Mr. Chairman, explain the rationale for why they believe the amendment is not the most prudent way forward. What makes this process unique is that the Speaker of the House, I believe, we haven't yet figured out who issued the order, but some order came down to my Republican colleagues that they should not utter a single word during this entire debate. And so that's why, Mr. Chairman, if there were people in the audience, they would see that only members on this side of the dais are speaking. It's not because our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are muted. They all have microphones. Here, you can see. They are free to engage in debate. They won't. They refuse to say a word. It's very odd, something that most of us on this side of the aisle have not observed before in this chamber. And in my view, a diminution in the way in which this body is supposed to function. So that is what I was hoping, or rather was attempting to provide contextually, Mr. Chairman. And I thank the gentlewoman from Arizona who I believe has stepped out, and so I will yield back the balance of her time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Neguse, designated Neguse number 87. All in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Neguse number 138. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Well, I want to thank the chairman. I know the chairman has denied my offer about pulling back on some of these other amendments to engage in debate. I want to clarify the terms of that offer. They extend to any member of the Republican caucus on this committee. So I did not mean to limit it to the chairman. Any member that's willing to engage me in just a little debate, 30 seconds, 60 seconds of debate, I'd be happy to drop one of these amendments so that we can proceed with committee business. So I just want to make sure that that's on the record. The ranking members, it's a generous offer, and I agree, I concur. This amendment, again, very simple. Coloradans treasure our public lands. And the vast majority of Americans feel the same way. That is why I'm offering this amendment to prevent any of the funds made available in this bill from being used to shrink or revoke the boundaries of any existing national monuments. We know that the threat posed to these national monuments and to our public lands is real. We see that evidenced in the budget plan that was released by the Trump administration last week, which paired drastic budget cuts for national monuments and parks and public lands with a call for deep reductions to undo and revoke national monuments. Back in Colorado, I was proud and honored when President Biden designated the Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument. In my district, I worked alongside Senator Bennett for years to champion those protections. It was designated through an open and transparent process with overwhelming local bipartisan support. It is critical to protect these treasured public lands, which is why I offer the amendment that I submit to you today. And I would welcome the opportunity to debate the amendment with my colleagues. I know a number of my colleagues I've engaged in a similar debate with before about our national monuments and the nuanced policy debate that I think we've had in the past with both the chairman and Mr. Stauber, and so would welcome their input on this amendment and their feedback. Mr. Chairman, you care to respond at all by chance? Do you support the amendment? Are you look?
It's your time, Mr. Neguse.
You won't say whether you support it?
No, I do not support the
Okay,
amendment.
thank you for telling me. I never thought I would thank the chairman for opposing my amendment, but just being able to get him to say I oppose the amendment is a start. Mr. Stauber, do you oppose the amendment? You're going to vote on it in like 2 minutes. The country's going to know your position on it.
I remind members to address the remarks to the chair.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, does Mr. Stauber oppose the amendment? I'm directing the remarks towards you. Is that not? I yield back to, I yield to the ranking member. Sure.
I'm just wondering if the gentleman from Colorado can tell from this angle. Mr. Stauber's working his phone there. His thumb is very nimble. Do you think he's playing Candy Crush or Minesweeper?
I don't know.
I again ask members to address the remarks to the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
individual members.
I will say it pains me. It pains me because, again, I have great respect for Mr. Stauber and for many of my friends on the other side of the aisle, and I have to imagine that they find this as absurd as I do. I mean, if we are left to, we're now in a position in which Republican colleagues are not allowed to say whether or not they support or oppose an amendment when they will be voting on that amendment a mere few minutes later. I don't think that's how craven this process has gotten. I don't understand. Mr. Chairman, how about this? I'll ask a question. Of course, I don't expect an answer, but was there a formal memo at all issued by Republican leadership in terms of how the hearing should proceed, of members being allowed to answer questions or not answer questions or say whether they support amendments or? Okay, well, you might consider, yeah? Okay, well then I guess I'll just let the time wind down. Fascinating hearing. Nothing quite like this. And I yield back the 4 seconds of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is indeed a very bizarre hearing. But, I think one of the things that I find particularly strange about the failure to engage in the debate is, you don't even need to be a parliamentarian to see that like 90% of the bill is not budgetary and doesn't make sense in terms of germaneness to the budget. And I believe that the parliamentarian is going to see through this secret plot that's happening here, because I do believe that the parliamentarian has eyeballs and can read, and the language is very clearly not budgetary language. And since, Mr. Chairman, we're not getting an engagement on the other side of the aisle, since we have a lot of expertise on our side of the aisle, what I'd love to do, Mr. Chairman, is I'd like to go down the line. I'd like to yield time to Mr. Huffman, then I'll yield time to Mr. Neguse, then to Congresswoman Ledger-Fernandez, then to Representative Hoyle, and then to Representative Randall to ask, do you believe that this bill will be found to be germane to the budget and only appropriate for reconciliation? Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to Mr. Huffman.
Oh, I'll lead off. Well, look, I thank the gentlelady for the question, and, you know, the truth is, they're mum today. They're not saying a word because they're under orders not to talk, but it's a little bit late for that, because that parliamentarian in the Senate can also watch the news and read the newspapers. And from Speaker Johnson down to members of this committee, they have been talking about this big, beautiful bill in policy terms all year long. They've been saying it's Trump's domestic agenda, it's Trump's policy agenda. But today, I guess we pretend it's a budget bill. It's about appropriate. Who are they kidding? What a joke. No wonder they won't say a word today. So yeah, I would say the chances are slim to none that a lot of this survives the parliamentarian. The question is whether, in the age of MAGA, parliamentarian rulings still mean anything.
Right. And does Mr. Ranking Member yield back to me?
I do.
I'd like to yield to Assistant Leader Neguse. Do you believe this bill is germane to the budget and will be found to be germane in its majority?
I don't think there's any doubt that it is not germane. I concur with the ranking member's assessments. I will just say, though, if and when the parliamentarian determines that it's not germane, it won't be because my colleague, Mr. Stauber, declined to say whether or not he supports this amendment. I mean, this is kind of the fallacy of all of the absurdity, theater of the absurd, that you're allowed to opine on the propriety of an amendment and whether you agree with it or disagree with it. That's not going to get you in trouble with the Senate parliamentarian. What gets you in trouble with the Senate parliamentarian is writing a 94-page bill that is littered with policy changes. That is probably the fatal defect in the approach. The approach you're taking now of just not responding to anything and everything, I think it's just a little too late.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Ranking Member Ledger Fernandez, do you believe that this is germane to the budget and not a bunch of policy changes?
Well,
I yield.
In answering that question, what you really come back to is, I think, a sense of priorities. And where Democrats have stood with their priorities is, how do you make sure that we protect our public lands? And the way you protect our public lands is through protection. They don't like the word protection, right? Oh, preservation is bad, conservation. But conservation means protecting. And what they have done in this bill is remove protections. And when you're removing protections, that is not a budgetary issue. That is an issue of both values and morality.
And policy.
And policy. And all of that does not go to, is this going to solve your deficit problem? Because if you wanted to solve your deficit problem, you know what? Get rid of all those tax breaks for the billionaires. That would solve it.
Exactly. Does the
I
gentleman
yield back.
And to our next member in line, Representative Hoyle, do you believe this is germane and not a bunch of policy changes?
I concur with the previous statements, and I yield back to Ms. Stansberry.
Thank you. And with my remaining time, Representative Randall.
Thank you so much, Representative Stansberry. This is my first go-round with budget reconciliation here at the federal level, but in the state legislature, we had very clear rules about what had to go through budget committee and what bills were policy. And it is clear to me that what the majority party is trying to do in this budget bill is a lot of policy that's going to impact our communities. I yield back.
Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've done your job for you. This bill is policy, not budget.
Time has expired. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, one of the reasons why I'm in favor of this amendment, and I'm willing to speak about it, even though many of my colleagues have monuments in their districts, because they come from beautiful places that have archaeological and historical sites that have been designated monuments. And the reason they were designated monuments is after actually a very extensive process. And that extensive process included input from the local community, from environmentalists, from tribes, from people who do outdoor recreation. And what they are refusing to stand up and speak to right now is they're refusing to stand up for the beautiful places that must be preserved and conserved in their own districts. In my district, 3 monuments, well, 2 monuments in my district and 3 monuments in the state of New Mexico are targeted for elimination. One is tent walks. Tent Walks is a place that has been listed as one of the most incredible places in the earth. I forgot what the real name of it is, but it is like one of those Times World's Greatest Places of 2025. World's Greatest Places of 2025. It is, as somebody described it, surreal. Surreal, almost as surreal as this committee hearing where we don't actually have a debate, right? But it is a place that is surreal that you will feel awe. And what we are trying to do is preserve those places where you go to and you feel awe, A-W-E, because they are so incredible that your breath is taken away, that you learn something new, that you are so glad that you were alive in that moment. And they want to get rid of places like this. They want to get rid of the Rio Grande National Monument. They want to eliminate an outdoor industry that brings about $3.2 billion to the state of New Mexico. And because you guys actually come from beautiful places too, you are also going to suffer when you eliminate the places that produce awe and that actually generate an amazing amount of beautiful tourism and economic benefit. And so thank you very much for this amendment, Assistant Leader, because we should all be standing up for those places in our districts that produce awe. And I yield back. No, I don't yield back. I'm going to yield to Mr. Neguse.
Well, I just would say thank you to the gentlewoman from New Mexico because she spoke so eloquently and from personal experience about the long, robust, difficult, sometimes difficult stakeholder process that is required to build the kind of consensus that ultimately leads to these kinds of designations. And it's yet another reminder of why it's so important to preserve these monuments because of the very thorough processes that underpin those decisions. And the gentlewoman spoke, I think, so eloquently on that front.
And I would also point out that in the world's greatest places of 2025, there is not a dime that is going to go to help pay for the tax cuts for the wealthy supporters of Trump and the Republicans, because there's nothing there but beauty. There isn't oil and gas. There isn't coal. There are not rare earth minerals. There's a lot of sand sculptures that time has eroded. So it is not a budget issue when you seek to preserve or eliminate these places.
Gentlelady, yield back. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I really want to thank the gentleman for this amendment because what you're really doing here is asking what are your priorities when it comes to our public lands and our special places, and you're giving Republicans and Democrats a chance to say that these incredible antiquities, these special places that have been preserved as monuments, get protected. And we know that the American people loves that. Poll after poll shows you that they support protection for these amazing places. So this amendment really gives us all a chance to just say what we care about. And so, you know, I think we already know this, but I do want to enter into the record this article from May 6, 2025 from AmericanProgress.org, talking about how Congress's tax bill sells out America's public lands and waters. And it talks about some of these special places that are under fire.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And Mr. Neguse, you know, like you, I have a district that's park rich. Many of these national monuments that we're trying to protect with this amendment are managed by the National Park Service. And, you know, the one part of this budget that probably will survive the bird roll are the rescissions of huge amounts of money for the National Park Service. So I find that interesting because everybody says they support our national parks. They say they support these special places and the agency that runs them. But they're slashing funding for the Park Service. Interestingly, they are finding money to fund Donald Trump's gaudy Garden of American Heroes. So the Park Service may be laying off rangers and wildlife specialists and experts. They may have a hard time protecting public safety at our most visited parks this year and into the future. But they're being told to go build a new gaudy Garden of Heroes because Donald Trump wants that. I mean, what does that say, Mr. Neguse, about priorities?
Well, it tells you a whole lot about their misplaced priorities. And look, my view has always been that talk is cheap, right? Actions speak louder than words. We hear a lot from our Republican colleagues about their support, so-called support for our national parks. And yet, when the time comes to fund those priorities, they are missing in action. They are decimating the National Park Service. And it's one of the reasons why my next amendment speaks to this precise issue, particularly around the rescission around NPS staffing. But what I would also just say is I know my colleagues, with respect to the national monuments piece of this particular amendment, that at least they've historically had very impassioned views. Mr. Gosar, I know, just arrived, and I know, if there's one member on that side of the aisle who's not going to follow the edict from the speaker, I think it's you, Paul. So do you mind just giving us a sense as to would you support my amendment? What was that? You have to press the red button there.
We'll have to see.
Well, that's the first Republican member. The first Republican member at a 5-hour hearing outside of the chairman to respond. Thank you, Mr. Gosar. Apparently the gag order doesn't apply to you. It applies to your colleagues, but not to you. Am I right? No. Oh, no? It does apply to you? Well, you're not sure. Maybe it's limited in scope. It applies with respect to indicating support or lack thereof for an amendment, but not the rationale?
We'll just say, I wanted permission and you didn't have a mother over, so I could ask the mother.
That's the second time you've referenced that. I'm still confused, but nonetheless, I appreciate Representative Gosar engaging me at least a little. And this is Ranking Member Huffman's time. Ranking Member, I don't know if you want to have an exchange with Mr. Gosar.
I will just say we're claiming my time. I'm just really grateful for that extended commentary by Mr. Gosar. And that is the most meaningful debate participation we've seen from any Republican today in the most consequential hearing in this committee in decades.
Would you
yes,
yield?
I yield.
I mean, I would say, Mr. Chairman, you might want to consider having a brief recess and a convening of your members just to make sure you all are on the same page about what you can and cannot say and whether members should be engaging in debate or not, because we may have, Mr. Gosar, the genie may be out of the bottle at this point. By virtue of you answering that question, we might be starting here with an extended debate.
And I will just close by saying that I think we've established it's a qualified gag order.
Qualified, yes,
That's right. It has limited terms and conditions, but I hope, back to the point of priorities in the National Park Service budget, I hope that our friends across the aisle would not, if they ever build this gaudy Garden of American Heroes, include Teddy Roosevelt, because he is rolling in his grave today over what they are doing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, we will now do one of the great tenets of democracy, and everybody will find out where everybody stands on the issue, because the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Neguse, designated Neguse number 138. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Neguse 139. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Gosar was not here before I don't believe he had an opportunity to hear my offer to the chairman. So, because I could see your surprise and dismay that the volume of amendments I'm offering. I made an offer to the chairman, which I thought was a fair offer, which was to say that if he would just engage with me in a little debate on a few of my amendments, that I would withdraw the bulk of my amendments. Each of these amendments taken about a half hour of debate. So this markup would end a lot quicker if the chairman were just willing to engage in a little healthy back and forth. So anyway, the offer extends to you, Mr. Gosar. You may save this committee an hour of debate if you're willing to just debate this amendment with me. I'll be willing to consider withdrawing the rest of them.
See, you forget, I'm from a family that is very split. So we do this all the time. So I doubt that I could save us any time.
Well, no, but I appreciate that back and forth. It's nice to be able to, again, I haven't been able to talk to a Republican member here for 5 hours. No one on this side of the aisle is willing to say one word. So so let me explain the bulk of my amendment, and I would welcome if you'd be willing to maybe share with me if you agree or disagree with the amendment. And you know what? You might inspire Mr. Stauber and my other colleagues here, Mr. Begich from Alaska. I don't know. This could be contagious. As you'll see, Mr. Gosar has not gotten in any trouble. Speaker hasn't called, right? He's not getting pulled out of the committee hearing for just responding to my, engaging in this colloquy. So anyway, we'll go to the substance of this amendment. This amendment protects critical funding for National Park Service staff. It shouldn't be controversial. Again, quite perplexed why this amendment is even necessary, but as you all know, Section 50222 of the Inflation Reduction Act included a critical investment to hire employees at the NPS. The money is available, or rather should be available through 2030. Couldn't be more important as the Trump administration is actively working to dismantle and undermine federal land management agencies. 12.5% of the entire workforce has left the agency, the National Park Service, and it's only been a little more than 100 days. We're already down 2,000 rangers and park employees at many national parks in your districts, including my own, Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. We know that this is a short-sighted and reckless approach, and there's an easy way to ameliorate that, and that's by supporting this amendment. So I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment. Again, I think it's a common sense, practical measure that would protect our national parks. And while I am hopeful that my colleagues will support it, I'm even more hopeful that perhaps one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be willing to debate it so that I can just understand your point of view as to why you think that protecting our national parks is a bad idea. And I'm happy to yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Arizona, if he'd like. And if you mentioned that you do this debate a lot, so I've got 2 minutes. You don't have to worry about asking for your own time. I just would welcome the debate on this amendment.
I'll yield back.
What was that?
I'll yield back.
The order came down, didn't it? You got a text message or something? Somebody texted you and said, no more talking at this hearing? You sure? Okay, well, I don't know, something happened, because in any event, well, I'm not ready to yield back yet, Mr. Chairman. I saw your hand there. Ms. Stansberry, if you or Mr. Magaziner.
You know, I thank you, Mr. Neguse, for introducing this amendment. National parks are America's best idea and a major employer in most of your states. Not mine. We actually have one of the fewest of any state number of National Park Service employees. But I was just looking at the data. If I read this correctly, I see in Oregon, Mr. Benson's state, 21,000 employees. In Nevada, Mr. Amodi's state, 2,000. The chairman's state, Arkansas, 4,000. The list goes on and on. 21,000 was Mr. Begich's state in Alaska, 11,000 in Oregon. Mr. Hurd, I don't know you yet because you're new. What state are you from? I thought I would get him. Can you just tell me what state you're from? Sir, hello? Can you tell me what state you're from?
I remind the members to address their remarks to the chair and not to individual members unless you're engaged in a colloquy.
I mean, I'd yield, obviously. Okay, well, I tried. I yield back to Mr. Leguse.
I mean, I think, Mr. Magaziner is certainly allowed to ask you where Mr. Hurd is from. I, of course, know. He's my neighbor in Colorado, and it's good to serve with him on the committee, but in any event, apparently that's, I guess that answer might, get afoul of the parliamentarian when this thing gets over to the Senate, so we wouldn't want to endanger the bill. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that's weird about what's happening here in this committee, well, there's a lot of weird things going on, but among the weird things, and I really do appreciate the Assistant Leader's amendment to restore funding to our Park Service workers. One of the things that I think folks don't realize is that our federal public lands workers do all kinds of stuff. They fight fires, they collect your fees when you go to the parks, They empty the trash cans. They make sure you don't get eaten by bears. Like, they do all kinds of things on our public lands, right? And among the things they do is actually help make sure that the infrastructure in our public lands is maintained. And I think it's interesting because a few months ago, when I was serving as the ranking member for the Oversight Subcommittee, we had a bipartisan hearing that was led by Ranking Member Gosar, looking at why we still had a huge deferred maintenance backlog in our national parks, even though we passed a huge public lands package on a bipartisan basis a number of years ago. In fact, I hate to admit this, but Donald Trump is actually who signed that bill. It was the America Great Outdoors bill. And that bill allocated a significant amount of funding through LWCF, through public lands funding to address this long-standing, multi-decadal backlog of infrastructure maintenance on public lands. And what Mr. Gosar and I heard in that bipartisan hearing was that what was impacting their ability to spend down those balances was a lack of staffing. And so you're proposing to rescind the funding for the staffing that would address the issue that you guys advocated to pass on a bipartisan basis just a few years ago. And the other thing that's weird to me too about this is, like, again, you know, we know the jig is up. This is not actually about the budget, but let's pretend like it is. Like, part of how you generate income on public lands is by collecting fees. And as we all know, at the very beginning of this administration, when Elon Musk was given access to the White House and hacked the federal OPM website, and database, and sent out a mass email firing literally 200,000 probationary staff. Huge numbers of national park staff were laid off. And during those weeks before they were forced by multiple court orders to rehire staff, not only did the Secretary of Interior not know how many of his own staff had been fired, there were national parks that did not have staff collecting fees at them. Because people went to parks and there was literally nobody working there, because people who were supposed to be on their shifts had received an email telling them they were fired without cause. So there's so many things about this bill that are bizarre, but I especially appreciate that, you know, Assistant Leader Neguse has brought forward this amendment, because we can't do the things we want to do as a federal government if we don't have staff who can do them, including the things, Mr. Chairman, that you all want to do. So I appreciate, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized.
So look, all fun aside, on the amendment, national parks are our national treasures, and we hear over and over in this committee how our national parks are under-resourced. So why in the world would we be cutting nearly $300 million from the national parks budget in order to pay for tax cuts that are largely going to go to billionaires and big corporations? Like, this is not necessary. It is not what the American people would want. And just to put this in context, I also sit on the Homeland Security Committee. We had our markup last week, where, again, the Republican members had been instructed not to speak. But in that markup, they included a plus up of $300 million, roughly the same amount of money, $300 million for enhanced security for President Trump's golf trips. President Trump golfed, I believe, 24 out of his first 100 days in office. And so Republicans, at the same time that they're adding $300 million for security for President Trump's golf trips, are cutting almost $300 million from the national parks, just to give everyone an idea of where their priorities are. Now, my Republican colleagues in this committee may have been instructed not to speak, but certainly they can still listen. And I hope they will listen to their constituents who do not want cuts to the national parks, and listen to us when we say it's not necessary. In the context of a $1.5 trillion bill, you can find the 200-odd million to at least keep the national parks at their current level of funding, if not even do better than that. So unless anyone else on our side would like to weigh in, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Randall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one of the jewels of the United States National Park Service in my district, the Olympic National Park, that draws tourism dollars from not only across the state, but across the country and around the world. And it is important for the local economies of small towns all around the Olympic Peninsula. But it's also a really magical place where people get to see, ancient trees draped in moss and waterfalls and views that are unlike anywhere else, where people begin to understand what it means to love nature. And ours is not the only national park like this, where people have truly magical experiences. Standing along the edge of the Grand Canyon is one of those special places, those places that are unlike any other. But, I don't purport to know a lot about the national parks in all of the districts of my colleagues around the country, but our national park staff is essential not only to the Park Service and the maintenance of those lands, but also to our treaty obligations. Now, if we cut funding for our National Park Service and we lose employees in the Olympic Mountains and in the Olympic National Park, then what we have is unsupervised use of our wild lands. And, my brother was a state park aide one summer, and I got to hear all the stories about the messes that people would leave behind at a park. And when folks leave messes behind them, when they go to the bathroom in the woods, when they leave trash, in the mountains of the Olympics, those streams and rivers find their way down to the tribal nations around the Olympic Peninsula, the Lower Elwha Slalom Tribe, the Jamestown Slaloms, the Ho, the Quinault, who we had the president of in a subcommittee, the Indian and Insular Affairs Subcommittee not long ago. Our responsibility to be good stewards of our lands and waters requires us to make sure that our national park staff are doing their jobs to maintain our wilderness lands. And I imagine that mine is not the only district that has this intersection with tribal nations and treaty obligations. And I would just caution my colleagues in this committee who say, and I believe you, that they support our treaty obligations and they support the tribal nations across this country. But just because something doesn't say tribes or sovereignty or treaty rights in it, doesn't mean it doesn't impact the nations that have stewarded this land since time immemorial and to whom we are obligated to be good partners and co-managers. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to circle back to our conversation about the real content of this bill before us being overwhelmingly policy, huge policy changes. And you don't have to take my word for it. I would like to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, an article from Fox News recently, just a week and a half ago, where Speaker Mike Johnson is saying on the record that this legislation is about Trump's priorities on defense, taxes, energy, and the border, that this big reconciliation bill is the legislative vehicle, as I've explained to people, through which we will deliver the president's America First agenda. So I'd like to enter that into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so
And,
ordered.
If any of my colleagues would like some time, I'm happy to yield. Otherwise, that's all I wanted to say.
Gentleman, yield back.
Thanks.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Neguse, designated Neguse 139. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn.
The motion to adjourn is a privileged motion that is not debatable and cannot be tabled. The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the motion to adjourn is not agreed to.
Request recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will set up the voting system. Inside the room. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 12 and the nays are 16.
The motion to adjourn is not agreed to. I recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Neguse 185. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
I thank the chairman. We're going to give it another shot. I hope my colleagues might entertain the notion of debating me on this amendment, but waiting with bated breath here. The recent termination of thousands of federal employees across the Department of Interior and Department of Agriculture has left our firefighting capabilities severely diminished as we head into the summer months. Many of the employees who have been terminated or have taken the offered deferred resignation program held red card qualifications, meaning, as we all know, that they are certified to support wildfire suppression efforts as wildfires break out. These individuals hold full-time jobs with their agencies, but they're also trained professionals who are certified and ready to protect our communities from the devastating impacts of wildfires when needed. Folks in my district and across the state of Colorado are no strangers to wildfire. In the last several years, we've had the largest wildfire in the history of Colorado, the Cameron Peak Fire, the second largest wildfire in the history of our state, the East Troublesome wildfire in Larimer County, Grand County, decimate our state. And as the summer months approach, my team and I are hearing daily from constituents, fire chiefs, city and county leaders, and more about their fears for what this summer could hold. Even Vicki Christensen, who was the chief of the Forest Service during President Trump's prior administration, right? So this is President Trump's former head of the Forest Service, has called the cuts to that agency crazy. Those are her words, not mine. Crazy. She's right. It makes no sense to terminate thousands of folks in the Forest Service who are red card holders. These are the people who will be helping fight wildfires in Colorado, in Utah, in Idaho, in Wyoming, in Montana, in the months ahead. We've heard reports that as many as 3,000 Forest Service staff who have left the agency since January were red card holders. 3,000. I would hope that my colleagues would join me in what I would think is a common sense, prudent amendment to this bill to ultimately ensure that we take immediate action to reinstate all qualified personnel who were terminated, ensuring that they return to active duty without delay so that they can be available to help with the wildfires to come. The last thing I will just say on this, Chairman referenced to the necessity to talk about the substance of these amendments. This is not theoretical. There will be wildfires in the months ahead in every single one of those states that I mentioned. In Idaho, in Wyoming, in Utah, in Nevada, and in Colorado. And I know damn well that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle from those states will demand resources on behalf of their communities when those wildfires metastasize across their states and their districts. They have an opportunity now to do the right thing and protect their communities by supporting this amendment, reinstating these red card holders. This is not partisan. It shouldn't be political. It's common sense. So I would urge Chairman and my colleagues to support the amendment, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, as somebody whose district suffered the largest wildfire in history in the state of New Mexico, I must speak in favor of this amendment. And I think that it is incumbent upon each of us to be able to say to my constituents when I go home, I spoke in favor of saving our forests from the fires that will come. And when they say, but we're not getting rid of firefighters, they are lying to you. I have met with those who have been let go, those who have been pushed out, and as you describe it, they hold the card. They are trained. They need to be there because they're providing. They're the hydrologists, they're the meteorologists, they're the people who are helping on the ground to fight the fires. And so once again, I think we need to ask our colleagues to look into their conscience and decide whether they have the courage to stand with the ranchers and the farmers and the fishermen and the hunters and the communities and the home builders and the small businesses who derive their lives, their livelihood, and their identity from these beautiful places that you get to call home that will burn. And when they are burning down, remember, your vote today. And remember the fact that you refused to even explain why you were not willing to stand up for your constituents and for those forests. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized.
I just think it's important, thank you, Chairman. I think it's important to put this in context here. Remember what got us to this point. Elon Musk hired a group of teenage and 20-something neophytes with no experience in government at all to come in, pour through everybody's personal private data, and then start firing federal employees left and right with no plan and no expertise or logic behind it whatsoever. They just started firing people, these 20-year-olds who have no idea what they're doing. And they made mistakes. They fired the people in charge of guarding our nuclear stockpile, then realized, oh shoot, we messed up, we should rehire them. But they couldn't find them for days because those people had been shut out of their emails. They fired people at the VA. They fired the people at the VA who run the Veterans Crisis Hotline, the suicide hotline for veterans. They fired them and then realized, oh, we messed up, and had to hire them back. Left and right, these Doge kids are going through the federal government, firing people from sensitive positions, and then realizing, oh, whoops, we made a mistake. No one's guarding the nuclear weapons anymore, and then they had to hire them back. So here, at a time when Americans are more at risk to wildfire than at any time in any of our lifetimes, these Elon Musk Doge kids have fired a bunch of people who fight fires. Think any of them has ever fought a fire before? Or know anything about firefighting or anything about forest management? No. So this amendment is a common sense one, a simple one. Let's hire back those employees who fight fires. That is a basic government service. And I would just ask any of my Republican colleagues, take a step back and think about what you're doing here. Because your constituents will not forget about this. Next time wildfire hits any one of your districts, you're going to have to explain why you voted to put your stamp on the administration firing these people. And why, when it came up in debate, you wouldn't even say a word about why. So think about this. You've got some time between now and when we vote to reconsider. And I'll yield to Ms. Stansberry. Okay, I'll yield back then.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to highlight the purpose of the amendment. Assistant Leader Nagus and I were in a subcommittee hearing in this very committee last week where we had the opportunity to ask questions of the Forest Service and state foresters and other stakeholders. And I think both of us raised the issue of staffing, and as Mr. Magaziner has pointed out, the Forest Service is in total disarray right now. In fact, if any of you have not spoken to your Forest Service staff in your districts, I highly, highly encourage you to. Because what's going on right now is between the mass firing of probationary staff, the early retirement deferred resignation that was offered, and the so-called RIF restructuring that is happening both at USDA, Forest Service, and Department of Interior, we've got tens of thousands of Forest Service and other public lands workers out there that don't know if they're gonna have jobs tomorrow. And as a result of all this so-called restructuring, they haven't staffed up for the fire season. And your own bill here today actually cuts funding that was in the Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure bill that was put there to prepare for the fire season. It includes cuts to programs that would be used for actually doing forest management, which I know, Mr. Chairman, is something that you're very passionate about as a forester. So again, there's so many weird things going on in this bill. But one thing I would definitely bring to this space, and I'm not just debating to debate on this particular issue, is that I don't want any forests to burn. I don't want any of our family members to lose their lives. I don't want people to be hurt. And so even though you're not using your voices here today in this committee, I hope that you'll engage with the administration to address the concern that Mr. Neguse is raising with this amendment. I hope that you will contact the Secretaries of Interior and USDA and raise the issue with them, because we have been. But you all are on the same side of the aisle as them, and we really need them to fix the situation on the ground with staffing for the fire season. So with that, I yield back. I'll yield to Mr. Magaziner.
I just want to make one last point. Thank you to the gentleman. Y'all aren't going to meet this Memorial Day deadline. Like, everybody knows that. Okay? Like, Ways and Means, E&C, all these other committees, they are having a hard time. And you're not going to meet this deadline. That gives all of you on this committee, I would say, an opportunity to take a breath and say, wait a minute, do we really want to own cutting the National Park Service? Do we really want to own laying off, firing all of these people who fight fires and prevent wildfires? Do we need to do all of this? You have an opportunity here to use this extra time, which you're going to have either way, because these other committees are not going to meet their deadlines. You have an opportunity to take a step back and refine this, and at the very least, take out some of these cuts that you know your constituents are going to have a lot of questions about come election time next year. So I just offer that as a reality check here. You have the time to perfect this natural resources reconciliation bill, and this amendment is a good example of how you can refine it. So I'd encourage all of you over the next day or two, take a moment. Don't let these other committees that are missing their deadlines put you in an awkward situation that you're going to have to deal with on this committee. And with that, I'll yield back.
I believe it's Representative Stansberry's time. Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? No further discussion. The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Neguse, designated Neguse 185. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Parliamentary inquiry, if I might. I wonder if the chairman might be willing to share with me whether Neguse number 225, the amendment that I was just about to offer, if he believes it's budgetary or policy. If he believes that it's the latter, then I'm happy to withdraw it.
The chair is not entertaining questions. You can present your amendment or withdraw it, and we'll vote on it after that.
Okay, well then I'll go ahead and submit the amendment. Offer the amendment. And I thank the chairman for giving me the opportunity to offer the amendment.
Hold on one moment. Without
Sure.
objection, the amendment is considered read.
Sure. Does the chairman have a position as to whether or not this amendment is budgetary or policy? I'll skip all the debate. We'll just go to a vote. If I just am curious, if the chair, not even curious, I'm legitimately, you've said before on some of these amendments that you believe they're budgetary, they're policy, not budgetary, and so therefore it's a waste of the committee's time to debate them. And so I asked the question in good faith. If you think this is policy as opposed to a budgetary amendment.
As a matter of parliamentary inquiry, it's not my decision, it's the Senate parliamentarian's decision. So if you think it's budgetary and want to proceed and think you can get it passed.
But you opined whether some of the other ones were budgetary.
Yeah, in general, I think most of your amendments are policy-related, aimed at undercutting the final product.
Okay, well, I appreciate that feedback, because all this amendment does, all it does, is strike a section of this bill. So if the amendment is policy, then certainly the underlying provision in the bill is policy. Because that's all this amendment does. It doesn't add any new language. It's literally just strikes one provision of the reconciliation bill. And as the chairman, I think, noted, I don't want to recharacterize his words, but insofar as he believes that that general characterization of all my amendments being policy rather than budgetary is true in this instance, then it would render that particular provision of your bill a policy provision, which it clearly is. If the chairman wants to engage in that further, no? Okay, so I think we're in agreement on that. I'll just explain the bulk of this, or substance rather, of this amendment. The amendment strikes section 80305 of this bill. That section would overturn the BLM's Colorado River Valley and Grand Junction resource management plans. So just again, to kind of explain the context here, there's a section of your bill, the Republican bill, that overturns the Bureau of Land Management's Colorado River Valley and Grand Junction resource management plans. That is clearly policy, not budgetary, no doubt, which is why I suspect the chairman's initial observation about my amendment was that it is a policy-based amendment because it's trying to strike policy from your bill. And while I suspect that this amendment will fail and my attempt to strike this policy will fail, the parliamentarians' effort to strike this policy will not fail, in my view, at least if the parliamentarian is consistent with her prior rulings and the consideration of similar provisions in the Senate. With respect to the substance of this bill, of this particular amendment, both of these land management plans enhance protections for special designations, native trout crucial habitat, eligible wild and scenic river segments, area of tribal significance, Colorado Natural Heritage Program potential conservation areas, managed wildlife emphasis areas, and an expanded area of critical environmental concern. They are plans that were developed in consultation with local communities across western Colorado, and I believe that it is both on policy grounds imprudent to overturn these land management plans, and then, of course, consistent with the chairman's view, I believe that it also would violate the Byrd Rule to include this particular provision in the broader reconciliation bill, which is why I propose the following amendment to strike it entirely. And I'm happy to yield to the ranking member if he'd like, or, sure.
I don't know if we're going to coax an answer out of the chairman, but Mr. Neguse, I think it's a stand-up thing to offer Republicans a chance to repair an obvious parliamentary flaw in this bill that they claim is so essential to advancing Donald Trump's agenda. I mean, you're throwing them a lifeline here. And I just wonder, where did that generosity come from?
I'm a generous guy, but I don't know if they'll see it that way. Look, I think it's, I couldn't agree with you more. Practical, common sense way of both addressing the merits of what I think is a thoughtful amendment, but also helping remedy what is, again, a fatal flaw in their bill, in that it is littered with these policy provisions that ought not be there. So I yield back 10 seconds remaining of my time. Yes.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Neguse, designated Neguse 225. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Neguse 253. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is my last amendment. I know you're devastated. I had hoped that cooler heads would prevail and that we might reach an accord that would have saved the committee the time of having to debate all of these bills, although, of course, it's been a one-sided debate. I don't know that we can use the phrase debate, I mean, given the lack of any meaningful exchanges back and forth here with my colleagues. But nonetheless, I will offer this amendment. The amendment would simply prohibit funds in this bill from being used to facilitate the large-scale fire sale of our public lands that we know has been contemplated by President Trump and by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I will simply state what I said before Americans treasure our public lands, and we ought to be pursuing policies in this committee that are consistent with those values and in my view, a commitment that has been sacrosanct on the part of the American public in preserving our public lands. This bill falls far short of those ideals and quite the opposite, tramples all over them. And in my view, this amendment would be a simple, common-sense way of addressing that issue, and so I would hope that my colleagues would support it. Given that it is the last amendment and that I have belabored this point entirely in terms of the lack of debate with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I'll simply close by saying I recognize that at the conclusion of this hearing, Republicans are going to pass their portion of the Republican reconciliation bill. And we will proceed with markups on a variety of other bills that are important to members. And I suspect that my colleagues are going to want to kind of just treat it as business as usual, pretend that this never happened, that this temporary qualified gag order was never issued by the Speaker or by the Chairman. I don't think the American public are going to forget. I think, and I say this with all sincerity, that the tactics that you all have decided to employ, you all more broadly, every committee, every jurisdictional committee that's taking up a piece of this reconciliation bill, does a deep disservice to the American public, to our constituents, to the way in which this institution is perceived. The group of students that were here visiting, I have no idea where they were from. They're probably from one of your districts, from one of your states. And I wonder what message they're going to take back to their communities, that they came to Washington and saw a Congress that's just completely broken, a Congress that has decided that they don't owe the American people the benefit of even a modicum of debate and fair exchange of views. I just think that it isn't consistent with, in my view, your values. And I say that as a colleague and as a friend. So, it is what it is. You've made your decision, and there's clearly no changing your minds, with the exception of Mr. Gosar, who at least was willing to engage in some banter. But in any event, I just think it's disappointing, and I wish that y'all would have chosen a different course. But I'm happy to yield if there are any members that would like an opportunity to, the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman. So I appreciate this final amendment on public lands. And the last polling I saw, Mr. Neguse, showed that 71% of the American people across every category in every part of the country oppose selling off public lands to the highest bidder. Now, I've heard it reported that the chairman has said, well, we're not selling public land. In other words, fee title is not being transferred. But we're auctioning massive tracts of public land and areas of the ocean, in some cases not even to the highest bidder, to very low bidders or even no bidders. Do you see any functional difference there? And what is your sense of what the Americans think about this little distinction without a difference, auctioning away the public estate versus selling fee title?
You stole the words that I was literally going to use that same phrase, a distinction without a difference. And I think it's too cute by half, and the American people will see through it. At the end of the day, our shared constituencies treasure these public lands that we're blessed to have in our country. And I think when they realize that they are being auctioned off to the highest bidder by virtue of the leasing decisions that are being made, as the ranking member so eloquently put it, they will know who stood in the breach to defend public lands and who was unwilling to do so. And I think that distinction has been made abundantly clear during the course of this hearing.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Stansbury, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know that Assistant Leader Neguse is concluding his amendments, but I think that the important part of the argument that he brought to this debate today is really pointing out, number one, that the vast majority of the bill in front of this committee today is a policy bill. It is not a reconciliation. It is not a appropriations bill. It is not germane to the budget. And it's not going to pass the Senate test as it is. But the fact that members on the other side of the aisle are not engaging in the debate in front of the American people to defend the bill because of this concern over germaneness in the budget is ironic. And I find it particularly ironic because actually members of the committee today tweeted directly from this room, kicking off a packed morning in natural resources with my fellow patriots, unleashing American energy dominance, standing up for rural Americans, and rolling back Biden-era regulations that lock up our resources. So you won't engage in conversation here today, but you put the plot online for everyone to see. And in particular, your members are admitting publicly that this is about rolling back regulations that protect the environment. They did it online. You won't let them speak here in this committee room, but they gave up your plot on Twitter. So I will point the Senate parliamentarian to your member's own tweets when she reviews the bill. Thank you very much. I yield back, or I'll yield to Mr. Magaziner.
Thanks. And thank you again to Mr. Neguse, who I think has done a terrific job. On the one hand, standing up for public lands, for environmental protection, for federal workers, and arguing the substance, but also pointing out just the ridiculousness of our Republican colleagues' approach to this whole process. And let me just remind all of you, when Democrats were in control, Democrats passed major legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the PACT Act, passed reconciliation bills, and never once had to tell their members, don't say anything. We've faced election cycle after election cycle. Never once has the Democratic leader told members, don't do any town halls. And so, I mean, just the disrespect of the Republican leadership toward their own members is mind-boggling. I mean, you can get big things done without telling your membership, don't speak, don't debate, don't engage. We know because we've done it on our side, or at least those who were here when we were in the majority. And so, you know, to my Republican colleagues, have a conversation with your leadership at some point. They ought to show you more respect. And you ought to show your constituents more respect, because your constituents didn't elect you to just come here and stay quiet and speak only when you're told to speak and vote the way you're told to vote. Like, you are legislators. Act like it. And with that, I'll yield back to Ms. Stansberry.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Ansari, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you again to Assistant Leader Neguse. I just had a couple of comments, talking about you mentioned the bipartisan support for public lands, and it reminded me, I've been doing a number of listening sessions since I was sworn in on the 3rd of January. One of the first ones was with environmental leaders in Arizona, and Arizona is, of course, the epitome of a purple state. Some still call it a red state. We have, the state voted for Donald Trump this year for president, but also voted for a Democratic senator. We have a Democratic governor. Anyway, what really resonated to me from that listening session was polling on support for public lands in Arizona. And not only is that type of polling true across the board, but in Arizona, a recent poll as recently as February of this year, done by Colorado College Conservation in the West. They've been doing this polling for 15 years. And overall, 70% of Arizonans said they believe it is more important to protect water, air, wildlife habitat, and recreation opportunities than to maximize drilling and mining. I also think it's important to note that 35% of those polled identify, it says, with the MAGA movement, and still the polling was this strong. So this amendment in particular regarding public lands, I think should be so bipartisan. I think in any other context, if Donald Trump wasn't the president and, there wasn't this kind of authoritarian nature over members of Congress, I don't see why this amendment would not pass. So, again, I think, I hope that people across the country, I know in Arizona, they are paying attention to this absurdity and this recklessness, because it doesn't matter what political party you're from. You likely believe that we should have public lands preserved and not accessible to additional drilling and mining. So just wanted to point that out, and I'm happy to yield to any of my colleagues who still would like to speak, and thank you again, Representative Neguse, for all of your amendments.
Gentlewoman, yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Neguse, designated Neguse number 253. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment, a recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. We've got 24 out of 121 down. We'll move down to Ms. Ledger Fernandez. And I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 2. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would provide that onshore oil and gas provisions cannot take effect if they do reduce revenues to states, including for schools and police. Mr. Chairman, we're here because Republicans have to raise $1 billion from this committee to help pay for trillions of dollars of tax cuts for the billionaires that helped elect President Trump. In this committee, we could easily do this by raising the royalty rate on oil and gas companies, especially since this industry already enjoys so many subsidies. Democrats did this in our reconciliation process. We raised the royalty rate in oil and gas companies by a little over 4%, a rate that hadn't been changed since the 1920s. So when we brought the royalty rate into the 21st century, we were expected to generate $12.7 billion for federal and state taxpayers between 2023 and 2042. That's about $1.27 billion a year. It would have been a great thing, right? It was a great thing. Because the other thing we said is, what are we going to use this revenue for? We didn't say we're going to use this revenue to give it to the wealthiest people in this country. No, we're going to use this revenue to help improve Americans' everyday lives, like helping farmers get equip funding to withstand drought conditions and do water conservation. But Republicans, they want to go the other way. They don't stand with the little guy. They don't stand with the little girl, the women who are doing work in farms too. They stand with the billionaires and the wealthy corporations, so they want to take the royalty rate back to the 1920 level. In the 1920s, you could buy a house for $4,000 if you ordered it from the Sears catalog, while the average worker earned 40 cents an hour. So why should we be charging the same royalty rate we did in the 1920s now in 2025? And this is the kicker. We need to remember that states receive roughly half of all revenue from the leasing process and production, like auction bids, rent, and yes, royalties. In states like New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming, we use this money to fund services like public schools and police departments. When leasing revenue drops, school kids and public safety suffer. In fact, New Mexico State Land Commissioner sent a letter opposing this bill precisely because it will eliminate approximately, get this number, $484 million of additional revenue the state had anticipated from those increased revenue rates. She notes that the bill would, and I quote, increase industry profits at the expense of taxpayers, reduce much-needed federal revenue, and harm oil and gas producing states that rely on the revenue share to fund education and other public services. Indeed, I need to remind everybody again that New Mexico is the second largest producer of oil, so we come here with knowledge of the importance of oil and gas production. In fact, New Mexico produces about 15% of any oil, and so instead, unless you're from Texas, don't go talking to us about oil and gas because we know it. So the land commissioner, who knows the importance of oil and gas revenue, says this is a really bad bill for states. Because under the GOP plan, you're going to be rolling back the money that states receive in order to pad the profits of the CEOs. And you might argue that the increased lease sales will make up the difference, but no, they're not. Because when you have non-competitive leasing, when you're just forcing lease sales, you're not going to get much of a return. The oil and gas is already sitting on close to 10,000 leases on federal lands that they're not using. Why give them more when they're not using what they have? Indeed, if you want to address the fact that oil and gas leasing is going down, let's have a debate on the Trump tax trade, their tariffs. This is a headline: Trump trade war uncertainty threatens U.S. oil production. That's what we should be debating if you wanted to really increase revenues, if you wanted to address the issues that Americans face. But you seem too scared to be able to even speak up in this committee or address those tariffs. My amendment would ensure that states do not suffer under this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The lady yields back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is such a good amendment, and I want to thank my friend from New Mexico for offering it, because this is a question of whose side are you on? Are you on the side of the American taxpayer, or are you on the side of the big oil companies? The chairman rightfully opened this markup by speaking about the problem of the national debt, and it is a problem. So why in the world are we saying we're going to accept less revenue in royalties when we've got this exploding national debt? Because we care about the national debt in Congress, apparently, but not as much as we care about padding the pockets of the big oil companies. The big four oil companies made $100 billion of profits last year. That's not revenue, that's profits. $100 billion with the existing royalty rates. They don't need any more money in profits. And as my friend from New Mexico so eloquently stated, it's not just the federal government that would be losing out on this revenue, but the states as well. So apparently, we only care about the national debt if it doesn't come from asking the oil companies to pay their fair share. We only care about funding public safety and education if it doesn't come at the expense of asking the oil companies to pay their fair share. Whose side are you on? That is what this is all about. And I don't know how anyone could vote against this. Look, we've had these royalty rates for the last few years. The sky hasn't fallen. I hear Donald Trump out there saying that gas is only, 16 cents a gallon or something. He makes it up, but according to him, everything's going great. So why are we going to ask the oil and gas companies not to pay their fair share for minerals that belong to the American public? This belongs to the taxpayers. These minerals belong to the taxpayers. The taxpayers deserve to be fairly compensated for them before the oil and gas companies get their $100 billion of profits. So with that, I'll yield back. Go back.
Representative Stansberry, you're recognized. I didn't know if he was yielding to you or if you were seeking
Very
recognition.
good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez for bringing this really important amendment that would strike one of the more egregious parts of this bill, which is about reducing royalty rates for oil and gas companies on plots of federal lands. And I want to highlight a few key features of why this is so problematic. So first of all, our federal lands belong to the people. They belong to the people of the United States. And we, as a country, generate a tremendous amount of revenue from our public lands and from extractive activities on public lands. In fact, it is the #2 largest source of income for the federal government. So if you wanted to actually increase revenue for the federal government, then you would actually want to increase royalties, not decrease them. That's just basic math. So let's start with the math. Now, The concept, the idea that somehow increasing what were already fairly low royalties on federal lands will discourage oil and gas production is just factually untrue, because the state that has the highest royalty rates, among the highest royalty rates in the West, is Texas. And guess where oil and gas is booming right now? It's booming in Texas. That's right. Because the good people of Texas, in its wisdom, recognized that the revenue from royalties on state lands were a boon to the state of Texas. And that's why they have such high royalty rates. It did not discourage oil and gas development in Texas at all. Now, I know that oil and gas companies love to tell us that. I served in our state legislature. They often came and told us if you increase royalty rates that it will decrease production, but it's just not factually true. Because what actually drives production is the price of oil and the amount of capital infrastructure and costs that those oil companies have in the ground in a specific place. And they're gonna drill where the resource is and where they can get it out the cheapest and make the largest profit margin. So the idea that we would reduce royalty rates to balance the budget just does not make logical sense. So that's the first piece. The second piece is the piece that, that my dear friend from New Mexico has highlighted, which is the impacts to the states. So our states that are large oil and gas states share in the revenues that come in from oil and gas drilling on federal lands. They get a revenue share. So the federal government gets part of the royalties and the states get part of it. And in states like New Mexico, it is a significant part of our state income. It also is in these states where you've got mandatory lease sales. And those lease sales are going to be inactive because the rig count in these states is already going down. So this is just prospecting. This isn't actually going to generate real revenue in real time in our states. So the CBO score is also BS on this bill because it's not going to actually generate the revenue that you're saying that it's going to. But the impacts on our states will be huge. And that is not going to discriminate as whether or not it's a red state or a blue state. All of the states that revenue share will be impacted, and the federal government will be impacted, and the revenue of the federal government, and the debt, and the deficit. So I think it's really important that we address this fundamental deficiency, but I do think, it's relevant to point out what Representative Ansari pointed out a moment ago, that this is frankly just a kickback to Donald Trump's donors. He asked oil and gas companies to give him $1 billion at Mar-a-Lago right before the election. And guess what? With these royalty decreases, he's going to give them back a whole lot more than a few $1 billion. With that, I yield back.
The lady yields back. Ms. Dexter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Representative Leger-Fernandez for bringing this very important amendment. As somebody who just finished serving in my state legislature, I'm deeply concerned about how my colleagues in the state are going to be dealing with this. There's no question that our overall budget reconciliation bill is going to push costs to the state, whether it's SNAP, Medicaid. We know that that is going to be part of the strategy here. And so we're giving them a twofer. Not only are we going to push these costs to the state, but we're removing many states' currently reliable federal royalties. Many of those in Oregon, I'm guessing most of them looking at the Baker Field office in Vail District, BLM land, fall in Republican-led districts in my state. I find that concerning to our constituents that not only are we saying you will get less money from the royalties, but you're going to have to pay more out of the state, and you will have to do that just to maintain current Medicaid, SNAP, and other benefits, which we know are coming. So I'm concerned that we would not want to make sure that our state budgets are left harmless and maintained. This seems like a no-nonsense, very straightforward, common sense amendment, as I know my Republican colleagues are very interested in passing, and I urge our colleagues to support that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Is there further discussion? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez. Somebody seeking, Ms. Randall, I'm sorry. You're recognized.
Ma'am, your microphone.
Thank you. I appreciate the great discussion that we've been having on this amendment and don't want it to end too soon, so I'd like to yield my time to my colleague, Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez.
And since we're willing to actually have a conversation about these things, and you know, it's the same way that we are willing to be able to go out and have town halls about these things, because we are willing to actually answer questions from our colleagues and from our constituents. And when I go back home, I will be able to say, I fought for you. I fought to make sure we keep the revenue that we had anticipated. And for those of you who are from oil and gas producing states, and that's many around this table, you are going to be hurting your own state. And I know that in New Mexico, we use this revenue for our public schools. And so you keep telling us, well, we're going to cut $330 billion from the federal education committee. So what are we going to do when in the state of New Mexico, we also are losing $500 million because you're reducing the revenue, the royalty rate on oil and gas? And now we don't have the money that would normally come through the Department of Education. Remember, the Department of Education, who are you cutting the funds for? That's the thing, is they are standing with the corporations that made $100 billion in profit, and they are cutting the funds of the kid who is disabled and needs help in school. They're cutting the funds of the pregnant woman who needs help so she can have a healthy pregnancy and a healthy birth, and she uses Medicaid for that. But they will give more money to the corporations who made $100 billion in profit. I love the way you describe it, Representative Magaziner, of who are you standing with? Where are your priorities? What are your choices? Because that is exactly what you're talking about. I yield my yielded time to you.
I just did a little math here. $100 billion of profits. Say you took half of that, $50 billion a year for 10 years. That's like a third of what you need for your reconciliation bill. You don't have to cut Medicaid. Just ask the oil companies to take half of their profits and contribute it back to the U.S. Treasury, and no one has to lose their health care. Something to think about. I know that they're having a hard time over at ENC. You can help them out. So with that, I'll yield back to the gentleman from New Mexico.
That is really a good point, right? When you're trying to figure out what to do with the $880 billion that you want to cut from Medicaid, the $330 billion that you want to cut from education, and pushing all that back on the states. And that's not even talk about the nutrition programs. So when you talk about who you're standing with, the $100 billion of profit for the oil and gas corporations versus that hungry kid who's going to go to school and not have a school lunch because because this is going to be on you. Republicans are the ones who want to cut that funding and then say that states should pick up the tab when you're then cutting the revenue that is flowing to the state. And that's why my state land commissioner has sent a letter outlining all of the different problems with this. And as I said again, this is a state land commissioner that has great relationships with the oil and gas companies because she knows that they are helping provide the funding for our school kids. And I'll bring up some of her points later on. But with that, I yield back to the representative who's so generously gave me time so that we could continue the debate.
Thank you so much. And I yield back to the chair.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez number 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 17. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would redirect funds to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Tribal Justice. In this very room, we often sit and listen to the tribal leaders from across this country, and invariably they always show up and say, we do not have enough money. The Congress is failing us in their appropriations. We are not receiving the money we need to provide law enforcement. One reservation at the Mescalero Apache Nation has 2 officers for the entire reservation, which encompasses tens and thousands, hundreds of thousands of acres. So if they have to take a prisoner somewhere, they have nobody to respond to anything else. No wonder we have such a crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and missing and murdered Indigenous people. And I know that many Republicans are willing to work on this issue. But here's an opportunity. Because if you really want to work on these issues, every time we pass a budget, we have an opportunity to fulfill our trust and treaty obligations to tribal nations and advance tribal sovereignty by providing funding for services like public safety and justice. And as many of us heard last year at our subcommittee that the Republicans put on, opportunities and challenges for improving public safety, this chronic underfunding is the reason why they can't fulfill their obligation to both the tribal citizens and others who come onto the reservation. It was highlighted in the 2024 report to the Congress on spending, staffing, and estimated funding costs for public safety and justice programs in Indian country, which noted that the total Bureau of Indian Affairs spending for law enforcement in 2021 was $256 million, but the total estimated cost for law enforcement was $1.7 billion. That's a huge gap. And that's only 15% of the total public safety need in Indian country. It's no surprise that the committee continuously hears from tribal leaders that funding issues are impacting their ability to do their job. So despite the critical need to have positions at the BIA's Office of Justice filled, there's a 30% vacancy rate across all law enforcement offices due to the remote locations, lack of available housing, and benefit disparities. By redirecting funding in this bill away from giveaways and instead sending it to support tribal law enforcement, we will help increase the resources needed for law enforcement. Specifically, my amendment would redirect the big oil subsidies to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services. And I look forward to getting support from many of you who said you are in favor of making sure we have better funding and enforcement in Indian country. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Ms. Stansberry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the amendment that the gentlelady is bringing today for several reasons. First and foremost, we know that our sovereign tribal nations need extra funding across the board for every possible service, program, and entity that serves the citizens of our tribal nations. And we know that justice services in particular are not only necessary for the safety and the well-being of our tribal communities, they're also, in many cases, actually a treaty responsibility of the federal government. In fact, in one of our tribal communities in my district, which Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez just referenced at Mescalero Apache, when the Mescalero people signed a treaty with the United States government, there were arrangements made in that treaty regarding the requirements that the federal government would provide in exchange for the cession of lands. So this is mandatory. This is something that's just got to be done. But I think it's important to point out, Mr. Chairman, that on Friday, the president dropped his so-called skinny budget, which is the normal budget process. And even though we've had bipartisan, not skinny pop, thank you very much, but the budget that the president dropped gutted programs across the board. And this is the normal appropriations bill, not this reconciliation bill. And one of the more shocking sets of rescissions that were in that budget was almost $1 billion in cuts to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I mean, that's a huge proportion of the tribal budget. Now, the federal government, especially the executive branch, is governed by a set of laws that say that the federal government has to consult with tribes. And when tribes came to see me this year during the budget consultation process, they told me the politicals didn't even show up from Department of Interior, and the career staff were like, we don't even know if we're gonna have our jobs tomorrow, and so they couldn't engage on the consultation process. Well, it's very clear that Donald Trump did not consult with tribes because they would not have consented to $1 billion in cuts to programs. And among the programs that were specifically called out was cuts to justice programs. And that's just so weird to me. There's so much, like, nothing makes sense anymore. The whole world is upside down. We had multiple hearings here in this committee room. In fact, I remember one of them, now DHS Secretary Noem came and testified at, about drug cartels in tribal communities. And the whole argument was that we need more justice funding. And then the Trump administration cut justice funding. I mean, like, none of this makes any sense whatsoever. So I just wanted to say I very much support your amendment, and I yield to the gentlelady.
And I think this goes back to, where do you stand? And in the end, when you just talk the talk, but then don't vote in favor of what you say. So Republicans are always talking crime, you're always talking law enforcement. But if you're not willing to actually send the money to pay for the officers and to buy the patrol cars, don't say it. We cannot afford, the people who are facing some of this criminal activity cannot afford hypocrisy. If you stand for law enforcement, you cannot stand for law enforcement and not pay for the law enforcement officer. And this is what this is intended to do. And one of the tribal leaders I met with this weekend, he actually pointed out something that I think you said very well, Representative Stansbury, that this is not a giveaway. That indeed, the tribal nations across the United States already paid for these services when they agreed to cede their lands and to reduce their lands and enter into treaty after treaty in exchange for a promise of the United States to provide law enforcement, education, healthcare. We should not be breaking those promises. This is an opportunity for you to vote in favor of upholding those promises. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. Much to your surprise, I'm sure, Mr. Huffman, but the committee print that's before us today has been prepared per the reconciliation instructions provided in the budget resolution. of the many rules of reconciliation, we have to adhere to the process, and that is if a committee is not instructed, matters within that committee's jurisdiction cannot be included in the resulting reconciliation bill. Now, the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs did not receive reconciliation instructions. This amendment, along with a lot of other amendments, would be assigned to the SKIA committee in the Senate, and so they would be inappropriate. As a matter of fact, they would jeopardize our whole committee print. So we can have a lot of work in the future on tribal issues and Indian affairs, but the committee print does not even go into the jurisdiction of tribal issues, and therefore I'm going to oppose this amendment and all the other ones that would be assigned to the SKIA committee in the Senate. Is there further discussion? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to think about what you just said. You folks have been running roughshod over the rules of reconciliation. This bill smacks of having absolutely no regard for the four corners of a budget bill and a reconciliation bill. It's policy on steroids. And yet, all of a sudden, we hear this, we finally hear from one of our Republican colleagues, I suppose that's a good thing, but you finally engage in debate to suddenly be a stickler for Senate procedural and parliamentary rules. That makes no sense, and it's a little bit hard to swallow because obviously these tribal funding issues and tribal equities are squarely within the jurisdiction of this committee. We're giving you a chance to put your money where your mouth is. You've held hearings about the backlog in maintenance and construction of Indian schools. You say you care about the MMIP problem. You've spoken eloquently about your commitments to Indian country, and now you're, after flouting the actual rigor of budget reconciliation, you've suddenly found a pretty convenient excuse to not do the right thing by Indian country. I think everyone sees this for what it is. They see the inconsistency. They see the contradiction, the hypocrisy. And I will certainly yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady who authored this amendment, which I strongly support, because I think this is outrageous.
So we're talking about money. We're talking about money. And this reconciliation process is supposed to be about money. And so what we are saying is let's put money into funding law enforcement in Indian country. And I think that this committee should be in favor of doing that. And so there we are. This is about money, and this is about priorities. A budget reflects your priorities, and I think my priorities are for funding law enforcement. It just proves the point. They're not willing to actually make a difference, even though they speak about law enforcement over and over again. They won't actually spend the money to actually improve things in Indian country.
I will yield the balance to the other part of the dynamic duo from New Mexico.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think if any tribal leaders are watching this debate, it won't fall on deaf ears or unnoticed that suddenly the rules apply when it comes to our tribal communities. That should tell you everything you need to know about what's happening in this room right now. Oh, this has nothing to do with policy, this is just budget, but when it comes to amendments that would fund tribal priorities, fund tribal communities, protect tribal lands, suddenly the rules apply. I think we all know what's happening here. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez number 17. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. We will now go to, correction, I recognize a gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 38. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
This amendment would strike the section that reduces coal royalty rates from 12.5 to 7% and redirect that funding to IHS. In the last few years, we've worked on a bipartisan fashion to improve health care for Native Americans. For the first time for fiscal year 2023, we passed advanced appropriations for the Indian Health Service. This bipartisan feat was critical to improving health care for Native Americans. It gave both IHS and, importantly, tribes who won their own health facility certainty so they could adequately budget and hire staff. While we've made progress, there's so much more we must do to improve health outcomes for Native Americans, and that starts with IHS, which has historically been underfunded. The life expectancy for American Indians and Alaska Natives is 68 years old. That's 10 years less than that for non-Hispanic whites. It's the lowest of all racial and ethnic groups. 1 in 5 Native Americans reported being in poor health. That's higher than for any other racial or ethnic group. We should all feel the shame of these statistics. And we should recognize that we fund health care for Native Americans through IHS at half of what they are funded and what they are paid for all other Americans. So the only way to remedy this is to start investing more in the IHS, and that allows us to also support the tribally run health clinics that we visited on a bipartisan basis last month in Oklahoma. And you know what? Democrats know how to do this. When we were in charge, we used reconciliation to pass the American Rescue Plan, and we invested $6 billion in the Indian Health Service. I don't see anything like that in your reconciliation proposal. So we're going to help you out and allow you to put something like that now. And we're doing it by saying, do you really need to once again cut royalty rates? Wouldn't it be better if you instead said, let's invest in Native American health? So my provision would redirect $2 billion to the IHS, including for tribally controlled facilities. Tribes have waited long enough for the United States government to meet its trust responsibility and sufficiently fund IHS and tribally controlled facilities. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Representative Dexter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again to Representative Leger Fernandez for this amendment. I represent Portland, which has the 9th largest urban Native American population in the United States. And it is very clear that we are not meeting the needs of our Native populations in Portland. It also is clear we're not meeting it nationally. The IHS received $8.2 billion in funding in 2024, despite asking for $60 billion to meet the needs. This makes total sense. This is a no-cost amendment to our oil partners. They are already paying these royalty rates. This moves the money where it is needed most. And I will also just acknowledge that 43 recognized tribes in Washington, Idaho, Oregon, and California are served by our Northwest Portland IHS clinic, which is potentially going to be closed. It's a horrendous situation that we find ourselves in, and it is incumbent upon us to address this in this committee. And I thank the representative and yield any time if there's a desire for any other members to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. I would note that, many of us attended that hearing in Oklahoma. We praised the tribal leaders who were there. We talked about how great is it that you are running these health facilities and that you are doing this good work, that tribes are able to run their health facilities so much better than the federal government. Makes sense. But then we also asked the tribal leaders there, what happens if they cut Medicaid? And we had understood that the Republicans are kind of into this. They don't really want people to talk about things, right? They don't really want to have conversations that they didn't really want to talk about those, and they had kind of given the hint to the tribal leaders, don't talk about these issues. But the tribal leaders are powerful voices for their constituents. And they answered the question, what would happen if the Republicans cut the $880 billion that they propose? And Chief Hoskin of the Cherokee Nation noted that because IHS is so underfunded, a cut to Medicaid is not, and this is his quote, a single injury, it's a double injury. And that's because tribes receive about 70% of their funding from Medicaid for these facilities. And any cuts could mean losing a doctor, losing a program, losing medical staff that support drug treatment facilities. This one always gets me. Half of American Indian and Alaska Native children rely on Medicaid for their health coverage. So if Republicans do what they want to do to Medicaid, tribes are going to need this extra money. And that's the point, is we have an oversight responsibility. We have a responsibility in this committee to actually not just talk the talk, but actually take the vote. Because Medicaid is the only mechanism tribes would have. But if we sent more money to the IHS that would be available to the tribally controlled facilities, that would make a big difference. I would also note that there was another tribal leader, when asked about this, said that these Medicaid cuts would be devastating. So I'm asking you here to help us prevent the devastation that will come if Republicans cut Medicaid as they have suggested they do. And with that, I yield back my time. Your time.
Thank you. I have no further comments and yield back, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there further discussions on the amendment? Representative Randall.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My colleague from New Mexico really underscored the importance of not only Indian Health Services funding, but Medicaid funding on a broader scale to the country, to tribal nations, to our treaty and trust responsibility. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the stories that I've heard from folks who have accessed Indian Health Services and who have accessed Medicaid-funded health services in tribally funded facilities. So, my district takes about 5.5 hours to drive from one corner of it to the other. That's like halfway around the Olympic Peninsula. And a lot of this, the land is only accessible by one road. So you can't cut through the Olympic National Forests to get from Bremerton to Forks. You'd have to take the 101. And like many rural districts in the country, the 6th Congressional District has a real gap in healthcare access, in primary care access, in substance use disorder support, mental health support. We have a shortage of providers, like so many rural communities. What we have seen in my district, and we've seen in places around the country, is that tribal nations who are in the position to do so have stepped up not only to serve enrolled tribal members and the families of enrolled tribal members, but they've stepped up to serve communities that have no other health care. I spent 6 years on the Health and Long-Term Care Committee in the state Senate, and we dealt with huge shortages of beds for detox and substance use disorder treatment. There are folks who, when you're finally ready, say someone has struggled with addiction for a long time, they're finally ready to accept treatment, to go inpatient, but the closest bed for someone who lived in Kitsap might be Yakima, which is halfway across the state. But now that the Jamestown S'Klallam tribe and the Puyallup tribe and the Quinault Indian Nation have invested in facilities for medication-assisted treatment and detox and substance use disorder treatment, holistic care that is offered not only by really caring providers, but in a beautiful space that everyone deserves to access healthcare in. There are folks whose lives are being saved because instead of having to choose between staying near their family or going across the state to get care, they can get care in their communities. But all of this is at risk if we defund Indian Health Services and the Republican agenda to cut Medicaid is successful. That will mean that people will die in communities without health care. And not just in my community, not only looking out for my neighbors, my constituents in the 6th District, we are talking about communities across the country where tribal health services are the only health services accessible. And yes, we're not doing enough. We have more to do. As Dr. Dexter said, we have to continue investing in healthcare that is meeting the needs of our neighbors. We have to ensure that, you know, the average lifespan of a tribal member is not a decade shorter than their non-Hispanic white American colleagues, as my colleague from New Mexico said, but we can't do worse. We have to do better, and we cannot go backwards. I can't believe that my colleagues on the other side of this committee room wouldn't support this amendment. I know that all of us support healthy tribal communities, support our treaty and trust obligations. I have heard everyone in this room speak to that before. I'm just really disappointed today. Yield back.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ranking Member Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to thank the gentlelady for this amendment. Obviously, I strongly support it. I represent more than 2 dozen tribes in my Northern California district. And this is one of those moments, folks, where you're either for tribes or you're against them. There's no other way to nuance it. You're going to have a chance to vote on an amendment that protects tribes. And you also say that you don't want to cut Medicaid. Well, this protects tribes and lets you get on the record on that. I mean, you're not going to be able to nuance your way out of this, folks. Your silence is going to speak quite loudly. And I just want to say that as we've been debating here over the last 6 hours or so, and our Republican colleagues refuse to say anything, somebody on their staff is putting out slick Instagram slides defending the bill. They won't talk about it here in the committee, but in real time, I guess someone has authorization from the White House to speak off the record through Instagram about their bill. Why not honor the public and your constituents by just being members of Congress, by doing your job here in this committee, the one public hearing we have to deliberate on this incredibly important bill before it goes to the floor, the one chance for you to explain yourself as you get ready sometime from now to vote on this amendment, which is going to tell your constituents and everyone else whether you're with tribes or against them. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez number 38. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 59. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, just to summarize it, would make sure that the act would not take effect until after the Department of Interior certifies they will not authorize any mining project within a national forest if the Secretary finds that the project applicant is a foreign entity of concern or a subsidiary of a foreign entity of concern. Basically, we don't want to let China or Iran or Russia come in and take our natural resources for free. Now, I don't understand why any Republican would oppose this amendment. And in fact, something like this was bipartisan last Congress. But for some reason, Republicans seem to not be bothered by the fact that the Chinese, the Iranians, the Russians, their subsidiaries can come in, mine our valuable, mine lithium in Arkansas, mine copper, rare earth. There's a couple of places where we might have some rare earth in the United States. Their subsidiaries can come in and take it for free. I think we should say no to that. And people might not know, the American public might not know that America gives away its minerals for free. For $10 an acre, you can reserve land to mine on. $10 an acre. Then you tie it all up. You could do this by establishing a shell company. And that happens all the time. And we do have Chinese companies seeking to mine in the United States. But we don't really know how many. We know of a couple of instances because the 1872 mining law that allows for this, that doesn't require royalties, so they don't require the paperwork where we would need to know that. And the reason I'm very interested in protecting our lands is that in New Mexico, we had a toxic waste from a closed mine spill into the Pecos River. It killed the fish, damaged the farming for an 11-mile stretch. Now, the Pecos River, you all heard about the Pecos River. It flows all the way up from New Mexico down into Texas and into the Gulf of Mexico. The cleanup took decades, and it cost millions of taxpayer dollars. So we need to get some reform going, and a small little piece of that reform is not letting the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, or any of these have access to our precious resources. Last night I asked, there was a Confucius bill that we were debating, and my Republican colleague who was there in support of the bill, Congressman Pfluger, he agreed with me that we shouldn't be giving up our resources for free to the Chinese Communist Party. Let's see if anybody here on this committee also agrees. With that, I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez, number 59. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize a gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 60. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you. This is a similar amendment to the earlier one. That one dealt with the Forest Service, but we thought we should have a very specific one for the national parks. Because mining in the Parks Act of 1976 actually was passed so that we could hold to a higher standard mining in national parks. Because as we all know, they're America's greatest idea. And we've all been, I hope everybody in this committee has been to a park. But you know what? We can't actually ask them that because they're not willing to talk in here. But what we do know is the Trump administration is willing to ignore this law, just the way they're ignoring so many other laws. Have we mentioned that there have been over 200 lawsuits against all of these executive orders and illegal and unconstitutional acts? Well, they ignored this one as well. And in April, the Trump administration illegally allowed a foreign-owned mining company to proceed with mining in the Mojave National Preserve under an expired plan of operations issued by the BLM before the land entered the park system. And the thing about it is the Park Service had already charged the company for operating without appropriate permits and damaging sensitive habitats. So this foreign-owned mining company was already doing bad things. But the Trump administration said, go ahead. So I think we need to draw the line somewhere. And if you're not willing to protect our forests or BLM land, how about our national parks? Do you care enough about our national parks to protect them from foreign bad actors? So once again, as our wonderful Representative Magaziner keeps asking, who do you stand with? Who are you with? Are you with the American people? Are you with the Chinese Communist Party, Russia, and Iran? So that's the question before you. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez number 60. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 69. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, all Americans support efforts to improve government and make it more efficient. Everyone wants to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. That's a bipartisan priority. But you know what? We don't need to do it with a sledgehammer or a chainsaw. Unfortunately, that's completely lost on President Trump and Elon Musk, who came to town with the idea of completely dismantling the federal government rather than determining how do we make it work for the American people. And one of the casualties is our forests. When House Democrats were in charge, we used the budget reconciliation process to secure historic investments to promote climate resilience, forest restoration, and community safety. Now, I know Republicans hate the word climate resilience. Americans know we are in trouble. Our climate is causing and wreaking havoc across America, and people who are living through floods and tornadoes and record hurricanes know that. So that's why we put money into climate resiliency and to addressing forest mitigation. But the Trump administration, even though Congress appropriated that money, the Trump administration has frozen wildfire mitigation grants and programs just because they included references to climate change. Didn't think about what was this doing. In fact, they have a whole list of words. And if you happen to have a word on their discouraged list, their algorithm will freeze the funds. Do you know that women, female, and females are on that discouraged word? That's why so much funding that's intended to help with women's health research and other stuff is getting gutted. But climate is also getting gutted. In my district, I recently toured the Carson National Forest where critical work was stalled ahead of the dangerous wildfire season. The smoke is already in the air, and these grants were frozen. These were important grants. Like if you went out and looked at the forest where they were doing the mitigation work, it was like those pictures, Chairman, that you like to show of what does a healthy forest look like. So those pictures, I was walking in those pictures, but right next to it was the place where they could no longer do the work because Trump and Doge and Musk had frozen the funds. So that's not how you do business. You can't sort of start things, stop things. We're supposed to have a promise to be able to do this. Let's actually protect this work. My amendment will help end the uncertainty and chaos brought about by the Trump administration's arbitrary cuts, and community organizations that are very involved and supportive of these mitigation work, they'll know that they can depend on that. Because as Representative Stansbury noted earlier, for the first time in history, people don't trust that the federal government will live up to its contractual obligations. So they don't know if they enter into a contract with the United States, where the United States will honor that contract. One of the farmers that I met with said, a contract with the USDA used to be gold. Not anymore. We've so damaged the trust and reputation because of what Trump, Musk, and Doge are doing. So this would actually reestablish a certainty for these very important wildfire mitigation projects, and I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Dexter, you're recognized.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again to Representative Leger Fernandez for this. I would be remiss if I didn't speak in favor of this amendment, as Oregon had our most expensive fire season on record in 2024. $350 million, $200 million of which were federal funds, were used to fight almost 1.9 million acres of burned land in Oregon. We can be clear that climate change is increasing our wildfire risks and costs. And the chaos here with our budget reconciliation package is causing a lot of uncertainty for our states. The state of Oregon is not passing a bill to be able to fulfill its requirements to pay the contractors who fight fires, who actually went unpaid for several months last year because the state just ran out of money. And they don't know how much they need because we here at the federal government are not being clear about how much they're going to get. And if we are gutting other entities, such as royalties and other things that are going to fund the federal government, I'm very concerned about our ability to respond to disaster. So I very much believe that we need to certify, the comptroller needs to be able to certify that wildfire mitigation is fully funded in accordance with the law prior to this bill taking effect. It seems very straightforward. We just need to make sure that we can save our priorities in order that they should be prioritized, and that should be people and property over oil and gas priorities. Thank you, business owners for oil and gas. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Leger Fernandez, designated Leger Fernandez, number 69. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, but a recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. As a status update, I believe we just completed 30 of our 121 amendments.
So we're down in the double digits.
Double digits, and we're, looks like we're going to have a long night, so we're having dinner delivered, and we're going to take a recess, planning to reconvene at 8 p.m. so you can get something to eat, stretch your legs, drink an energy drink, take a nap, and then we will come back and continue on as long as we need to. So I declare the committee in recess. Will come to order. The chair notes the presence of a quorum. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 84. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Chairman, and hope everybody enjoyed their break because we are at it again, and we look forward to the lively conversation that we will be having with Republicans this evening and into the morning. And the amendment that I am bringing actually touches on exactly that issue of the fact that Republicans don't seem to want to talk, debate, vote, or have the courage to address the tariffs. Under the Constitution, Congress is supposed to regulate trade and have taxes. But what the Republicans have done is literally frozen time. Republicans did an obscure little rule that said, we will not allow a resolution to consider the tariffs to come to the floor because there shall be no calendar days from this day forward in March. So since March 11th, there are no calendar days that exist in Congress for considering Trump's tariffs. So you guys are worried about how long we might be here tonight? Well, imagine how the American public is feeling when you are too afraid to even vote, debate the tariffs, as is your constitutional duty. And we know that Americans are terrified. They remember the last time we went into a recession, which was under a Republican president. It took a Democrat to pull him out, which he did. And now this recession, caused solely by Trump's tariffs, is terrifying families in my district. It is causing layoffs, truck prices. We love trucks in New Mexico. Those are going through the roof. So, my amendment would simply require that the secretary and GAO certify that the trade war won't increase the cost of energy for American families, because we know it is. Even though sun and solar are purely homegrown, they are not subject to international prices the same way that oil and gas are. In order to put up those farms and those windmills, you need products from other countries. So indeed, I think that your bill is not going to do anything for the issue that Americans care most about right now, which is their pocketbooks. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I urge Republicans to have some courage to discuss, debate, and vote on the tariffs. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this amendment because I really think the outrageousness of that vote that our colleagues took to literally tie their own hands to prevent themselves from using their Article I authority over trade and commerce right there in the Constitution by creating a gimmick that makes it impossible for them to vote on anything that would override Trump's fake emergencies and his tariff tantrums. It's one of the remarkable abdications of responsibility that we've seen in this Congress, and it does seem to fit a pattern. We have colleagues right now that won't talk during debate. They sit there like mimes, and members of Congress are supposed to participate in a deliberative process. The public is supposed to benefit from an open, transparent debate and deliberation. So there's something going on in this Congress unlike anything I've ever seen. And when that vote happened, I'll yield to the gentlelady, but when that vote, unprecedented vote, tying your own hands, blocking you from overriding Trump's tariffs, even as they cause all of these shipping containers to turn around from other countries, even as Trump is now saying, well, maybe a recession is okay, even as he's saying, maybe we have too many toys on the shelves anyway. Maybe we don't need so many toys this Christmas. It's like the Burgermeister Meisterburger who declared no more toys in Tinseltown. That's what's going on, and our Republicans sit there mute. They've tied their own hands on Article 1 tariff authority, and they won't participate in debates. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Well, I would ask you.
I yield to the gentlelady.
I would ask you whether you've ever seen anything like it. Because, we had that conversation earlier about, Democrats were willing to criticize Biden.
Yeah.
And I think that during the Bush administration, there was an ongoing debate among the parties. I have never seen a party so afraid of their leader. Because we've never seen a leader who has governed with vengeance and revenge as a priority.
Yeah, I
And
remember
that
voting-
is different than caring about your community, but the people, the representatives who serve in the people's house are supposed to be the closest to the people. You are supposed to be a mirror image, a beautiful portrait of them, think, feel, and act like them. And the only way you can do that is to show up at town halls, to ask questions, to come into these halls, carrying their voices and their stories and share them with us. We do all of that all the time. I'm constantly sharing with you all, especially my rural voices of the ranchers, the farmers, the people who are worried about their hospitals closing. We share that in committee, but
Some of
not
those
tonight.
folks are getting hit the hardest by these tariffs and trade wars. Yeah, it's remarkable. I remember, being in some normal Congresses where we sometimes went against our own president on trade deals. I did a couple times because I didn't think they were a good deal. Can you imagine in this Congress, just one of our colleagues speaking ill of Donald Trump's tariffs? Well, I guess we'll never know because they're not speaking, and they've certainly prevented themselves from taking any kind of action in Congress. It's just really tragic. There's something wrong with the Republic when the legislative branch, when the Article 1 branch with Trade and Commerce Authority just surrenders it, ties its own hands. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez, number 84. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez, number 88. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
The West is thirsty. Congress understands the need to send water to our cities, farmers, ranchers across our district because we understand, especially those of us who represent states in the West, that the parched land in the dropping reservoirs need a government entity called the Bureau of Reclamation to do its job and finish the projects we've already authorized. 17 Western states rely on the Bureau. My amendment recognizes the urgent need for increased investment in water infrastructure and drought resiliency across the West by providing funding to the Department of the Interior to support water delivery. Reclamation also maintains both small and large infrastructure projects that deliver water across the West, from Tucumcari Project out in the plains in my district to the Hoover Dam. Furthermore, Reclamation supports rural water projects like the Eastern New Mexico Rural Water System and plays a key role in the negotiation and implementation of Indian water rights settlements. I attended a blessing where for 2 hours, a medicine man blessed us and told us the history of how the Navajo Gallup Water Project came into being and how the people prayed for it, and how us in Congress carried and acted on those prayers so that we could get water to the 250,000 people who don't have water or reliable water. They haul their water. These are the kinds of projects that the Bureau does so that when children, let me share a story because I show up. People tell me stories and I will share them with you here, even though you're not telling us your stories. I want to hear your stories. When children are asked
to describe what water looked like, they drew trucks with the containers in the back of the trucks that are used to deliver water to their homes. So my amendment would simply add $1 billion to the Department of Interior for drought and water delivery means so that we could have that greater security. And I spoke with many members and former members of the Bureau of Reclamation when I was at that blessing and groundbreaking. They had tears in their eyes because so many engineers and others were being forced out. And they didn't know if they would be able to complete the projects that they had started because of the cuts. So we're asking for $1 billion so that water can flow in the parched cities and towns that many of us represent. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the questions on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez 88. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote,
A
Mr.
recorded
Chair.
vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 230. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
So this is about tribes' judicial review. Republicans, thank you, Mr. Chair. Republicans seem to be afraid of having an independent judiciary review issues that come to the United States, whether it be by presidential action, by executive action. I don't know what they're afraid of. Perhaps it's the Constitution, because our Constitution has 3 branches, and the checks and balances for which the United States of America is famous for requires that we have 3 branches and that people get to go to court. Judicial review is especially important for tribes who've lost so much to mining contamination, pollution. You know, they've had so many lands stolen from them and lives lost to some of the degradation, uranium mining, so much. And they've gotten some of the results that they needed because they were able to go to court. So sometimes the federal government gets it wrong. It gets it wrong a lot. So we should be able to let people go to court, especially when we're dealing with sacred and cultural connections, water, air, and health. So Republicans are proposing today, however, to eliminate access to judicial review for major federal projects. And they are doing it by saying a company can pay to pollute, can pay to plunder. No review, pay a little bit extra, and get out of court review, get out of jail free. They have immunity from lawsuits, even if a tribe has real concerns about the impact that perhaps pollution or development will have on its cultural resources, water, or treaty rights. This is directly at odds with the tribal sovereignty that so many of us come into this room and say we believe in and we will honor. So my amendment will protect judicial review in this bill for all tribal, cultural, and natural resources. I urge my colleagues to stand with Indian tribes, to stand with tribal sovereignty, and support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez number 230. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez number 231. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment goes to a particularly onerous aspect of this bill because it is favoring the big corporations. But if you happen to be a tribe, if you happen to be a citizen, you actually have to now pay a fee a protest fee. That had never been the case before, because these are America's resources. Americans shouldn't have to pay to be able to be heard. And so what my amendment would do was say that $150 base fee just to file a protest with an extra $5 per page, and then an extra $10 for every additional lease parcel, right-of-way, or drilling permit? Oh my God, you're charging American citizens per page? How outrageous is that? Going back to Mr. Magaziner's great question for us, who are you with? Clearly, you're not with the citizens and the Americans of this great country, and you're not with tribes. But because we have a special responsibility to tribes in our government-to-government relationship, in our treaty, in our trust obligations to them, I am suggesting that we not make it harder for them to participate in this process, but that we remove the protest fees that they would apply. We must make sure that tribal nations are not priced out of their First Amendment rights, that they are not priced out of their treaty rights. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez 231. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ledger Fernandez 232. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for those of you who have oil and gas development within your state or within your district, you know what it's like to walk around in the oil patch. And you also know what it's like to run across these abandoned wells, orphan wells they're called. I carried a bill to provide funding. We got about $40 billion of funding to help reclaim those mines. Because that's like what we're concerned about. Like, how do we clean up the mess that has been left behind? Now, that mess got left by companies who didn't want to do the right thing, because they are required by law to clean up abandoned wells, that they don't abandon the wells in the first place. And it is sad when you see these abandoned wells. They're stinky, they're leaking methane, they've left trash everywhere. So what I'm suggesting is, if you have been a bad actor, you haven't really done your due diligence and cleaned up after yourself, we make it, I mean, I hope that all of you make your kids clean up after themselves, but you sure don't seem to care about making oil and gas people clean up after yourself. I'm suggesting if they haven't cleaned up after themselves, if they are leaving to the taxpayer of the state, of the county, and at the federal level, the duty to clean up these wells, they should not be able to get this non-competitive leasing. We shouldn't have non-competitive leasing in the first place because, oh my God, I thought Republicans were all about competition. Not only are you not about competition, you are going to give away leases to people and to corporations. You're going to give away leases to corporations without competition. But you should at least not do that for those corporations who have idle wells, abandoned wells. Because if they are not utilizing the wells that are on their leases already, they shouldn't be able to get any more. It's that simple. Clean up, don't speculate, and if you've been speculating and holding on to wells that aren't doing anything, you can't go and get more of our land for nothing. And so that's a basic summary of this, as they like to say on the other side, common sense amendment. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, designated Ledger Fernandez number 232. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted or not agreed to. Oh, a recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. I now recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Stansberry number 9. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a series of amendments today to address some very serious structural issues in this bill. In particular, this bill, in addition to opening public lands to oil and gas development and forestry activities and setting mandatory requirements, seeks to open mining in sensitive areas, and we've introduced versions of this amendment on several bills that have previously been introduced, as well as on the floor when we had debates over many months about what to do around minerals development. And the amendment is very simple. It says mining by foreign adversaries, none of the funds made available or revenues raised by this title may be used to permit a mining project on federal lands that is, one, owned by or controlled by a company that is incorporated in, located in, or controlled by an adversarial nation, including through a subsidiary. Two, has a known record of human rights abuses, including the use of slave labor. Three, has knowingly operated an illegal mine in another country. Or four, has been found in a criminal or civil proceeding in the United States to have broken any law, including but not limited to labor, environmental, or any other law. And I mean, truly, barring bad actors from exploiting our public lands and conducting mining operations, should truly just be a matter of fairness. This is a no-brainer. We don't want bad actors being given access, especially under the permitting revisions that happens in this bill. And so that's what my amendment would do. It would prohibit bad actors and our foreign adversaries, which includes China, from participating in mining activities on American lands. And this is particularly an important piece of legislation because we know that some of the areas that this bill would open up to mining could involve major multinational corporations, of which the Chinese Communist Party has holdings in. And we know that actually one of those companies, which does have an American subsidiary, is one of the companies that has been lobbying heavily for some of the provisions of this bill and some of the other bills that have been put forward by the Republicans on this committee. And this is a big issue for many reasons, but in particular because we know the Chinese government is stockpiling these minerals. It has implications, especially under Trump's tariffs, for our ability to build electronics, to do American manufacturing, to address our energy needs. And so we need to be able to make sure that it's American companies operating on American soil, on American laws, and that where we are interacting with our foreign national partners, that we're doing so with good actors that are acting in good faith. And in particular, as we know in this committee, we've seen efforts by a particular company that would like to mine in an area that is sacred to the Apache people of New Mexico and Arizona, in Oak Flat, and who is held in part by the Chinese Communist Party. And so we're here to propose this amendment to say, if you're a bad actor, if you're owned by a foreign adversary, if you've broken the law, you shouldn't be able to operate here in the United States on our public lands and be given the kickbacks that are in this bill. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
So, Mr. Chair, this is yet another opportunity that we are giving Republicans to actually vote consistent with their rhetoric. Because they say over and over again that China is our enemy, and they use China as a boogeyman all the time. Well, if you actually are that concerned, and I do believe we should be that concerned, we should be that concerned about China. So if you are that concerned about China, take a vote now, take a vote earlier on my amendments to say China cannot have our natural resources. They can't have our lithium from Arkansas. They can't have any rare earth minerals that they are looking and exploring in New Mexico. They can't have the copper out of Arizona. They can't have it. It's that simple. So are you going to stand with making sure their American resources stay in American hands, or are you going to say it's okay if China gets them? And it's not hypothetical. We already have companies that are subsidiaries of China operating in the United States. And you said, if I may yield to you, you said lobbying for these provisions. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we saw in the floor debate as we were wrapping up the last Congress was an effort by our friends across the aisle to try to open up and change definitions around what is a critical mineral. They wanted to designate copper as a critical mineral. And we know that one of the primary companies that is involved in the lobbying for those provisions and also for mining in some of these sensitive areas is a massive multinational corporation. I'm sure they're watching tonight. And what they would like is to go into places where there are large deposits of copper. And we know one of those places is sacred to communities that you and I represent, in fact, and also some others here on this panel. And it's a very sacred place called Oak Flat. It's in Arizona. It's a place that is of ancestral and cultural and religious significance to the Apache people. It's an ancestral homeland to the Mescalero and the other clans that are members of the Mescalero Nation. And it's a place that, in the wisdom of our national protections for public lands for generations, we've protected, going back to the treaties that were negotiated with the Apache peoples and the Inde people. So I think it's very obvious that there's fingerprints of industry lobbyists all over this bill. And we want to make sure that if this is actually a reconciliation bill, if this is actually about the budget, if this is actually about offsetting deficit spending, which we all know, we've been here how many hours? 9 hours. It's very blatantly obvious that's not what this is about, that we want to prevent bad actors from having access to these lands. And I yield back to the gentlelady.
I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question on the amendment offered by Ms. Stansberry, designated Stansberry number 9, is in order. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. You want to record a vote? A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Stansberry 109. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer yet another amendment meant to rectify some seriously damaging language inside of this bill. Again, I don't believe that this language will pass the so-called bird rule or the rules governing whether or not this is budgetary, but that is the provisions that are requiring lease sales of oil and gas drilling in ANWR, which we know is one of the most ecologically and culturally sensitive places in the northern Alaska plains. So what my amendment does, building on what Ranking Member introduced earlier today, it would strike the content of Section 80121, which is also stricken in the amendment offered by Mr. Huffman, but it also clarifies that nothing in this title or this provision of the reconciliation bill shall undermine or negatively impact culturally significant subsistence resources as identified by Alaska Native tribes or any other federally recognized tribe. And this amendment is an amendment that is particularly important for the Gwich'in people who depend on access to the subsistence resources that are a part of the ANWR area. And in fact, the Caribou clan, the Porcupine Caribou clan, has relied on the porcupine caribou herd, which travels into Anwar every year for thousands of years. In fact, the Gwich'in people, their identities, their culture, their religion, their way of life is completely tied to the migration of the porcupine caribou. And if you've never actually witnessed it yourself, if you've never seen films about it, it's an extraordinary herd of animals. They travel over 1,000 miles across the northern Yukon and into Anwar. And this is one of the main reasons why we want to prevent oil and gas drilling in these sensitive lands. These caribou are not just a source of food and clothing, they're a vital part of the cultural landscape of Anwar. And, you know, it is interesting, as we mentioned earlier during the debate on Ranking Member Huffman's amendment to strike this section, that this has been a bit of a holy grail for Republicans for decades, trying to open up Anwar to oil and gas drilling. And we'll note, you know, none of the oil and gas companies actually want to drill there right now because it's not economical. So this is all prospecting, but it would essentially allow them to lay claim. Well, we're not living in the 19th century. This is not like you get to go to the frontier and put a flag in the ground and say, we want to claim this forevermore. These are the sacred lands of the Gwich'in and other Alaska Indigenous communities. And the protection of the birthing grounds of the porcupine caribou is vital to the protection of the Arctic. And so we want to make sure that we're protecting the subsistence way of life of the Gwich'in community, of all Alaska Native communities, and to prevent any provision in this bill from being utilized to impinge on the rights of any community, any tribal community, to access resources that are important to their sovereignty, to their cultural identity, and which are protected as a resource. And so, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, you know, you and I have had we had a conversation earlier this week about the impacts of this bill on Indigenous communities, but the Gwich'in people have been very clear. This is why we have tried to oppose drilling in Anwar for many, many years and decades, is because it would have immense impacts on these communities and immense impacts on their ability to practice their subsistence and their cultural and religious practices. And that's why we would like to strike this language and make sure it does not impact the subsistence strategies of any tribal community. So with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Stansberry, designated Stansberry number 109. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Stansberry 150. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we're moving at a fast clip to take away the rights of our Indigenous communities. I'm shocked to see that there's no engagement on these topics tonight, but I guess all is to be expected. This amendment would require amounts provided in the bill, since this is supposedly a budgetary bill, to be provided to the offices of Inspectors General for the U.S. Department of Interior, to the Department of Agriculture, and to the Department of Commerce, which fall under the jurisdiction of this committee, funding or such sums as would be necessary to provide a full accounting to Congress of the impacts of DOGE on these agencies. This includes the impacts of DOGE, or the Department of Government Efficiency, on agency staffing, involuntary separations, and departmental restructuring, because as we've seen, Elon Musk and DOGE from the very get-go of this administration engaged in mass firings, illegal personnel terminations, and impacts that even the agencies themselves don't have a full accounting of. As far as we understand it, many of these agencies don't even know who all is still even working for them and what the status of those staff is. It would also require a full accounting to Congress and to the American people of the impacts of DOGE on the delivery of programs and services required by statute or other legal means. It would also require an accounting of how federal funding freezes, including grants and cooperative agreements and contracts, have affected communities. And it would provide or require the inspector generals to provide a full accounting of how the manipulation and access of these sensitive federal data systems has been impacted by DOGE. And while there's been a well-publicized wealth of information leaked to the press by folks who are whistleblowers inside places like Social Security and the IRS and the Treasury Department, we know that DOGE is inside of Department of Interior, and much of the data that Department of Interior holds is also highly sensitive because this includes data about oil and gas reserves. It includes data about our reservoirs and the operation of American water systems. These are data that are actually considered in some cases classified because of the national security implications and the well-being of the American people. And so we want a full accounting of what they've been doing inside these systems. This would also investigate any laws or rules that have been broken in the conduct of these activities by either current or former employees of DOGE, and a full accounting of the individuals who are responsible for such activities. And we have launched over 100 investigations in the Oversight and Accountability Committee on DOGE's activities, but this amendment would specifically direct the expenses in this so-called budget bill be used by the inspector generals, which are the nonpartisan investigatory bodies of these agencies, to actually understand, account, and to respond to Congress and the American people about how DOGE has impacted our public lands and science agencies. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question on the amendment offered by Ms. Stansberry, designated Stansberry, number 150, is in order. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
A recorded
Recorded
vote,
vote has
please.
been requested, and further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Stansberry 163. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Man, I guess we don't even want any transparency anymore. I guess that's why we're abdicating Congress's oversight authority. We don't even want to know what DOGE is doing at the Department of Interior, it sounds like, on the GOP side. The next amendment is about protecting polar bear habitat. It's a no-brainer. Oil and gas activities, including exploration, development, production, transportation, infrastructure, et cetera, just should not happen within the maternal habitat of polar bears, which are a threatened species. It's really that simple. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Stansberry, designated Stansberry 163. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Oh, man, we're not going to protect tribal communities. We're not going to protect polar bears. All right, I request a recorded vote, and I have
recorded
another
vote has
amendment.
been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. I now recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Stansberry number 176. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would do two things, and it's a 5-sentence amendment. It would strike sections 80307 and 306 of the committee print. And basically, what those sections of this bill do is cut funding that was appropriated by this body under the Inflation Reduction Act. And as You all are well aware the Inflation Reduction Act was not only the largest and most significant investment in clean energy in American history, it was the most important bill in investing in our clean energy infrastructure to ensure that the United States is not only competitive and ready to embrace a clean energy future, but to repatriate American manufacturing back to American soil. So this bill would protect the language that appropriated those dollars that is creating thousands of good paying jobs in New Mexico and all across this country in the clean energy sector. It would make sure that we're protecting the investments that the IRA made in conservation and working lands. This includes $6 million for conservation of stewardship programs in New Mexico. It includes funding that helps our tribes. It's funding that helps communities deal with pollution, and it's important funding to deal with forest fires and preparing for the resilience of our national forests. So this is an amendment to help protect those critical investments of the Inflation Reduction Act and to make sure that those sources of funding are available to our communities. And with that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
I just wonder if I could ask the gentlelady a quick question.
Please do.
Because we're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. As
Yes.
I recall, that was a budget reconciliation bill, and it did a whole bunch of good things, all these investments, created jobs, paid for itself, as I recall.
That's why it was called the Inflation Reduction Act. It actually
And reduced inflation.
It reduced the deficit.
Because, yeah, reduced deficit, inflation started coming down, prescription drug costs for Americans came down, electrical bills came down. Just wanted to take a moment to point that out. There is a way to do budget reconciliation right, and I want to just see, maybe at this moment, if our Republican colleagues have any questions about how to do budget reconciliation without exploding the debt, without blowing up things. I don't see any. They don't want to debate on this either. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion. The question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Stansberry, designated Stansberry 176. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Stansberry 238. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my most important amendment, and as you know well, I called you over the weekend, myself and a number of members on this panel were meeting with tribal leaders and heard loud and clear that they were deeply concerned about the impacts this reconciliation bill could have on tribal trust and treaty rights, on their access to public lands where there are religious and cultural and subsistence resources, and in particular, the requirements for drilling, mining, and forestry activities, and the waivers against any kind of judicial review, the cutting out of NEPA and other planning processes that actually give a voice and the opportunity for our tribal communities to challenge an activity that is in abrogation of federal trust and treaty rights. And in our conversation, I know that it was communicated to me that there was a feeling that this reconciliation bill was not intended to impact tribal rights. I sincerely disagree with that sentiment because there are specific provisions in this bill, like the opening of ANWR, which we know will have a direct impact on treaty rights. But I do appreciate that the GOP did communicate that to me, and I want to say that in this space because I want to create a congressional record that because we know it's going to come, this bill passes and these abrogations of treaty and trust rights happen, it was not the congressional intent, according to my Republican colleagues, to abrogate tribal rights. They told me that. So I want that on the record. Mr. Chairman, would you like to state that on the record yourself? I would like to yield you the time to state for the record that it is not the intent of the GOP to abrogate the trust and treaty rights of tribes in this reconciliation bill. You don't want to correct the record and create a congressional record to tell all of the tribes of the United States that that is not the intent of your reconciliation bill? Would any other member of the GOP like to clarify? Well, Mr. Chairman, as you know, my staff have been speaking to your staff over the weekend. I was actually, yesterday morning, I heard from my staff that there had been good engagement on a bipartisan basis. And when I heard that there might be interest in actually either adopting a bipartisan amendment to establish a congressional record to clarify this, or to put some report language, I literally cried a little bit because I was like, well, thank God we can finally do something that's going to protect our communities. And unfortunately, I was informed later in the day that due to procedural and questions about reconciliation and jurisdiction and SKIA and all these things, we couldn't do it. So we went back, we provided some additional language to your staff that would make it germane to the budget, and we were told that unfortunately that also would not meet muster. And so what I would like to establish for the record is that tribes have rights. They have treaty rights, they have trust rights, they have religious rights, they have subsistence rights, they have cultural rights to all of these lands. And any provision in this bill that abrogates those rights, even though the chairman was not interested in engaging in and establishing that here in the committee record, I want that to be clear here today. And if and when this bill moves forward and it impacts tribal rights, we will fight, and we will join you in that fight against this bill. And this amendment would clarify that that is not the intent of this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Yeah, this is remarkable. This is an incredibly important amendment that is simply seeking clarity on something that ought to be so basic. It ought to just be a core value. And there are provisions all through this bill where we believe the bill has the effect of cutting tribes out of consultation. And Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking you, on the record, provide us the assurance that it won't do that. It's a chance to just assure the Indian country that you're not eliminating their consultation, and the chairman is walking out as I speak. So it's just rather remarkable that we're expressing this concern. We're giving them every opportunity to clarify that they're not screwing Indian country by eliminating tribal consultation, and we can't get them to provide that basic assurance. Quite remarkable. I yield back.
And would you mind yielding some time to me?
I yield to the gentlelady.
And, you know, one of the questions that came up in my discussions with our friends across the aisle was whether or not there were any tribes that might oppose provisions. Now, we know very well because these tribes have been coming to talk to us, and we also know that tribes, tribal leaders, and tribal organizations have been communicating with the chairman and with members across the aisle, because I have copies of those pieces of communication. And I know for a fact that organizations like the Native American Rights Fund, which is the premier nonprofit litigation organization that defends the rights of Indian country, weighed in directly with the chairman against provisions in this bill that do impact tribes. And so if it is the intent of our colleagues across the aisle to not impact tribal communities, we provided the opportunity, one, to add a savings clause, two, to provide report language. And guess what? That does not affect in any way, shape, or form the reconciliation nature of this bill. It doesn't affect jurisdiction. It doesn't affect what committees it goes to in the Senate. And we provided time here on the record for the chairman or any member on that side of the aisle to clarify that you do not intend to impact tribal rights. And I invite you, I've got 2 minutes and 38 seconds left. If there is any member of the Republican side of the aisle right now that would like to state for the congressional record that it is not your intent to impact tribal rights, now is your opportunity. Your silence will be interpreted otherwise.
And that basic assurance would not in any way violate the budget instruction to Senate committees, that procedural excuse that we heard earlier on why they couldn't support tribal funding. This time, it's just completely hollow and silent. Yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
A recorded vote, please. Oh, are you on the amendment?
You gotta-
I'm sorry.
you gotta vote
No,
first.
nope.
You gotta vote.
Representative, let me finish my statement, then I have a good idea what you're going to ask for. If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Stansberry, designated Stansberry number 238. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Hoyle number 70. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can all agree that confronting the wildfire crisis is a national priority, but reducing wildfire risk and protecting communities takes more than agreement. It takes careful planning, collaboration, and investment. We were able to get investment in record hazardous fuels reduction and prescribed fire across the country through the IRA. What we've seen recently is an active dismantling of the federal workforce responsible for this work, hollowing out agencies like the Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and in some cases, literally firing the people who are carrying out wildfire mitigation on the ground and the people who support our wildland firefighters who put their lives on the line to protect our lands and our homes. Now, we know the Forest Service can't do this work alone, and that's why I strongly support tools like the Good Neighbor Authority and partnerships with nonprofit organizations like the Northwest Youth Corps and Lamakatsi Restoration Project, where I come from. These local organizations do the work to reduce wildfire risk through hazardous fuels reduction while providing critical job training opportunities for young people who thrive in these programs. But recently, both of these small Oregon-based nonprofits had their Forest Service grants clawed back, even though we approved it. Now they're sidelined and unable to get out into the woods to do the work we all agree is necessary to keep our community safe from wildfire. It's pennies on the dollar for what we spend when things are burning. So if the Forest Service is short-staffed and our nonprofit partners can't do the work because federal funds aren't coming through, how do we get out of this wildfire crisis? My amendment is a step forward. It stops a giveaway for oil and gas companies from going into effect and instead invests those funds into real wildfire priorities like hazardous fuel reduction in the wildland-urban interface and environmental planning. Like many of you on this committee, I believe in comprehensive, bipartisan solutions to the wildfire crisis, and I have voted in that way, and I've worked with many of you. And that solution does require federal funding. And my constituents on all sides of the political spectrum believe this is what we should be doing with our taxpayer dollars. So let's use this bill today to make a real down payment on fixing our forest instead of giving another handout to big oil. That's a much better use of taxpayer dollars. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Hoyle, designated Hoyle number 70. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Okay. I would like a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Hoyle number 186. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nobody pays attention to where their electricity comes from until something goes wrong. And right now, some of the systems that keep our electricity on and affordable for millions are being quietly dismantled. The bill before us today does nothing to stop it. The Power Marketing Administration, PMAs, deliver affordable power across the West at no cost to taxpayers. These costs are borne by ratepayers. But that system has been thrown into chaos by firing the very people who keep the lights on. Engineers, line workers, and operations staff gone. These layoffs threaten grid stability, especially in our rural areas. And in my districts, constituents have shared with me that DOGE's mass firing at the Bonneville Power Administration means there are not enough linemen in Central Oregon to repair a high voltage transmission line if it went down. This is unacceptable. Also, again, these jobs are paid for, these salaries are paid for by ratepayers. This is not federal taxpayer dollars. This is not about government efficiency. And it's, as I said, utterly unacceptable. We've seen that under the guise of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal budget, this DOGE effort is recklessly undermining the backbone of our energy system. Again, and I've said it, PMA staffing is funded by ratepayers, not taxpayers. These cuts save nothing, risk everything. My amendment would block this bill from going into effect until the Energy Secretary certifies that the DOGE workforce cuts at the PMAs will not cause a power outage for ratepayers. This is basic accountability. It's common sense. I think this is something we can work on in a bipartisan way. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, which would make sure the federal government is doing the bare minimum and keeping the lights on. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Hoyle, designated Hoyle number 186. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Could I have a recorded vote, please, Mr. Chair?
A recorded vote has been requested for the proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize a gentlewoman from Rhode Island. Correction, I recognize a gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Magaziner number 57. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you very much. The purpose of my amendment is to ensure that Congress's cuts to NOAA do not impact military readiness. The United States has the greatest military the world has ever known, and our military strength would not be possible without high-quality scientific data, particularly weather data. And if you're going to move a fighter squadron or a carrier strike group, you're going to want to have the best possible data about the conditions on the air and in the water. The Trump administration has also made it clear that they want to strengthen our military posture in the Arctic, which at a general level is a good thing to do. And this is a particularly challenging environment to operate in the Arctic with sea ice, extreme weather, and rapid shifts in temperature. NOAA plays a vital role in making sure that our military has the best possible data to make strategic decisions and execute. And this is one more reason why the Trump administration's plan to gut NOAA is so alarming. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have already undermined NOAA's ability to collect and share data with the military by firing well over 1,000 people and doing it in a chaotic, uncoordinated way. Now, Republicans in Congress are trying to make those cuts permanent in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Here's what retired Rear Admiral John White had to say about this spring. Quote, "Without the NOAA information, without leading the world in this, then our national security and the safety of our men and women in uniform is at risk. And," he says, "it worries me a lot because I just know that there are men and women in uniform out there who rely on this information. There are parents and husbands and wives who rely on having the best information possible to keep their loved ones safe and to make sure that we maintain our national security and that home and away game advantage for years to come." So I'm offering this amendment to require the Secretary of Commerce and the Comptroller General of the United States to certify that all NOAA programs, data, services, and cooperative agreements that contribute to military readiness are funded and fully staffed before this bill can take effect, because we cannot put the lives of American service members in danger just to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And I would hope that if we can find bipartisan agreement on anything, it should be this. Our nation's service members deserve the very best, the best intelligence, the best information, the best data. NOAA plays a vital role in providing that information to our military. That mission cannot be undermined by Donald Trump and Elon Musk and congressional Republicans looking to make cuts to pay for billionaire tax cuts. Let's at least agree on that, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on this amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Magaziner, designated Magaziner number 57. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Magaziner number 213. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you very much. NOAA's mission is to understand and predict changes in climate, weather, oceans, and coasts, to share that knowledge and information with others, and to conserve and manage coastal and marine ecosystems and resources. NOAA conducts scientific research that fully supports 1/3 of the U.S. economy. Now, the Trump administration has illegally made devastating cuts to NOAA already, and now House Republicans are trying to make those cuts permanent. This will hurt fishermen, farmers, small businesses, and others who depend on NOAA for accurate data on the weather, on fish stocks, on the condition of our oceans, and more. This Republican bill that we are considering tonight cuts hundreds of millions of dollars in funding from an agency that is indispensable in states like mine, where thousands of people make their livelihoods from working on the water. NOAA's fishery surveys and ocean research help fishermen know where to fish, what, and when. If those surveys are incomplete or undermined, there is a real risk that the quotas given to fishermen will be artificially low, costing them money. NOAA issues permits to fishermen and opens and closes seasonal fishing seasons. If those permits are delayed because of these staffing cuts, every missed day costs money out of a fisherman's pocket. I'm already hearing from fishermen who are saying that these ridiculous delays in getting their permits is already hurting them. One fisherman from the Gulf said recently that last year he got his permits same day when he filed for them. This spring, he filed again and then had to wait 9 days before the agency even acknowledged that they'd received his application because of Elon Musk's staffing cuts that my Republican colleagues here in Congress are trying to make permanent. And it's not just Rhode Island fishermen that depend on this work. Fishermen further down the Atlantic coast and on the Gulf and in Alaska all depend on NOAA to support their lives and their livelihoods. Take a look at some of these recent headlines here. The Anchorage Daily News: NOAA firings hit crucial Alaska Weather Service and fishery research. The Duluth News Tribune: proposed NOAA cuts put Great Lakes research and safety at risk. The Houston Chronicle: I'm a fishing boat captain in Galveston. Cuts to NOAA put the U.S. fishing industry at risk. I could go on and on. Commercial fisheries support millions of jobs and hundreds of billions of dollars of economic activity, and all of that will be hurt if NOAA is gutted the way my Republican colleagues propose. As we just discussed, NOAA also partners closely with the armed forces. Its weather data helps our armed forces make informed strategic decisions in defense of our nation. NOAA conducts research with the Navy to develop new technologies to monitor high seas and better understand the oceans. This research is helping our armed forces maintain their advantage. NOAA plays a central role in helping Americans understand the weather every day. If you open up the weather app on your phone or watch the weather report on the evening news, what you see, the data you see, comes mostly from NOAA collected data. There is not a replacement for that. NOAA does that work to forecast the weather that all Americans rely on. Newsmax, weather forecasts will worsen with DOGE cuts. Why do my colleagues on the Republican side want to make that permanent? If you're a farmer, the data is essential to making decisions about when to plant and harvest. So for all of us, NOAA plays a crucial role, no matter where you live, what state you represent. I am not exaggerating when I say that cuts to NOAA are a threat to American lives. But don't take my word for it. President Trump's chief NOAA scientist in his first term said, quote, about these cuts, if they go through, you can't count on your weather app to call you up and alert you to a tornado. So to sum up, these Republican cuts to NOAA hurt all Americans, small businesses, farmers, fishermen, all to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Whose side are you on? That is why I am introducing this amendment to take out these cuts for NOAA. You can still move forward and give plenty of tax cuts to your billionaire donors if you want, but you don't need to cut NOAA funding in order to do it. I ask you all to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Magaziner, designated Magaziner number 213. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Min number 44. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would block any deduction to oil and gas royalty rates until financial assurances ensure that leasing companies, not taxpayers, are on the hook for drilling risks, whether it's from oil spills or decommissioning costs. Oil and gas drilling doesn't just come with the environmental risks that we know occurs from releasing carbon into the atmosphere, but it too often also comes with an unacceptable price tag for taxpayers. The industry has a long history of abusing its privilege of leasing our public lands and then ignoring the most basic environmental protections to prevent runaway liabilities. We continue to see operators declare bankruptcy or simply walk away from their leases, leaving taxpayers to clean up the mess. As it stands, the bill makes no effort to prevent mandatory lease sales from following the same unfortunate path. Instead, it would cheat the American taxpayer by reducing royalties that companies must pay back to the government while still leaving them with the potential to declare bankruptcy, walk away, and leave taxpayers holding the bag. Just as one example, off the coast of my district, we have a number of offshore drilling operations. And recently we saw off the coast of, I'm blanking, just to the north of us, a major oil company just walk away, declare bankruptcy, walk away from its obligations, leaving California taxpayers to hold the cost of decommissioning, which right now look like they will be several billions of dollars. This happens quite often, and this bill, in fact, pushes even more fossil fuel leases in the outer continental shelves, even though most of the existing operators there don't have the financial assurances to cover their liabilities. We have right now $35 billion in expected decommissioning costs that remain unmet, and if this bill goes forward without some additional language, such as it contained in this language, we're going to have even more liabilities for taxpayers that hardworking Americans will have to pay. So I respectfully ask for your aye vote on this.
Is there any further discussion of the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Min, designated Min number 44. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Min number 45. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is simple. It would prevent even more fossil fuel sales until the administration commits to a national energy policy that includes wind and solar. Energy affordability is one of the biggest drivers of the cost of living crisis, inflation, facing my constituents and many of yours. They deserve an energy policy that isn't just focused on tipping the scales, particularly towards an outdated technology that is one that people are looking to move away from, but on the facts. And the facts are clear that clean energy does lower costs, it expands economic opportunity, and strengthens our nation's energy independence. Despite endorsing an all-of-the-above energy strategy, President Trump has spent these past few months doing anything but that. He's tried and failed to supercharge fossil fuel production, instead angering his oil and gas donors with his own reckless tariff spree. Now Republicans are trying to use the reconciliation bill for massive giveaways to the oil and gas industry and to gamble away our taxpayer dollars on coal, something that is a relic of the past, an expensive, dying industry that we've moved away from for a reason. The economics of energy are very simple. We want to have as much energy as possible. There is no reason to take wind and solar off the table. They're the fastest growing energy sector in the country, the easiest to deploy. They're essential to meet surging energy demands and maintain the United States' economic and technological leadership while lowering costs. And there's a reason that the advanced economies around the world, whether it's China, France, Germany, or anybody else, are moving aggressively to invest in innovation in wind and solar right now. We should not be the outliers here, so I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Min, designated Min number 45. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Min number 48. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would prevent offshore oil and gas leases to this, in this bill from going to any company that has outstanding decommissioning responsibilities or does not have the financial means to guarantee cleanup. Our natural resources are meant for the benefit of all Americans, not just to be whisked away to the lowest bidder. And according to the U.S. Government Accountability Office, the GAO, the Department of Interior still lacks clear standards for disqualifying operators from future offshore leases based on their performance. As a result, we too often see operators with poor environmental, safety, or decommissioning records that receive these leases and, of course, continue to leave taxpayers holding the bag for their failures to clean up after themselves. Right now, we do not have accountability in oil drilling. Instead, we have an industry filled with ticking time bombs. Many original leaseholders, particularly off the coast of California, have sold off their rights to small wildcat companies that lack the means or incentives to reinvest in their infrastructure or their safety, leading to lots of spills, methane leaks, and other liabilities. This was the case in 2021 when my district saw a major oil spill off the coast of Huntington Beach, which shut down our coastal economy, killed wildlife, and brought outdoor recreation and tourism to a halt. Now, the company that was responsible for this was a company none of us had ever heard of, Beta Amplify. They had a long record of safety and environmental violations. They had not invested in the alarm technology that would have warned them about the oil spill, which as a result left the oil going for over 24 hours before they learned about the spill. Companies like this do not deserve to have more leases. I think this is a common sense bill. I hope you will vote yes, and with that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Min, designated Min number 48. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Min number 182. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you. This amendment would stop servicing contracts for must-own companies with the federal government until the offices of the Inspector General at the Department of the Interior, NOAA, and the Forest Service determine that there has not been a violation of the federal conflict of interest statute. As we know, Elon Musk has taken an unprecedented role in our federal government. He is a special government employee who has refused to disclose anything about his conflicts of interest, even as he is firing federal workers across different agencies at a whim, even as he is rerouting funds that we in Congress have appropriated, even as he is purporting to delete or terminate agencies that we in Congress have created with our Article I authorities, which I may remind you are authorities that are exclusively granted by the Constitution to Congress and only Congress. And so the president himself cannot exert the authorities that Elon Musk has been asserting, let alone a special government employee that is supposed to be temporary and consultative in nature. At the same time, Musk has racked up over $20 billion in federal contracts, a number that has just gone up and up and up since the election last year. As of October 2024, 7 federal agencies had more than 30 investigations into Musk's companies, and yet these have all seemed to magically disappear since he took this prominent role in the federal government. And so we right now need to assert oversight over what Musk is doing. We need to understand his conflicts of interest. We need to understand what we might be giving away in this particular bill that might go directly to line Elon Musk's pockets. I think this is straightforward. It is something that we would expect all of us to follow. Basic transparency and accountability. I would urge my colleagues across the aisle to vote yes on this. And with that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion of the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Min, designated Min number 182. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. I request a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Dexter number 15.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This common sense, previously bipartisan amendment ensures accountability by allocating just 0.5% of any new funding to the Office of the Inspector General, an essential step to safeguard taxpayer dollars and strengthen oversight. The Watergate scandal involving President Nixon in the 1970s was a dramatic wake-up call for the nation. The corruption that was shocking then truly pales to what we are seeing today. Unfortunately, several good government reforms came out of it. One of the most important reforms was the creation of the offices of the Inspector General. Each major agency has its own OIG to dig up hidden waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption, something we all can agree is worthy of effort. In Congress, we rely on their eyes and ears to tell us what's going on in an agency that the agency may not want to tell us. The American people rely on them to keep their bureaucrats honest. The OIGs have done amazing work saving taxpayers billions of dollars and referring hundreds of people to the Justice Department when they found evidence of criminal activity. Support for the OIGs has historically been bipartisan, which stands to reason. Who could be against a more efficient government, a government that is able to identify problems and make suggestions on how to correct them? We know that the Democrats on this committee have consistently supported funding for the Interior OIG through Democratic and Republican administrations. Those who decline to support them or even attack them raise questions about why. So let's pause to ask ourselves, why would someone in Congress or a presidential administration not want waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption to come to light? Sadly, that is exactly what we're facing. On Friday night, January 24th, 2025, President Trump fired more than 15 inspectors general in an email that lacked the justification or the 30-day notice required by law. The 3 inspectors general in this committee's jurisdiction were all included in that mass firing: Department of the Interior, Department of Commerce, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Shortly after that, the Democrats on this committee released released for the first time a list of facilities the Trump administration wanted to shutter, which included a proposed closure of the main offices of the Office of the Inspector General. Ironically, the office they are proposing to close is the least expensive option. Moving those same employees to the main interior building would cost taxpayers significantly more money every month, not to mention the moving costs. Firing them would also cost the taxpayers dearly. In just 6 months, under former Inspector General Mark Greenblatt, the OIG, the Interior OIG, oversaw investigations that yield $161.8 million in investigative recoveries, 58 convictions, 55 personal actions, and 67 procurement remedies. During the last reconciliation markup in this committee in 2021, House Democrats were in the majority. In its earliest draft, the bill didn't include the customary provision to give 0.5% of funds to the OIG so that they could keep up with the new revenues. Then Ranking Member Westerman offered Amendment Number 1 to add the OIG provision. Democrats agreed, and the language was added without hesitation or without controversy. Like the Westerman Amendment from 2021, mine today ensures that the OIG gets just the standard 0.5% of new funds to maintain oversight and accountability. I urge my colleagues to adopt this common sense, well-worn, historically bipartisan amendment offered by our own chairman in 2021 on behalf of all Americans who believe in a more efficient and effective government. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 15. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I would request a recorded vote, please,
A
Madam Chair.
recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Dexter number 51. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am offering this amendment to prohibit any of the new lease sales in this bill from including any tracts where oil and gas development would occur within 3,200 feet, approximately 1 kilometer, of a school or hospital. Because if we can't agree to protect our children and the sick from toxic air, then what really are we doing here? The bill is nothing short of a massive giveaway to big oil and gas, written for industry lobbyists, not for the communities who will bear the consequences. As a pulmonologist and critical care physician, I cannot overstate how dangerous oil and gas pollution is to human health, especially when it happens near the places where people live, work, and heal. The science is overwhelming and unequivocal. Living near oil and gas drilling is linked to severe and sometimes irreversible health outcomes, including increased risk of cancer, asthma, birth defects, preterm births, high-risk pregnancies, low birth weights, hospitalization, respiratory problems, and skin conditions. Children and infants are especially vulnerable. Their bodies are still developing. They breathe more air per pound than adults, and they are less able to detoxify pollutants. For them, oil and gas pollution doesn't just mean coughing or wheezing. It can mean permanent damage, reduced lung development, neurodevelopmental disorders, IQ loss, pediatric cancers, and increased lifetime risk of chronic disease. I want to be clear, the only solution really is to phase out oil and gas production entirely. But in the meantime, we can at least take steps to reduce harm to our communities. One of the most effective evidence-based ways to do that is increasing the distance between toxic industrial sites and the places where people, especially children, live and receive care. This isn't radical. This is common sense. It's what science demands. Creating a health buffer around schools, hospitals, and homes dramatically reduces communities' exposure to harmful air pollution. For decades, the fossil fuel industry has treated our communities like sacrifice zones, polluting with impunity, leaving behind astronomical health costs, environmental destruction and cleanup bills that taxpayers are left to pay. This bill continues that legacy, and we should not allow it. If we're going to hand over vast areas of our public lands and waters to oil and gas, the very least thing we could do is impose some basic life-saving guardrails to minimize the harm to the American people. We should all agree that we owe our constituents at least that. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion of the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 51. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Dexter number 229. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This title includes a blatant attack on one of the most fundamental rights we have as Americans, the right to speak up, speak out, and be heard. Right now, under the Mineral Leasing Act, the public has a voice. Individuals, tribes, landowners, and communities can file formal protests to challenge oil and gas leasing decisions made by the Bureau of Land Management. This empowers local communities to express their views on large extractive projects being built in their own backyards. But this bill tries to silence that voice. It would impose a $150 fee to just file a protest, with an additional $5 for every page over 10, and an additional $10 if the protest covers more than one lease parcel or drilling permit. Who will be most impacted by these protest fees? You will, members of the public. Those of you who are hunters and anglers, private landowners, even your local elected officials who simply want to voice your opinions on matters that impact you. If your concern is a sensitive wildlife corridor, a local watershed, or a community park, too bad. Republicans don't want to hear from you unless you're willing to pay hundreds of dollars for the privilege. It may not be a lot in terms of federal revenue, but it is a lot for everyday Americans who may have to choose between public participation and paying their electricity bill or buying groceries. Meanwhile, Republicans are slashing royalty rates for oil and gas companies that are making billions of dollars every year. It is abundantly clear where the Republican priorities are. House Republicans are committed to lining the pockets of big oil billionaires, even at the public's expense. Huge tax breaks for billionaires and polluters, and new taxes on free speech are the themes today. Let's call this what it is: a tax on dissent, a toll on civic participation, an attack on free speech dressed up as a budget line item. This is an egregious provision, and I am offering this amendment to strike the protest filing fees from this bill. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. It's time to stand up for your constituents, too. I also want to ask, I'm going to hold back on offering 4 more of my amendments for now, Madam Chair, but just in case our debate is cut off and the opportunity to offer them later is not available, I ask unanimous consent to enter their text into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 229. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested, and further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez Rivera, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Hernandez Rivera number 122. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I came to Congress to prioritize the issues that Puerto Rico is facing. and it's disheartening to see this administration take actions that cause distress and economic pain for the island. The U.S. territories and commonwealths are facing devastating impacts of climate change, rising sea levels, and extreme weather and storms. As the resident commissioner of Puerto Rico, I know better than most how damaging climate-induced storms can be. One way to shield Puerto Rico from more intense hurricanes and tropical storms is to fund coral reef preservation. Coral reefs act as a barrier that can dissipate as much as 97% of wave energy, protecting communities from storm surges and flooding. Over 10% of Puerto Rico's coral reefs were damaged by hurricanes Irma and Maria. And when reefs are damaged or destroyed, the absence of this natural barrier can increase future damage from violent storms. Coral reefs are also threatened by climate change and associated ocean acidification and rising ocean temperatures. Protecting coral reefs can help protect the island and build climate resilience. I will keep fighting to ensure that the people of Puerto Rico have the tools they need to recover and thrive, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and efforts to protect the territories and commonwealths from climate change and intense storms. With that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Hernandez Rivera, designated Hernandez Rivera number 122. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez Rivera, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Hernandez Rivera number 201 revised. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this committee knows very well by now, Puerto Rico faces an unprecedented energy crisis. Since 2020, the Puerto Rican government has attempted to move towards a cleaner, more resilient energy future by procuring multiple tranches of utility-scale solar and battery storage projects. These projects are intended to supplement and ultimately replace the island's aging and unreliable fossil fuel-based power infrastructure with thousands of megawatts of solar energy and batteries. Yet despite these efforts, only one project has actually been built so far. Not a single megawatt of new utility-scale solar has been connected to the grid. The only utility-scale projects that have made it to financial closing have done so because of crucial support from the Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office. LPO financing is so essential for these projects that the Financial Oversight and Management Board, which I oppose and which this committee created, made it a requirement that developers apply for these loans. In January, the LPO announced $1.2 billion in loans and guarantees for projects to help Puerto Rico transition away from fossil fuels. These loans will build on earlier projects supported by the LPO to provide more than 400 megawatts of utility-scale solar and 740 megawatts of battery storage capacity, but only if they're allowed to move forward. Unfortunately, that progress is now in jeopardy. That's why my amendment is simple but critical. It ensures that any legislation we pass today does not undercut Puerto Rico's energy transition. Puerto Rico cannot afford another energy setback. Let's keep these projects moving and ensure a more resilient, affordable, and clean energy future for the people of Puerto Rico. With that, I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Hernandez Rivera, designated Hernandez Rivera number 201, revised. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
And I would like to request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Randall number 18. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My this amendment would provide $550 million for the Bureau of Indian Education's Office of Post-Secondary Education. This office supports Native students pursuing higher education through the operation of 2 federally run Native American post-secondary institutions. It provides scholarships and financial aid for college students and administering support to 29 tribal colleges and universities and 2 tribal technical colleges. These institutions offer a full range of degrees from associates to doctorates and serve as accessible institutions for tribal communities. Despite access to quality education being a component of the federal government's trust responsibility, many Indiana and Alaska Native students remain the most underserved in higher education. In my time as chair of the Higher Education Committee in Washington State, we had about 0.8% Native students in colleges and universities in Washington State. While Native students are a small percentage of the state's population, that is egregiously underrepresented in our higher education system. And nationwide, only 25% of American Indian and Alaska Native students between 18 and 24 attend college, which is the lowest rate of any other group. This is for a variety of reasons. It's not only our underfunding of the Bureau of Indian Education. There are disparities in K-12 education, a lack of qualified teachers, higher rates of school discipline for Native students, higher rates of bullying, insufficient financial resources, limited support for applying to higher education, homesickness, differing values. Many challenges which are being exacerbated by this overall budget reconciliation package, not to mention the attempts to completely dismantle the Department of Education, which provides IDEA funding and support for students with learning disabilities, among many other provisions. These barriers start in K-12 and are exacerbated as Native students complete their educational journeys. We know if you want students to enter into an associate's degree or a bachelor's program, or even go higher to get a master's or a doctorate or a medical doctorate, you have to give them their support in K-12. And this underfunding of education, this under-resourcing of Native students only contributes to the dramatic underrepresentation of Native Americans in medical fields, in engineering, in science and research. We are doing a disservice to all of us by not ensuring that Native American students are provided the support that they need from the very beginning. And we are completely abandoning our treaty and trust responsibilities. Now, given the challenges that Native students face, I am not sure why there is not more support to preserving President Biden's executive order on the White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, economic opportunity, and strengthening tribal colleges. President Trump obviously doesn't support that. He rescinded it, calling it harmful, but I would like to see my colleagues who I do believe support pathways for Native education and support our tribal treaty and trust responsibilities. I would like to see my colleagues stand up and defend our obligation to invest and improve Native education. To me, it seems imperative to focus on this, which is exactly why I'm introducing this amendment. It would provide funding for the Bureau of Indian Education's Office of Post-Secondary Education to further invest in tribal students and address the long-standing inequities. And I urge all of us to support this amendment. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Randall, designated Randall number 18. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Oh, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Randall number 143. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, we have talked quite a bit about NOAA already this afternoon, evening, all day long. But I'd like to raise this issue again because this amendment particularly says that this title shall not take effect until the Secretary of Commerce and the Comptroller General of the United States certify that the staff necessary to process permits are there and funded and operational. It's imperative that we ensure that NOAA is staffed up to be able to meet the needs of permitting for coastal fisheries, ocean-related activities in a timely and efficient manner. It might sound technical, but this is about protecting our coastal economies, fishery businesses, marine resources, and the livelihood of thousands of Americans. We cannot say that we stand for working people and small business owners if we are pulling the funding for the permitting that they need. I hear Republicans at every level of elected office say over and over and over that we need permitting reform, we need to ensure that we are cutting red tape, but eliminating the staff to process permits is only going to drag out permitting processes for these small business owners. These NOAA staff work with fishermen and researchers, energy developers, and tribes to navigate the legal requirements that keep our oceans productive and sustainable. In the Pacific Northwest, we especially rely on NOAA permitting to ensure that proposed actions won't negatively impact our precious ecosystem and our essential salmon restoration efforts, which, again, are a treaty and trust responsibility of this government. And the city of Gig Harbor, in my district, is currently waiting a NOAA permit to move forward with their commercial fishermen's home port. Important way that we are honoring and preserving the working waterfront legacy in this small town. They have to conduct this work within a certain window, we call it the fish window in Washington state, due to salmon season. So slowing this process, eliminating these staff, is bad for salmon, it's bad for business, it's bad for working people in our communities, and it's bad for our treaty and trust responsibility. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Randall, designated Randall number 143. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd like to request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Randall number 144. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, this is, again, about fish. Fish are really important to our economy, to, as I said, our treaty and trust responsibility as the federal government, but also as our government-to-government responsibilities in Washington state. This amendment says nothing in this title will take effect until funding for fish passage programs has been released. Now, fish passage barrier remediation has been the focus of much debate in the Washington State Legislature for the last 6 years. We have a court ruling that says that Regular highways with regular culverts are not only bad for fish and bad for sometimes washing out roads, but they are a dereliction of our duty to meet our co-management responsibilities for our waters and our treaty and trust responsibility to Washington tribes. The bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act included $200 million for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for restoring the free-flowing rivers and stream habitats across the country. It's not just Washington fish habitat, but it is very important to Washington State. And this program is one of the many programs that President Trump and the teenagers working for Elon Musk at Doge have frozen against the will and votes of Congress, stranding nearly $60 million that could be helping to restore fish and waterways and protect communities. This is outrageous. It's outrageous to me that folks who voted on policy are not up in arms that their votes for a budget that is previously passed are being ignored by this executive branch. When I was in a legislative body that had our fiduciary responsibility, our power of the purse overlooked by our executive, we sued him. We took a bipartisan lawsuit against our governor because he had overstepped his executive authority. I am shocked that separately elected legislators would not stand up against this overreach from the executive branch. But this is an opportunity to remediate this one piece of our power of the purse, and I'm hoping that this committee will take the lead and support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Randall, designated Randall number 144. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd like to request a
Recorded
recorded
vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Randall 244. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, we had an incredible bipartisan hearing in the subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs a few days ago. And, in that hearing, we had policies offered by myself and Republican colleagues to support land into trust on behalf of tribal nations. And we got to hear from the administration on some of the challenges to process those trust land transfers administratively without legislation. And, one of the things that we heard was that it doesn't seem that there has been any forward-looking consultation as of yet between tribal nations and Doge or the president or the administration on which positions would be cut within agencies. And I think it's really important that the funds appropriated to the Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Bureau of Indian Affairs are used to ensure that we have the staff necessary to process these trust land transfer applications. I'm gonna sound like a broken record here, it's our treaty and trust obligation to carry out this work, and eliminating the staff who processes these applications is egregious. And I know that my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, support these trust land transfers and would want to ensure that they are carried out effectively. And so I can't imagine that not a one of my Republican colleagues would not vote yes. It feels like a great opportunity to stand up for our verbal commitments in committee hearings and put our money where our mouth is. But I guess we'll see. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Randall, designated Randall number 244. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Randall 246. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this is an issue that is important to you. Last Congress, the Natural Resources Committee and the House Education and Workforce Committee came together in a bipartisan hearing to shine a light on the deeply troubling conditions at Haskell Native Indian Nations University. Now, Haskell is one of only 2 post-secondary institutions operated by BIE, and that hearing made clear that Native student staff and alumni are in crisis, something that they have been saying for years, and that the university is in desperate need of reform. The warning signs have been there. 2018, the Department of Interior's Office Inspector General released a damning report highlighting serious mismanagement at the school. It's sexual assault and domestic violence, cases that were grossly mishandled, leaving students traumatized and without justice. The then university president reportedly underreported crime statistics to conceal these incidents, creating a hostile environment for staff, and used her position to help secure employment for a relative. Last year, under threat of litigation, the Bureau of Indian Education also released a heavily redacted report, trying to hide the mishandling that had happened long after the investigation was completed. The report uncovered even deeper dysfunction, student grievances ignored, bullying, harassment by administrators, theft, nepotism, sexual misconduct, workplace abuse, and evidence of fraud and waste. 2 words I know my Republican colleagues are opposed to. The report also suggested that Haskell leadership worked to influence the scope of these investigations, steer witness testimony, control narratives. And these allegations of misconduct go back at least 17 years. The Department of Education, still standing when it did this, had separately verified claims of academic fraud dating back to 2007. And just last year, a former regent was federally indicted on multiple felony assault charges. The leadership instability at the institution has not been helped, and they have had 8 presidents over the past 6 years. But fortunately, there have been recent signs of progress. A new permanent president updated sexual misconduct policies, expanded behavioral health services, and the hiring of a campus advocate coordinator. But these steps were undercut when Haskell lost a quarter of its staff earlier this year due to mass layoffs and forced resignation pushed by Doge and Elon Musk under this administration. Though some employees were reinstated, the damage to morale and continuity is serious. We owe it to Native students to fix this. The mission of this institution is to advance tribal sovereignty and self-determination, but that is an impossible vision to realize without real safety, accountability, and trust. This amendment directs GAO to provide Congress with the information and recommendations we need to support lasting reform. This has been and should continue to be a bipartisan priority, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I would say that I appreciate what the Congresswoman is trying to do here, and I want to work with her. The situation at Haskell is unacceptable, which is why we have held hearings and led an investigation on it. While I can't accept this amendment, I would like to ask the Congresswoman if she would be willing to withdraw the amendment and work with us on a bipartisan request letter to GAO on the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you yield?
I'll yield.
I thank you for that commitment, and I would be happy to work together on a bipartisan letter to the GAO. And with that understanding, I'll withdraw this amendment and yield back.
You asking unanimous consent to withdraw your amendment?
I am asking unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment.
Without objection, so ordered. I recognize the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ansari number 19. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer an amendment to make sure that no fossil fuel company that is found civilly or criminally liable for collusion by the Federal Trade Commission or in civil or criminal litigation may participate in or be granted a lease under the lease sales under this title. This seems like it would be common sense. If you're a company that has been found liable for anti-competitive collusive behavior, you probably shouldn't get access to American public lands and water. Yet, unfortunately, that is not the case. In the past year, the Federal Trade Commission has brought 2 complaints against CEOs of domestic shale companies, Scott Sheffield of Pioneer Natural Resources and John Hess of the Hess Corporation. The FTC alleges these men colluded with OPEC, an international oil and gas cartel that includes our foreign adversaries, to reduce their production of U.S. oil and gas and keep prices high. And this isn't guesswork. The FTC has provided smoking gun evidence. This collusion and price gouging have had major impacts on our constituents. The collusion between U.S. shale producers and OPEC is estimated to have cost the average American household as much as $500 per car in increased annual fuel costs. In response, 29 states, red and blue alike, have filed a class action lawsuit against these companies because they see that this behavior is illegal, unacceptable, and harms American consumers. And yet, my Republican colleagues here in Washington, D.C. have not only refused to investigate these companies, but they are also insisting that the only way to solve the cost of living crisis is to sell off even more of your public lands to these companies. I think these FTC cases make it abundantly clear that if we did increase lease sales, oil and gas companies would just continue to hoard these lands and keep supply low. Because big oil doesn't care about you, they care about their bottom line. As lawmakers, we must be responsible stewards and ensure companies holding our precious public resources are at the very least following the law. Given that this bill will dramatically increase oil and gas leasing, I think it's more than fair to request these leases won't be going to companies engaged in illegal, anti-competitive behavior, even collusion with our adversaries that directly harms American consumers. Our economy is being held hostage by big oil. This is the least we can do to make sure our constituents are paying fair prices. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion. The question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Ansari, designated Ansari number 19. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Thank you. I request a recorded
Recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Ansari 54. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My Republican colleagues constantly claim that the United States is in an energy emergency. They've insisted the only way to address this so-called energy crisis is to ramp up oil and gas production on federal lands. Last Congress, they were committed to an all-of-the-above energy approach, saying they wanted to see renewable energy development alongside oil and gas. But now that we have their one big, beautiful bill, we can see it is nothing but handouts to billionaires, big oil, and other dirty fossil fuel polluters. Republicans are slashing royalty rates for companies that continue to rake in mind-boggling profits. ExxonMobil brought in nearly $350 billion